Preface of the Story of the Outlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The Story of the Outlaw by Emerson Hough. Preface. In offering this study of the American desperado, the author constitutes himself no apologist for the acts of any desperado. Yet neither does he feel that apology is needed for the theme itself. The outlaw, the desperado, that somewhat distinct and easily recognizable figure generally known in the West as the bad man, is a character unique in our national history, and one whose like scarcely has been produced in any land other than this. It is not necessary to promote absurd and melodramatic impressions regarding a type properly to be called historic, and properly to be handled as such. The truth itself is thrilling enough, and difficult as that frequently has been of discovery. It is the truth which has been sought herein. A thesis on the text of disregard for law might well be put to better use than to serve merely as exciting reading, fit to pass away an idle hour. It might, and indeed it may, if the reader so shall choose, offer a foundation for wider arguments than those suggested in these pages, which deal rather with premises than conclusions. The lesson of our dealings with our bad men of the past can teach us, if we like, the best method of dealing with our bad men today. There are other lessons which we might take from an acquaintance with frontier methods of enforcing respect for the law, and the first of these is a practical method of handling criminals in the initial executive acts of the law. Never were American laws so strong as today, and never were our executive officers so weak. Our cities frequently are ridden with criminals or rioters. We set hundreds of policemen to restore order, but order is not restored. What is the average policeman as a criminal taker? Cloddy and coarse of fiber, rarely with personal heredity of mental and bodily vigor, with no training at arms, with no sharp, incisive quality of nerve action, fat, unwieldy, unable to run 100 yards and keep his breath, not skilled enough to kill his man, even when he has him cornered. He is the archetype of all unseemliness as the agent of a law which today needs a sterner upholding than ever was the case in all our national life. We use this sort of tools in handling criminals when each of us knows, or ought to know, that the city which would select 20 Western peace officers of the old type and set them to work without restrictions as to the size of their imminent graveyards would free itself of criminals in 3 months' time, and would remain free so long as its methods remained in force. As for the subject matter of the following work, it may be stated that while attention has been paid to the great and well-known instances and epics of outlawry, many of the facts given have not previously found their way into print. The story of the Lincoln County War of the Southwest is given truthfully for the first time, and after full acquaintance with sources of information now accessible or passing away. The Stevens County War of Kansas, which took place, as it were, but yesterday, and directly at our doors, has had no history but a garbled one, and as much might be said of many border encounters, whose chief use heretofore has been to curdle the blood in penny dreadfuls. Accuracy has been sought among the confusing statements purporting to constitute the record in such historic movements as those of the Vigilantes of California and Montana mining days, and of the latter cattle days, when wars were common between thieves and outlaws and the representatives of law and order, themselves not always duly authenticated officers of the law. No one man can have lived through the entire time of the American frontier, and any work of this kind must be, in part, a matter of compilation, in so far as it refers to matters of the past. In all cases where practicable, however, the author has made up the records from stories of actual participants, survivors, and eyewitnesses, and he is able in some measure to write of things and men personally known during 25 years of Western life. Captain Patrick F. Garrett of New Mexico, central figure of the border fighting in that district in the early railroad days, has been of much service in extending the author's information on that region and time. Mr. Herbert M. Tunney, now of Illinois, tells his story as a survivor of the typical county seat war of Kansas, in which he was shot and left for dead. Many other men have offered valuable narratives. In dealing with any subject of early American history, there is no authority more incontestable than Mr. Alexander Hines of Dandridge, Tennessee, whose acquaintance with singular and forgotten bits of early frontier history borders upon the unique in its way. Neither does better authority exist than Honorable N.P. Langford of Minnesota upon all matters having to do with life in the Rocky Mountain region in the decade of 1860 to 1870. He was an Argonaut of the Rockies and a citizen of Montana and of other western territories before the coming of the days of law. Free quotations are made from his graphic work, Vigilante Days and Ways, which is both interesting of itself and valuable as an historic record. The stories of modern train-robbing bandits and outlaw gangs are taken partly from personal narratives, partly from judicial records, and partly from works frequently more sensational than accurate, and requiring much sifting and verifying in detail. Naturally, very many volumes of Western history and adventure have been consulted. Much of this labor has been one of love for the days and places concerned, which exist no longer as they once did. The total result, it is hoped, will aid in telling at least a portion of the history of the vivid and significant life of the West, and of that frontier whose van, if ever marked by human lawlessness, has nonetheless ever been led by the banner of human liberty. May that banner still wave today, and though blood be again the price, may it never permanently be replaced by that of license and injustice in our America. End of the preface. Section 1 of the Story of the Outlaw by Emerson Hough. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by John Brandon. Section 1. The Desperado. Analysis of his makeup. How the desperado got to be bad, and why. Some men naturally skillful with weapons. Typical desperados. Energy and action may be of two sorts, good or bad, this being as well as we can phrase it in human affairs. The live wires that net our streets are more dangerous than all the bad men the country ever knew, but we call electricity, on the whole, good in its action. We lay it under law, but sometimes it breaks out and has its own way. These outbreaks will occur until the end of time, in live wires and vital men. Each land in the world produces its own men, individually bad, and in time other bad men who kill them for the general good. There are bad Chinamen, bad Filipinos, bad Mexicans and Indians and Negroes, and bad white men. The white bad man is the worst bad man of the world, and the prize-taking bad man of the lot is the Western white bad man. Turn the white man loose in a land free of restraint, such as was always that golden fleece land, vague, shifting, and transitory, known as the American West, and he simply reverts to the ways of Teutonic and Gothic forests. The civilized empire of the West has grown in spite of this, because of that other strange germ, the love of law. anciently implanted in the soul of the Anglo-Saxon. That there was little difference between the bad man and the good man who went out after him was frequently demonstrated in the early roaring days of the West. The religion of progress and civilization meant very little to the Western town marshal, who sometimes or often was a peace officer, chiefly because he was a good fighting man. We band together and elect political representatives who do not represent us at all. We elect executive officers who execute nothing but their own wishes. We pay innumerable policemen to take from our shoulders the burden of self-protection, and the policemen do not do this thing. Back of all the law is the undelegated personal right, that vague thing which nonetheless is recognized in all the laws and charters of the world. As England and France of old, and Russia today may show, this undelegated personal right is in each of us, or ought to be. If there is in you no hot blood to break into flame and set your arbiter for yourself in some sharp crucial moment, then God pity you, for no woman ever loved you if she could find anything else to love, and you are fit neither as man nor citizen. As the individual retains an undelegated right, so does the body social. We employ politicians, but at heart most of us despise politicians and love fighting men. Society and law are not absolutely wise nor absolutely right, but only as a compromise relatively wise and right. The bad man, so-called, may have been in large part relatively bad. This much we may say scientifically, and without the slightest cheapness. It does not mean that we shall waste any maudlin sentiment over a desperado, and certainly it does not mean that we shall have anything but contempt for the pretender of desperadoism. Who and what was the bad man? Scientifically and historically, he was even as you and I. Whence did he come? From any and all places. What did he look like? He came in all sorts and shapes, all colors and sizes, just as cowards do. As to knowing him, the only way was by trying him. His reputation, true or false, just or unjust, became, of course, the herald of the bad man in due time. The killer of a Western town might be known throughout the state or in several states. His reputation might long outlast that of able statesmen and public benefactors. What distinguished the bad man in peculiarity from his fellow man? Why was he better with weapons? What is courage in the last analysis? We ought to be able to answer these questions in a purely scientific way. We have machines for photographing relative quickness of thought and muscular action. We are able to record the varying speeds of impulse transmission in the nerves of different individuals. If you were picking out a bad man, would you select one who on the machine showed a dilatory nerve response? Hardly. The relative fitness for a man to be bad, to become extraordinarily quick and skillful with weapons, could without doubt be predetermined largely by these scientific measurements. Of course, having no thought machines in the early West, they got at the matter by experimenting, and so very often by a graveyard route. You could not always stop to feel the pulse of a suspected killer. The use of firearms with swiftness and accuracy was necessary in the calling of the desperado. After fate had marked him and set him apart for the inevitable, though possibly long-deferred end, this skill with weapons was a natural gift in the case of nearly every man who attained great reputation, whether as killer of victims or as killer of killers. Practice assisted in proficiency, but a Wild Bill or a Slade or a Billy the Kid was born and not made. Quickness in nerve action is usually backed with good digestion, and hard life in the open is good medicine for the latter. This, however, does not wholly cover the case. A slow man also might be a brave man. Sooner or later, if he went into the desperado business on either side of the game, he would fall before the man who was brave as himself and a fraction faster with the gun. There were unknown numbers of potential bad men who died mute and inglorious after a life spent at a desk or a plow. They might have been bad if matters had shaped right for them. Each war brings out its own heroes from unsuspected places. Each sudden emergency summons its own fit man. Say that a man took to the use of weapons and found himself arbiter of life and death with lesser animals, and able to grant them either at a distance. He went on, pleased with his growing skill with firearms. He discovered that as the sword had in one age of the world lengthened the human arm, so did the six-shooter. That epical instrument, invented at precisely that time of the American life when the human arm needed lengthening. Extend and lengthen his arm, and make him and all men equal. The user of weapons felt his powers increased. So now in time there came to him a moment of danger. There was his enemy. There was the affront, the challenge. Perhaps it was male against male, a matter of sex, prolific always in bloodshed. It might be a matter of property, or perhaps it was some taunt as to his own personal courage. Perhaps alcohol came into the question. As was often the case, for one reason or the other, it came to the ordeal of combat. It was the undelegated right of one individual against that of another. The law was not invoked. The law would not serve. Even as the quicker set of nerves flashed into action, the arm shot forward, and there smote the point of flame as did once the point of steel. The victim fell, his own weapon clutched in his hand, a fraction too late. The law cleared the killer. It was self-defense. It was an even break, his fellow-men said, although thereafter they were more reticent with him and sought him out less frequently. It was an even break, said the killer to himself, an even break, him or me. But perhaps the repetition of this did not serve to blot out a certain mental picture. I have had a bad man tell me that he killed his second man to get rid of the mental image of his first victim. But this exigency might arise again. Indeed, most frequently did arise. Again the embryo bad man was the quicker. His self-approbation now perhaps began to grow. This was the crucial time of his life. He might go on now and become a bad man, or he might cheapen and become an imitation desperado. In either event, his third man left him more confident. His courage and his skill in weapons gave him assuredness and ease at the time of an encounter. He was now becoming a specialist. Time did the rest, until at length they buried him. The bad man of genuine sort rarely looked the part assigned to him in the popular imagination. The long-haired blusterer, adorned with a dialect that never was spoken, serves very well in fiction about the West. But that is not the real thing. The most dangerous man was apt to be quiet and soft-spoken. When an antagonist blustered and threatened, the most dangerous man only felt rising in his own soul, keen and stern, that strange exultation which often comes with combat for the man naturally brave. A Western officer of established reputation once said to me, while speaking of a recent personal difficulty into which he had been forced, I hadn't been in anything of that sort for years, and I wished I was out of it. Then I said to myself, "Is it true that you're getting old? Have you lost your nerve?" Then all at once the old feeling came over me, and I was just like I used to be. I felt calm and happy, and I laughed after that. I jerked my gun and shoved it into his stomach. He put up his hands and apologized. "I will give you $100 now," he said, "if you will tell me where you got that gun." I suppose I was a trifle quick for him. The virtue of the drop was eminently respected among bad men. Sometimes, however, men were killed in the last desperate conviction that no man on earth was as quick as they. What came near being an incident of that kind was related by a noted Western sheriff. "Down on the edge of the Pecos Valley," said he, "a dozen miles below old Fort Sumner, there used to be a little saloon, and I once captured a man there. He came in from somewhere east of our territory and was wanted for murder. The reward offered for him was $1,200. Since he was a stranger, none of us knew him, but the sheriff's descriptions sent in said he had a freckled face, small hands, and a red spot in one eye. I heard that there was a new saloon keeper in there, and thought he might be the man, so I took a deputy and went down one day to see about it. I told my deputy not to shoot until he saw me go after my gun. I didn't want to hold the man up unless he was the right one, and I wanted to be sure about that identification mark in the eye. Now, when a bartender is waiting on you, he will never look you in the face until just as you raise your glass to drink. I told my deputy that we would order a couple of drinks, and so get a chance to look this fellow in the eye. When he looked up, I did look him in the eye, and there was the red spot. I dropped my glass and jerked my gun and covered him. But he just wouldn't put up his hands for a while. I didn't want to kill him, but I thought I surely would have to. He kept both of his hands resting on the bar, and I knew he had a gun within 3 feet of him somewhere. At last, slowly, he gave in. I treated him well, as I always did a prisoner. Told him we would square it if we had made any mistake. We put irons on him and started for Las Vegas with him in a wagon. The next morning, out on the trail, he confessed everything to me. We turned him over, and later he was tried and hung. I always considered him to be a pretty bad man, so far as the result was concerned. He might about as well have gone after his gun. I certainly thought that was what he was going to do. He had sand. I could just see him stand there and balance the chances in his mind. Another of the nerviest men I ever ran up against, the same officer went on reflectively, I met when I was sheriff of Dona Ana County, New Mexico. I was in Las Cruces when there came in a sheriff from over the Indian nations looking for a fugitive who had broken out of a penitentiary after killing a guard and another man or so. The sheriff told me that the criminal in question was the most desperate man he had ever known, and that no matter how we came on him, he would put up a fight, and we would have to kill him before we could take him. We located our man, who was cooking on a ranch 6 or 8 miles out of town. We told the sheriff to stay in town, because the man would know him and would not know us. I had a Mexican deputy along with me. I put out my deputy on one side of the house and went in. I found my man just wiping his hands on a towel after washing his dishes. I threw down on him, and he answered by smashing me in the face and then jumping through the window like a squirrel. I caught at him and tore the shirt off his back, but I didn't stop him. Then I ran out of the door and caught him on the porch. I did not want to kill him, so I struck him over the head with the handcuffs I had all ready for him. He dropped, but came up like a flash, and struck me so hard with his fist that I was badly jarred. We fought hammer and tongs for a while, but at length he broke away, sprang through the door, and ran down the hall. He was going to his room after his gun. At that moment my Mexican came in, and having no sentiment about it, just wailed away and shot him in the back, killing him on the spot. The doctor said when they examined the man's body that he was the most perfect physical specimen they had ever seen. I can testify that he was a fighter. The sheriff offered me the reward, but I wouldn't take any of it. I told him that I would be over in his country sometime, and that I was sure he would do as much for me if I needed his help. I hope that if I do have to go after this particular sort of bad people, I'll be lucky in getting the first start on my man. That man was as desperate a fighter as I ever saw or expect to see. Give a man of that stripe any kind of a show, and he's going to kill you, that's all. He knows that he has no chance under the law. Sometimes they got away with desperate chances, too, as many a peace officer has learned to his cost. The only way to go after such a man is to go prepared, and then to give him no earthly show to get the best of you. I don't mean that an officer ought to shoot down a man if he has a show to take his prisoner alive, but I do mean that he ought to remember that he may be pitted against a man who is just as brave as he is, and just as good with a gun, and who is fighting for his life. Of course, such a man as this, whether confronted by an officer of the law, or by another man against whom he has a personal grudge, or who has in any way challenged him to the ordeal of weapons, was steadfast in his own belief that he was as brave as any, and as quick with weapons. Thus, until at length he met his master in the law of human progress and civilization, he simply added to his own list of victims, or was added to the list of another of his own sort. For a very long time, moreover, there existed a great region on the frontier where the law could not protect. There was good reason, therefore, for a man learning to depend upon his own courage and strength and skill. He had nothing else to protect him, whether he was good or bad. In the typical days of the Western bad man, life was the property of the individual, and not of society, and one man placed his life against another's as the only way of solving hard personal problems. Those days and those conditions brought out some of the boldest and most reckless men the earth ever saw. Before we freely criticize them, we ought to fully understand them. End of Section 1. Section 2 of The Story of the Outlaw by Emerson Hough. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by John Brandon. Section 2. The Imitation Desperado. The cheap long hair. A desperado in appearance, a coward at heart. Some desperadoes who did not stand the acid. The counterfeit bad man, insofar as he has a place in literature, was largely produced by Western consumptives for Eastern consumption. Sometimes he was in person manufactured in the East and sent West. It is easy to see the philosophical difference between the actual bad man of the West and the imitation article. The bad man was an evolution. The imitation bad man was an instantaneous creation, a supply arising full panoplied to fill a popular demand. Silently there arose, partly in the West and partly in the East, men who gravely and calmly proceeded to look the part. After looking the part for a time, to their own satisfaction at least, and after taking themselves seriously as befitted the situation, they in very many instances faded away and disappeared in that nowhere whence they came. Some of them took themselves too seriously for their own good. Of course, there existed for some years certain possibilities that any one of these bad men might run against the real thing. There always existed in the real, sober, level-headed West a contempt for the West-struck man who was not really bad, but who wanted to seem bad. Singularly enough, men of this type were not so frequently local products as immigrants. The bootblack bad man was a character recognized on the frontier, the city tough gone west with ambitions to achieve a bad eminence. Some of these men were partially bad for a while. Some of them, no doubt, even left behind them, after their sudden funerals, the impression that they had been wholly bad. You cannot detect all the counterfeit currency in the world, severe as the test for counterfeits was in the Old West. There is, of course, no great amount of difference between the West and the East. All America, as well as the West, demanded of its citizens nothing so much as genuineness. Yet the Western phrase, to stand the acid, was not surpassed in graphic descriptiveness. When an imitation bad man came into a town of the old frontier, he had to stand the acid or get out. His hand would be called by someone. My friend, said old Bob Bobo, the famous Mississippi bear hunter, to a man who was doing some pretty loud talking, "I've always noticed that when a man goes out hunting for trouble in these bottoms, he almost finds it." 2 weeks later, this same loud talker threatened a calm man in simple jeans pants, who took a shotgun and slew him impulsively. Now, the West got its hot blood largely from the South, and the dogma of the Southern town was the same in the Western mining town or cow camp. The bad man, or the would-be bad man, had to declare himself before long, and the acid bottle was always close at hand. That there were grades in counterfeit bad men was accepted as a truth on the frontier. A man might be known as dangerous, as a murderer at heart, and yet be despised. The imitation bad man discovered that it is comparatively easy to terrify a good part of the population of a community. Sometimes a base imitation of a desperado is exalted in the public eye as the real article. A few years ago, 4 misled hoodlums of Chicago held up a streetcar barn, killed 2 men, stole a sum of money, killed a policeman and another man, and took refuge in a dugout in the sand hills below the city, comporting themselves according to the most accepted dime novel standards. Clumsily arrested by 100 men or so, instead of being tidily killed by 3 or 4, as would have been the case on the frontier, they were put in jail, given columns of newspaper notice, and worshipped by large crowds of maudlin individuals. These men probably died in the belief that they were bad. They were not bad men, but imitations, counterfeit, and indeed nothing more than cheap and dirty little murderers. Of course, we all feel able to detect the mere notoriety hunter who poses about in cheap pretentiousness. But now and then in the West there turned up something more difficult to understand. Perhaps the most typical case of imitation bad man ever known, at least in the Southwest, was Bob Ollinger, who was killed by Billy the Kid in 1881, when the latter escaped from jail at Lincoln, New Mexico. That Ollinger was a killer had been proved beyond the possibility of a doubt. He had no respect for human life, and those who knew him best knew that he was a murderer at heart. His reputation was gained otherwise than through the severe test of an even break. Some say that he killed Chavez, a Mexican, as he offered his own hand in greeting. He killed another man, Hill, in a similarly treacherous way. Later, when as a peace officer he was with a deputy, Pierce, serving a warrant on one Jones, he pulled his gun and, without need or provocation, shot Jones through. The same bullet, passing through Jones's body, struck Pierce in the leg and left him a cripple for life. Again, Ollinger was out as a deputy with a noted sheriff in pursuit of a Mexican criminal who had taken refuge in a ditch. Ollinger wanted only to get into position where he could shoot the man, but his superior officer crawled alone up the ditch, and rising suddenly, covered his man and ordered him to surrender. The Mexican threw down his gun and said that he would surrender to the sheriff, but that he was sure Ollinger would kill him. This fear was justified. "When I brought out the man," said the sheriff, "Ollinger came up on the run with his cocked six-shooter in his hand. His long hair was flying behind him as he ran, and I never in my life saw so devilish a look on any human being's face. He simply wanted to shoot that Mexican, and he chased him around me until I had to tell him I would kill him if he did not stop." Ollinger was a born murderer at heart. The sheriff added later, "I never slept out with him that I did not watch him. After I had more of a reputation, I think Ollinger would have been glad to kill me for the notoriety of it. I never gave him a chance to shoot me in the back or when I was asleep. Of course you will understand that we had to use for deputies such material as we could get. Ollinger was the sort of imitation desperado that looks the part. He wore his hair long and affected the ultra-Western dress, which today is despised in the West. He was one of the very few men at that time, 25 years ago, who carried a knife at his belt. When he was in such a town as Las Vegas or Santa Fe, he delighted to put on a buckskin shirt, spread his hair out on his shoulders, and to walk through the streets, picking his teeth with his knife, or once in a while throwing it in such a way that it would stick up in a tree or a board. He presented an eye-filling spectacle, and was indeed an ideal imitation bad man. This being the case, there may be interest in following out his life to its close, and in noting how the bearing of the bad man's title sometimes exacted a very high price on the claimant. Ollinger, who had made many threats against Billy the Kid, was very cordially hated by the latter. Together with Deputy Bell of White Oaks, Ollinger had been appointed to guard the Kid for 2 weeks previous to the execution which had been imposed upon the latter. The Kid did not want to harm Bell, but he clearly hated Ollinger, who never had lost an opportunity to taunt him. Watching his chance, the Kid at length killed both Bell and Ollinger, shooting the latter with Ollinger's own shotgun, with which Ollinger had often menaced his prisoner. Other than these 2 men, the Kid and Ollinger, I know of no better types, each of his own class. One was a genuine bad man, and the other was the genuine imitation of a bad man. They were really as far apart as the poles, and they are so held in the tradition of that bloody country today. Throughout the West, there are 2 sorts of wolves, the coyote and the gray wolf. Either will kill, and both are lovers of blood. One is yellow at heart, and the other is game all the way through. In outward appearance, both are wolves, and in appearance they sometimes grade toward each other so closely that it is hard to determine the species. The gray wolf is a warrior, and is respected. The coyote is a sneak and a murderer, and his name is a term of reproach throughout the West. End of section 2. Section 2 of The Story of the Outlaw by Emerson Hough. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by John Brandon. Section 2. The Land of the Desperado. The Frontier of the Old West. The Great Unsettled Regions. The Desperado of the Mountains. His Brother of the Plains. The Desperado of the Early Railroad Towns. There was once a vast empire, almost unknown, west of the Missouri River. The white civilization of this continent was 300 years in reaching it. We had won our independence and taken our place among the nations of the world before our hardiest men had learned anything whatever of this Western empire. We had bought this vast region and were paying for it before we knew what we had purchased. The wise men of the East, leading men in Congress, said that it would be criminal to add this territory to our already huge domain, because it could never be settled. It was not dreamed that civilization would ever really subdue it. Even much later, men as able as Daniel Webster deplored the attempt to extend our lines farther to the west, saying that these territories could not be states, that the East would suffer if we widened our west, and that the latter could never be of value to the Union. So far as this great West was concerned, it was spurned and held in contempt, and it had full right to take itself as an outcast, decreed to the wilderness forever. It could have been forgiven for running wild, denominated as unfit for the occupation of the Eastern population. It might have been expected that it would gather to itself a population all its own. It did gather such a population, and in part that population was a lawless one. The frontier, clear across to the Pacific, has at one time or another been lawless, but this was not always the fault of the men who occupied the frontier. The latter swept westward with such unexampled swiftness that the machinery of the law could not always keep up with them. Where there are no courts, where each man is judge and jury for himself, protecting himself and his property by his own arm alone, there always have gathered also the lawless, those who do not wish the day of law to come, men who want license and not liberty, who wish crime and not lawfulness, who want to take what is not theirs and to enforce their own will in their own fashion. There are two states of society, perhaps equally bad for the promotion of good morals and virtue: the densely populated city and the wilderness. In the former, a single individual loses his identity in the mass, and being unnoticed, is without the view of the public, and can, to a certain extent, commit crimes with impunity. In the latter, the population is sparse, and the strong arm of the law not being extended, his crimes are in a measure unobserved, or if so, frequently power is wanting to bring him to justice. Hence both are the resort of desperadoes. In the early settlement of the West, the borders were infested with desperadoes flying from justice, suspected or convicted felons escaped from the grasp of the law, who sought safety. The counterfeiter and the robber there found a secure retreat or a new theater for crime. The foregoing words were written in 1855 by a historian to whom the West of the Trans-Missouri remained still a sealed book, but they cover very fitly the appeal of a wild and unknown land to a bold, a criminal, or an adventurous population. Of the Trans-Missouri, as we of today think of it, no one can write more accurately and understandingly than Theodore Roosevelt, President of the United States, who thus describes the land he knew and loved. Some distance beyond the Mississippi, stretching from Texas to North Dakota and westward to the Rocky Mountains, lies the Plains country. This is a region of light rainfall, where the ground is clad with short grass, while cottonwood trees fringe the courses of the winding plain streams that are alternately turbid torrents and mere dwindling threads of water. The great stretches of natural pasture are broken by gray sagebrush plains and tracts of strangely shaped and colored badlands, sun-scorched wastes in summer, and in winter Arctic in their iron desolation. Beyond the plains rise the Rocky Mountains, their flanks covered with coniferous woods, but the trees are small and do not ordinarily grow very close together. Toward the north, the forest becomes denser and the peaks higher, and glaciers creep down toward the valleys from the fields of everlasting snow. The brooks are brawling, trout-filled torrents. The swift rivers roam over rapid and cataract, on their way to one or other of the two great oceans. Southwest of the Rockies, evil and terrible deserts stretch for leagues and leagues, mere waterless wastes of sandy plain and barren mountain, broken here and there by narrow strips of fertile ground. Rain rarely falls, and there are no clouds to dim the brazen sun. The rivers run in deep canyons, or are swallowed by the burning sand. The smaller watercourses are dry throughout the greater part of the year. Beyond this desert region rise the sunny Sierras of California, with their flower-clad slopes and groves of giant trees, and north of them, along the coast, the rain-shrouded mountain chains of Oregon and Washington, matted with the towering growth of the mighty evergreen forest. Such, then, was this western land, so long the home of the outdweller, who foreran civilization, and who sometimes took matters of the law into his own hands. For purposes of convenience, we may classify him as the bad man of the mountains and the bad man of the plains, because he was usually found in and around the crude localities where raw resources and property were being developed, and because previous to the advent of agriculture, the two vast wilderness resources were minerals and cattle. The mines of California and the Rockies, the cattle of the Great Plains, write the story of these, and you have much of the story of Western desperadoism. For in spite of the fact that the ideal desperado was one who did not rob or kill for gain, the most usual form of early desperadoism had to do with attempts at unlawfully acquiring another man's property. The discovery of gold in California caused a flood of bold men, good and bad, to pour into that remote region from all corners of the earth. Books could be written, and have been written, on the days of terror in California, when the vigilantes took the law into their own hands. There came the time later when the rich placers of Montana and other territories were pouring out a stream of gold rivaling that of the days of '49, and when a tide of restless and reckless characters, resigning or escaping from both armies in the Civil War, mingled with many others who heard about the imperious call of a land of gold, and rolled westward across the plains by every means of conveyance or locomotion then possible to man. The next great days of the Wild West were the cattle days, which also reached their height soon after the end of the Great War, when the North was seeking new lands for its young men, and the Southwest was hunting an outlet for the cattle herds, which had enormously multiplied while their owners were off at the wars. The cattle country had been passed over unnoticed by the mining men for many years, and dismissed as the great American desert, as it had been named by the first explorers, who were almost as ignorant about the West as Daniel Webster himself. Into this once barren land, a vast region unsettled and without law, there now came pouring up the great herds of cattle from the south, in charge of men wild as the horned kine they drove. Here was another great wild land that drew as a magnet wild men from all parts of the country. This last home of the bad man, the old cattle range, is covered by a passage from an earlier work. The braiding of 100 minor pathways, the long trail, lay like a vast rope, connecting the cattle country of the south with that of the north. Lying loose or coiling, it ran for more than 2,000 miles along the eastern ridge of the Rocky Mountains, sometimes close in at their feet, again hundreds of miles away across the hard tablelands or the well-flowered prairies. It traversed in a fair line to the vast land of Texas, curled over the Indian nations, over Kansas, Colorado, Nebraska, Wyoming, and Montana, and bent in wide overlapping circles as far west as Utah and Nevada, as far east as Missouri, Iowa, Illinois, and as far north as the British possessions. Even today, you may trace plainly its former course, from its faint beginnings in the lazy land of Mexico, the Ararat of the cattle range. It is distinct across Texas, and multifold still in the Indian lands. Its many intermingling paths still scar the iron surface of the neutral strip, and the plows have not buried all the old furrows in the plains of Kansas. Parts of the path still remain visible in the mountain lands of the far north. You may see the ribbons banding the hillsides today along the valley of the Stillwater, and along the Yellowstone, and toward the source of the Missouri. The hoof marks are beyond the Muscle Shell, over the Badlands and the coulees and the flat prairies, and far up into the land of the long cold you may see, even today if you like, the shadow of that unparalleled pathway, the long trail of the cattle range. History has no other like it. This was really the dawning of the American cattle industry. The long trail now received a gradual but unmistakable extension, always to the north and along the line of the intermingling of the products of the Spanish and the Anglo-Saxon civilizations. The thrust was always to the north. Chips and flakes of the great southwestern herd began to be seen in the northern states. Meanwhile, the Anglo-Saxon civilization was rolling swiftly toward the upper west. The Indians were being plains. A solid army was pressing behind the vanguard of soldier, scout, and plainsman. The railroads were pushing out into a new and untracked empire. In 1871, over 600,000 cattle crossed the Red River for the northern markets. Abilene, Newton, Wichita, Ellsworth, Great Bend, Dodge, flared out into a swift and sometime evil blossoming. The Long Trail, which long ago had found the black corn lands of Illinois and Missouri, now crowded to the west, until it had reached Utah and Nevada and penetrated every open park and mesa and valley of Colorado, and found all the high plains of Wyoming. Cheyenne and Laramie became common words now, and drovers spoke wisely of the dangers of the Platte as a year before they had mentioned those of the Red River or the Arkansas. Nor did the trail pause in its irresistible push to the north until it had found the last of the 5 great transcontinental lines, far in the British provinces. The long trail of the cattle range was done. By magic, the cattle industry had spread over the entire West. By magic also, the cattle industry called to itself a population unique and peculiar. Here were great values to be handled and guarded. The cowboy appeared, summoned out of the shadows by the demand of evolution. With him appeared also the cattle thief, making his living on free beef, as he had once on the free buffalo of the plains. The immense domain of the West was filled with property held under no better or more obvious mark than the imprint of a hot iron on the hide. There were no fences. The owner might be 1,000 miles away. The temptation to theft was continual and urgent. It seemed easy and natural to take a living from these great herds which no one seemed to own or to care for. The rustler of the range made his appearance bold, hearty, unprincipled, and the story of his undoing by the law is precisely that of the finish of the robbers of the mines by the Vigilantes. Now, too, came the days of transition, which have utterly changed all the West. The railroad sprang across this great middle country of the plains. The intent was to connect the two sides of this continent, but incidentally, and more swiftly than was planned, there was builded a great midway empire on the plains, now one of the grandest portions of America. This building of the transcontinental lines was a rude and dangerous work. It took out into the West mobs of hard characters, not afraid of hard work and hard living. These men would have a certain amount of money as wages, and would assuredly spend these wages as they made them. Hence the gambler followed the rough settlements at the head of the rails. The murderer, the thief, the prostitute, the social outcast, and the fleeing criminal went with the gamblers and the toughs. Those were the days when it was not polite to ask a man what his name had been back in the States. A very large percentage of this population was wild and lawless, and it impressed those who joined it instead of being altered and improved by them. There were no wilder days in the West than those of the early railroad building. Such towns as Newton, Kansas, where 11 men were killed in one night, Fort Dodge, where armed encounters among cowboys and gamblers, deputies and desperadoes, were too frequent to attract attention. Caldwell, on the Indian border, Hays City, Abilene, Ellsworth, any of a dozen cow camps where the head of the rails caught the great northern cattle drives, furnished chapters lurid enough to take volumes in telling. Indeed, perhaps, gave that stamp to the West which has been apparently so ineradicable. These were flourishing times for the Western desperado, and he became famous, and, as it were, typical at about this era. Perhaps this was due in part to the fact that the railroads carried with them the telegraph and the newspaper, so that records and reports were made of what had for many years gone unreported. Now, too, began the influx of transients, who saw the Wild West hurriedly and wrote of it as a strange and dangerous country. The wild citizens of California and Montana in mining days passed almost unnoticed, except in fiction. The wild men of the Middle Plains now began to have a record in facts, or partial facts, as brought to the notice of the reading public, which was seeking news of the new lands. A strange and turbulent day now drew safely on. End of section 3.
Chapter 4 of The Story of the Outlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of the Outlaw by Emerson Hough, The Early Outlaw. Chapter 4. The Early Outlaw, the frontier of the past century, the bad man east of the Mississippi River, the great western land pirate John A. Morrell, the greatest slave insurrection ever planned. Before passing to the review of the more modern days of wildlife on the western frontier, we shall find it interesting to note a period less known, but quite as wild and desperate as any of later times. Indeed, we might also say that our own desperadoes could take lessons from their ancestors of the past generation who lived in the forests of the Mississippi Valley. Those were the days when the South was breaking over the Appalachians and exploring the Middle and Lower West. Adventurers were dropping down the old river roads and traces across Kentucky, Tennessee, and Mississippi into Louisiana and Texas. The flatboat and keelboat days of the great rivers were at their height, and the population was in large part transient, migratory, and bold, perhaps holding a larger percent of criminals than any Western population since could claim. There were no organized systems of common carriers, no accepted roads and highways. The great national road from Wheeling west across Ohio paused midway of Indiana. Stretching for hundreds of miles in each direction was the wilderness, wherein man had always been obliged to fend for himself. And, as ever, the wildness had its own wild deeds. Flatboats were halted and robbed, caravans of travelers were attacked, lonely wayfarers plodding on horseback were waylaid and murdered. In short, the story of that early day shows our first frontiersman no novice in crime. About 20 miles below the mouth of the Wabash River, there was a resort of robbers such as might belong to the most lurid dime novelist, the famous Cave in the Rock in the bank of the Ohio River. This cavern was about 25 feet in height at its visible opening, and it ran back into the bluff 200 feet with a width of 80 feet. The floor of this natural cavern was fairly flat, so that it could be used as a habitation. From this lower cave, a sort of aperture led up to a second one, immediately above it in the bluff wall, and these two natural retreats of wild animals offered attractions to wild men which were not unaccepted. It was here that there dwelt for some time the famous robber Mason, who terrorized the flatboat trade of the Ohio at about 1800. Mason was a robber king, a giant in stature, and a man of no ordinary brains. He had associated with him his two sons and a few other hard characters who together made a band sufficiently strong to attack any party of the size, usually making up the boat companies of that time or the average family traveling, mounted or on foot, through the forest-covered country of the Ohio Valley. Mason killed and pillaged pretty much as he liked for a term of years, but as travel became too general along the Ohio, he removed to the wilder country south of that stream and began to operate on the old Natchez and Nashville Trace, one of the roadways of the South at the time, when the Indian lands were just opening to the early settlers. Lower Tennessee and pretty much all of Mississippi made his stamping grounds, and his name became a terror there as it had been along the Ohio. The governor of the state of Mississippi offered a reward for his capture, dead or alive, but for a long time he escaped all efforts at apprehension. Treachery did the work, as it has usually in bringing such bold and dangerous men to book. 2 members of his gang proved traitorous to their chief. Seizing an opportunity, they crept behind him and drove a tomahawk into his brain. They cut off the head and took it along as proof, but as they were displaying this at the seat of government, the town of Washington, they themselves were recognized and arrested, and were later tried and executed, which ended the Mason Gang, one of the early and once famous desperado bands. From the earliest days, there have been border counterfeiters of coin. One of the first and most remarkable was the noted Studevant, who lived in Lower Illinois near the Ohio River in the first quarter of the last century. Studevant was also something of a robber king, for he could, at any time, wind his horn and summon to his side 100 armed men. He was ostensibly a steady farmer, and lived comfortably, with a good corps of servants and tenants about him, but his ablest assistants did not dwell so close to him. He had an army of Confederates all over the Middle West and South, and issued more counterfeit money than any man before, and probably than any man since. He always extracted a regular price for his money, $16 for 100 in counterfeit, and such was the looseness of currency matters at the time that he found many willing to take a chance in his trade. He never allowed any Confederate to pass a counterfeit bill in his own state or in any other way to bring himself under the surveillance of local law, and they were all obliged to be especially circumspect in the county where they lived. He was a very smug sort of villain, in the trade strictly for revenue, and he was so careful that he was never caught by the law, in spite of the fact that it was known that his farm was the source of a flood of spurious money. He was finally regulated by the citizens, who arose and made him leave the country. This was one of the early applications of lynch law in the West. Its results were, as usual, salutary. There were no more counterfeiting in that region. A very noted desperado of those early days was Harp, or Big Harp as he was called, to distinguish him from his brother and associate Little Harp. Big Harp made a wide region of the Ohio Valley dangerous to travelers. The events connected with his vicious life are thus given by that always interesting old-time chronicler, Henry Hough. In the fall of the year 1801 or 1802, a company consisting of 2 men and 3 women arrived in Lincoln County, Kentucky, and encamped about a mile from the present town of Stanford. The appearance of these individuals composing this party was wild and rude in the extreme. The one who seemed to be the leader of the band was above the ordinary stature of men. His frame was bony and muscular, his breast broad, his limbs gigantic. His clothing was uncouth and shabby, his exterior weather-beaten and dirty, indicating continual exposure to the elements, and designating him as one who dwelt far from the habitations of men, and mingled not in the courtesies of civilized life. His countenance was bold and ferocious, and exceedingly repulsive from its strongly marked expression of villainy. His face, which was larger than ordinary, exhibited the lines of ungovernable passion, and the complexion announced that the ordinary feelings of the human breast were in him extinguished. Instead of the healthy hue which indicates the social emotions, there was a livid, unnatural redness, resembling that of a dried and lifeless skin. His eye was fearless and steady, but it was also artful and audacious, glaring upon the beholder with an unpleasant fixedness and brilliancy, like that of a ravenous animal gloating on its prey. He wore no covering on his head, and the natural protection of thick, coarse hair of a fiery redness, uncombed and matted, gave evidence of long exposure to the rudest visitations of the sunbeam and the tempest. He was armed with a rifle, and a broad leathern belt, drawn closely around his waist, supported a knife and a tomahawk. He seemed, in short, an outlaw, destitute of all the nobler sympathies of human nature, and prepared at all points of assault or defense. The other man was smaller in size than him who led the party, but similarly armed, having the same suspicious exterior, and a countenance equally fierce and sinister. The females were coarse and wretchedly attired. These men stated in answer to the inquiry of the inhabitants that their name was Harp and that they were immigrants from North Carolina. They remained at their encampment the greater part of 2 days and a night, spending the time in rioting, drunkenness, and debauchery. When they left, they took the road leading to Green River. The day succeeding their departure, a report reached the neighborhood that a young gentleman of wealth from Virginia, named Langford, had been robbed and murdered on what was then called and is still known as the Wilderness Road, which runs through the Rock Castle Hills. Suspicion immediately fixed upon the Harps as the perpetrators, and Captain Bollinger, at the head of a few bold and resolute men, started in pursuit. They experienced great difficulty in following their trail, owing to a heavy fall of snow, which obliterated most of their tracks, but finally came upon them while encamped in a bottom on Green River, near the spot where the town of Liberty now stands. At first they made a show of resistance, but upon being informed that if they did not immediately surrender, they would be shot down, they yielded themselves prisoners. They were brought back to Stanford and there examined. Among their effects were found some fine linen shirts marked with the initials of Langford. One had been pierced by a bullet and was stained with blood. They had also a considerable sum of money in gold. It was afterward ascertained that this was the kind of money Langford had with him. The evidence against them being thus conclusive, they were confined in the Stanford jail, but were afterwards sent for trial in Danville, where the district court was in session. Here they broke jail and succeeded in making their escape. They were next heard of in Adair County, near Columbia. In passing through the country, they met a small boy, the son of Colonel Trabue, with a pillowcase of meal or flour, an article they probably needed. This boy, it is supposed, they robbed and then murdered, as he was never afterward heard of. Many years afterward, human bones answering the size of Colonel Trabue's son at the time of his disappearance were found in a sinkhole near the place where he was said to have been murdered. The Harps still shaped their course toward the mouth of Green River, marking their path by murders and robberies of the most horrible and brutal character. The district of country through which they passed was at the time very thinly settled, and from this reason their outrages went unpunished. They seemed inspired with the deadliest hatred against the whole human race, and such was their implacable misanthropy that they were known to kill where there was no temptation to rob. One of their victims was a little girl, found at some distance from her home, whose tender age and helplessness would have been protection against any but incarnate fiends. The last dreadful act of barbarity, which led to their punishment and expulsion from the country, exceeded in atrocity all the others. Assuming the guise of Methodist preachers, they obtained lodgings one night at a solitary house on the road. Mr. Seitel, the master of the house, was absent, but they found his wife and children and a stranger who, like themselves, had stopped for the night. Here they conversed and made inquiries about the two Harps who were represented as prowling about the country. When they retired to rest, they contrived to secure an axe, which they carried with them into their chamber. In the dead of night, they crept softly downstairs, and assassinated the whole family, together with the stranger, in their sleep, and then setting fire to the house, made their escape. When Seitel returned, he found no wife to welcome him, no home to receive him. Distracted with grief and rage, he turned his horse's head from the smoldering ruins and repaired to the house of Captain John Leeper. Leeper was one of the most powerful men in his day, and fearless as powerful. Collecting 4 or 5 men well armed, they mounted and started in pursuit of vengeance. It was agreed that Leeper should attack Big Harp, leaving Little Harp to be disposed of by Seitel. The others were to hold themselves in readiness to assess Leeper and Seitel as circumstances might require. This party found the women belonging to the Harps attending to their little camp by the roadside, the men having gone aside into the woods to shoot an unfortunate traveler of the name of Smith, who had fallen into their hands and whom the women had begged might not be dispatched before their eyes. It was this halt that enabled the pursuers to overtake them. The women immediately gave the alarm, and the miscreants, mounting their horses, which were large, fleet, and powerful, fled in separate directions. Leeper singled out the Big Harp, and being better mounted than his companions, soon left them far behind. Little Harp succeeded in escaping from Seitel, and he, with the rest of his companions, turned and followed on the track of Leeper and the Big Harp. After a chase of about 9 miles, Leaper came within gunshot of the latter and fired. The ball entered his thigh, passed through it, and penetrated his horse, and both fell. Harp's gun escaped from his hand and rolled some 8 or 10 feet down the bank. Reloading his rifle, Leaper ran to where the wounded outlaw lay, weltering in his blood, and found him with one thigh broken and the other crushed beneath his horse. Leaper rolled the horse away and set Harp in an easier position. The robber begged that he might not be killed. Leaper told him that he had nothing to fear from him, but that Seitel was coming up and could probably not be restrained. Harp appeared very much frightened at hearing this and implored Leaper to protect him. In a few moments, Seitel appeared and without uttering a word raised his rifle and shot Harp through the head. Then they severed the head from the body and stuck it upon a pole where the road crosses the creek, from which the place was then named and is yet called Harp's Head. Thus perished one of the most boldest and most noted freebooters that has ever appeared in America. Save courage, he was without one redeeming quality, and his death freed the country from a terror which had long paralyzed its boldest spirits. The little Harp afterward joined the band of Mason and became one of his most valuable assistants in the dreadful trade of robbery and murder. He was one of the 2 bandits that, tempted by the reward for their leader's head, murdered him, and eventually themselves suffered the penalty of law, as previously related. Thus it would seem that the first quarter of the last century on the frontier was not without its own interest. The next decade, or that ending about 1840, however, offered a still greater instance of outlawry, one of the most famous ones indeed of American history, although little known today. This had to do with the genius in crime John A. Morrell, long known as the Great Western Land Pirate, and surely no pirate of the seas was ever more enterprising or more dangerous. Morrell was another man who, in a decent walk of life, would have been called great. He had more than ordinary energy and intellect. He was not a mere brute, but a shrewd, cunning, scheming man, hesitating at no crime on earth, yet animated by a mind so bold that mere personal crime was not enough for him. When it is added that he had a gang of robbers and murderers associated with him who were said to number nearly 2,000 men and who were scattered over the entire South below the Ohio River, it may be seen how bold were his plans, and his ability may further be shown in the fact that for years these men lived among and mingled with their fellows in civil life, unknown and unsuspected. Some of them were said to have been of the best families of the land, and even yet there come to light to strange and romantic tales, perhaps not wholly true, of deathbed confessions of men prominent in the South who admitted that once they belonged to Morrell's gang, but had later repented and reformed. A prominent Kentucky lawyer was one of these. Morrell and his Confederates would steal horses and mules, or at least the common class or division known as the strikers would do so, although the members of the Grand Council would hardly stoop to so petty a crime. For them was reserved the murdering of travelers or settlers who were supposed to have money in the larger operations of Negro stealing. The theft of slaves, the claiming of the runaway rewards, the latter re-stealing and reselling and final killing of the Negro in order to destroy the evidence, are matters which Morrell reduced to a system that has no parallel in the criminal records of the country. But not even here did this daring outlaw pause. It is not enough to steal a Negro here and there, and to make a few $1,000s out of each Negro so handled. The whole state of organized society was to be overthrown by means of this same black population. So at least goes one story of his life. We know of several so-called black insurrections that were planned at one time or another in the South, as for instance the Turner insurrection in Virginia, but this Morrell enterprise was the biggest of them all. The plan was to have the uprising occur all over the South on the same day, Christmas of 1835. The blacks were to band together and march on the settlements after killing all the whites on the farms where they worked. They were to fall under the leadership of Morrell's lieutenants, who were there to show them how to sack the stores, to kill the white merchants, and take the white women. The banks of all the southern towns were to become the property of Morrell and his associates. In short, at one stroke, the entire system of government, which had been established after such hard effort in that fierce wilderness along the old southern traces, was to be wiped out absolutely. The land was indeed to be left without law. The entire fruits of organized society were to belong to a band of outlaws. This was probably the best and boldest instance ever seen of the narrowness of the line dividing society and savagery. Morrell was finally brought to book by his supposed confederate, Virgil A. Stewart, the spy, who went under the name of Hughes, whose evidence, after many difficulties, no doubt resulted in the breaking up of this, the largest and most dangerous band of outlaws this country ever saw, although Stewart himself was a vain and ambitious notoriety seeker. Supposing himself safe, Morrell gave Stewart a detailed story of his life. This was later used in evidence against him, and although Stewart's account needs qualification, it is the best and fullest record obtainable today. "I was born in Middle Tennessee," Morrell personally stated. "My parents had not much property, but they were intelligent people, and my father was an honest man, I expect, and tried to raise me honest, but I think none the better of him for that. My mother was of the pure grit. She learned me and all her children to steal as soon as we could walk and would hide for us whenever she could. At 10 years old, I was not a bad hand. The first good haul I made was from a peddler who lodged at my father's house one night. I began to look after larger spoils and ran several fine horses. By the time I was 20, I began to acquire considerable character and concluded to go off and do my own speculation where I was not known and go on a larger scale. So I began to see the value of having friends in this business. I made several associates. I had been acquainted with some old hands for a long time, who had given me the names of some royal fellows between Nashville and Tuscaloosa, and between Nashville and Savannah in the state of Georgia and many other places. Myself and a fellow by the name of Crenshaw gathered 4 good horses and started for Georgia. We got in company with a young South Carolinian just before we reached Cumberland Mountain, and Crenshaw soon knew all about his business. He had been to Tennessee to buy a drove of hogs, but when he got there, pork was dearer than he calculated, and he declined purchasing. We concluded he was a prize. Crenshaw winked at me. I understood his idea. Crenshaw had traveled the road before, but I never had. We had traveled several miles on the mountain. When we passed near a great precipice, just before we passed it, Crenshaw asked me for my whip, which had a pound of lead in the butt. I handed it to him, and he rode up to the side of the South Carolinian and gave him a blow in the side of the head and tumbled him from his horse. We lit from him our horses and fingered his pockets. We got $1,262. Crenshaw said he knew of a place to hide him, and gathered him under his arms, and I by his feet, and conveyed him to a deep crevice in the brow of the precipice, and tumbled him into it. He went out of sight. We then tumbled into his saddle and took his horse with us, which was worth $200. We turned our course for South Alabama, and sold our horse for a good price. We frolicked for a week or more, and were the highest larks you ever saw. We commerced sporting and gambling, and lost every cent of our money. We were forced to resort to our own profession for a second raise. We stole a Negro man and pushed for Mississippi. We had promised him that we would conduct him to a free state if he would let us sell him once as we went on our way. We also agreed to give him part of the money. We sold him for $600, but when we went to start, the Negro seemed to be very uneasy and appeared to doubt our coming back for him as we had promised. We lay in a creek bottom, not far from the place where we sold the Negro, all the next day, and after dark we went to the china tree in the lane where we were to meet Tom. He had been waiting for some time. He mounted his horse, and we pushed with him a second time. We rode 20 miles that night to the house of a friendly speculator. I had seen him in Tennessee and had given him several lifts. He gave me his place of residence that I might find him when I was passing. He is quite rich and one of the best kind of fellows. Our horses were fed as much as they could eat, and 2 of them were foundered the next morning. We were detained a few days, and during that time our friend went to a little village in the neighborhood and saw the Negro advertised, with the description of the 2 men of whom he had been purchased, and with mention of them as suspicious personages. It was rather squally times, but any port in a storm. We took the Negro that night to the bank of a creek which runs by the farm of our friend, and Crenshaw shot him through the head. We took out his entrails and sunk him in the creek. Our friend furnished us with 1 fine horse, and we left him our foundered horses. We made our way through the Choctaw and Chickasaw nations, and then to Williamson County, in this state. We should have made a fine trip if we had taken care of all we got. I had become a considerable libertine, and when I returned home I spent a few months rioting in all the luxuries of forbidden pleasures with the girls of my acquaintance. My stock of cash was soon gone, and I put to my shift for more. I commenced with horses and ran several from the adjoining counties. I had gotten associated with a young man who had professed to be a preacher among the Methodists, and a sharper he was. He was as slick on the tongue as goose grease. I took my first lessons in divinity from this young preacher. He was highly respected by all who knew him, and well calculated to please. He first put me in the notion of preaching, to aid me in my speculations. I got into difficulty about a mare that I had taken, and was imprisoned for near 3 years. I shifted it from court to court, but was at last found guilty and whipped. During my confinement, I read the Scriptures and became a good judge of theology. I had not neglected the criminal laws for many years before that time. When they turned me loose, I was prepared for anything. I wanted to kill all but those of my own grit, and I will die by the side of one of them before I will desert. My next speculation was in the Choctaw region. Myself and brothers stole 2 fine horses and made our way into this country. We got in with an old Negro man and his wife and 3 sons to go off with us to Texas, and promised them that if they were to work for us 1 year after we got there, we would let them go free, and told them many fine stories. The old Negro became suspicious that we were going to sell him and grew quite contrary. So we landed one day by the side of an island, and I requested him to go with me round the point of the island to hunt a good place to catch some fish. After we were hidden from our company, I shot him through the head, and then ripped open his belly and tumbled him into the river. I returned to my company and told them that the Negro had fallen into the river and that he never came up after he went under. We landed 50 miles above New Orleans and went into the country and sold our Negroes to a Frenchman for $1,900. We went from where we sold the Negroes to New Orleans and dressed ourselves like young lords. I mixed with the loose characters at the swamp every night. One night, as I was returning to the tavern where I boarded, I was stopped by 2 armed men who demanded my money. I handed them my pocketbook and observed that I was very happy to meet with them, as we were all of the same profession. One of them observed, "Damned if I'd ever rob a brother Chip. We've had our eyes on you and the man that has generally come with you for several nights. We saw so much rigging and glittering jewelry that we concluded that you must be some wealthy dandy, with a surplus of cash, and had determined to rid you of the trouble of some of it. But if you are a robber, here is your pocketbook, and you must go with us tonight, and we will give you an introduction to several fine fellows of the block. But stop, do you understand this motion?" I answered it, and thanked them for their kindness, and turned with them. We went to old Mother Surgick's, and had a real frolic with her girls. That night was the commencement of my greatness, and what the world calls villainy. The 2 fellows who robbed me were named Haynes and Phelps. They made me known to all the speculators that visited New Orleans, and gave me the name of every fellow who would speculate that lived on the Mississippi River, and many of its tributary streams, from New Orleans all the way up the large western cities. I had become acquainted with a Kentuckian who boarded at the same tavern I did, and I suspected he had a large sum of money. I felt an inclination accounted for him before I left the city. So I made my notions known to Phelps and my other new comrades and concerted our plan. I was off to get him to the swamp with me on a spree, and when we were returning to our lodgings, my friends were to meet us and rob us both. I had got very intimate with the Kentuckian, and he thought me one of the best fellows in the world. He was very fond of wine, and I had him well fumed with good wine before I made the proposition for a frolic. When I invited him to walk with me, he readily accepted the invitation. We cut a few shines with the girls and started to the tavern. We were met by a band of robbers and robbed all of our money. The Kentuckian was so mad that he cursed the whole city, and wished that it would all be deluged in a flood of water so soon as he left the place. I went to my friends the next morning and got my share of the spoil money and my pocketbook that I had been robbed of. We got $750 of the bold Kentuckian, which was divided among 13 of us. I commenced traveling and making all the acquaintances among the speculators that I could. I went from New Orleans to Cincinnati, and from there I visited Lexington in Kentucky. I found a speculator about 4 miles from Newport who furnished me with a fine horse the second night after I arrived at his house. I went from Lexington to Richmond, in Virginia, and from there I visited Charleston, in the state of South Carolina, and from thence to Milledgeville, by the way of Savannah and Augusta, in the state of Georgia. I made my way from Milledgeville to Williamson County, the old stamping ground. In all the route, I only robbed 11 men, but I preached some fine sermons and scattered some counterfeit United States paper among my brethren. After I returned home from the grand circuit I made among my speculators, I remained there but a short time, as I could not rest when my mind was not actively engaged in some speculation. I commenced the foundation of this mystic clan on that tour, and suggested the plan of exciting a rebellion among the Negroes, as the sure road to an inexhaustible fortune to all who would engage in the expedition. The first mystic sign which is used by this clan was in use among robbers before I was born, and the second had its origin from myself, Phelps, Haynes, Cooper, Doris, Bolton, Harris, Doddridge, Selly, Morris, Walton, DuPont, and one of my brothers, on the second night after my acquaintance with them in New Orleans. We needed a higher order to carry on our designs, and we adopted our sign and called it the sign of the Grand Council of the Mystic Clan, and practiced ourselves to give and receive the new sign to a faction before we parted, and, in addition to this improvement, we invented and formed a mode of corresponding by means of 10 characters mixed with other matter, which has been very convenient on many occasions, and especially when any of us get into difficulties. I was encouraged in my new undertaking, and my heart began to beat high with the hope of being able one day to visit the pomp of the southern and western people in my vengeance, and of seeing their cities and towns one common scene of devastation, smoked walls, and fragments. I decoyed a Negro man from his master in Middle Tennessee, and sent him to Mills Point by a young man, and I waited to see the movements of the owner. He thought his Negro had run off, so I started to take possession of my prize. I got another friend at Mills Point to take my Negro in a skiff and convey him to the mouth of Red River, while I took passage on a steamboat. I then went through the country by land and sold my Negro for $900, and the second night after I sold him, I stole him again, and my friend ran him to the Irish Bayou in Texas. I followed on after him and sold my Negro in Texas for $500. I then resolved to visit South America and see if there was an opening in that country for a speculation. I had also concluded that I could get some strong friends in that quarter to aid me in my designs relative to a Negro rebellion. But of all people in the world, the Spaniards are the most treacherous and cowardly. I never want them concerned in any matter with me. I'd rather take the Negroes in this country to fight than a Spaniard. I stopped in a village and passed a doctor and commenced practicing medicine. I could ape the doctor first rate, having read Ewell and several other works on primitive medicine. I became a great favorite of an old Catholic. He adopted me as his son in the faith, and introduced me to all the best families as a young doctor from North America. I had been with the old Catholic but a very short time before I was a great Roman Catholic, and bowed to the cross and attended regularly to all the ceremonies of that persuasion. And, to tell you the fact, Hughes, all the Catholic religion needs to be universally received is to be correctly represented. But you know I care nothing for religion. I had been with the old Catholic about 3 months, and was getting a heavy practice, when an opportunity offered for me to rob the good man's secretary of $960 in gold, and I could have got as much more in silver if I could have carried it. I was soon on the road for home again. I stopped 3 weeks in New Orleans as I came home, and had some high fun with old Mother Shergick's girls. I collected all my associates in New Orleans at one of my friends' houses in that place, and we sat in council 3 days before we got all our plans to our notion. We then determined to undertake the rebellion at every hazard, and make as many friends as we could for that purpose. Every man's business being assigned him, I started for Natchez on foot. Having sold my horse in New Orleans with the intention of stealing another after I started, I walked 4 days, and no opportunity offered for me to get a horse. The 5th day, about 12 o'clock, I had become very tired, and stopped at a creek to get some water and rest a little. While I was sitting on a log looking down the road I had come, a man came in sight riding a good-looking horse. The very moment I saw him I determined to have his horse, if he was in the garb of a traveler. He rode up, and I saw from his equipage that he was a traveler. I arose from my seat and drew an elegant rifle pistol on him and ordered him to dismount. He did so, and I took his horse by the bridle and pointed down the creek and ordered him to walk before me. We went a few 100 yards and stopped. I hitched his horse, then made him undress himself, all to his shirt and drawers, and ordered him to turn his back to me. He asked me if I was going to shoot him. I ordered him the second time to turn his back to me. He said, "If you are determined to kill me, let me have time to pray before I die." I told him I had no time to hear him pray. He turned around and dropped on his knees, and I shot him through the back of the head. I ripped open his belly and took out his entrails and sunk him in the creek. I then searched his pockets and found $401.37 and a number of papers that I did not take the time to examine. I sunk the pocketbook and papers and his hat in the creek. His boots were brand new and fitted me very genteelly, and I put them on and sunk my old shoes in the creek to atone for them. I rolled up his clothes and put them into his portmanteau, as they were quite new cloth of the best quality. I mounted as fine a horse as I ever straddled, and directed my course to Natchez in much better style than I had been for the last 5 days. I reached Natchez and spent 2 days with my friends at the place and the girls under the hill together. I then left Natchez for the Choctaw Nation with the intention of giving some of them a chance for their property. As I was riding between Benton and Rankin, planning for my designs, I was overtaken by a tall and good-looking young man riding an elegant horse, which was splendidly rigged off, and the young gentleman's apparel was one of the gayest that could be had, and his watch, chain, and other jewelry were of the richest and best. I was anxious to know if he intended to travel through the Choctaw Nation, and soon managed to learn. He said he had been to the lower country with a drove of Negroes and was returning home to Kentucky. We rode on and soon got very intimate for strangers, and agreed to be company through the Indian Nation. We were 2 fine-looking men, and to hear us talk, we were very rich. I felt him on the subject of speculation, but he cursed the speculators, and said he was in a bad condition to fall into the hands of such villains, as he had the cash with him that 20 Negroes had sold for, and that he was very happy that he happened to get in company with me through the nation. I concluded he was a noble prize, and longed to be counting his cash. At length we came into one of those long stretches in the nation, where there was no house for 20 miles on the 3rd day after we had been in company with each other. The country was high, hilly, and broken, and no water. Just about the time I reached the place where I intended to count my companion's cash, I became very thirsty, and insisted on turning down a deep hollow, or dale, that headed near the road, to hunt some water. We had followed down the dale for 400 yards, when I drew my pistol and shot him through. He fell dead. I commenced hunting for his cash, and opened his large pocketbook, which was stuffed very full. And when I began to open it, I thought it was a treasure indeed, but oh, the contents of that book! It was richly filled with the copies of love songs, the forms of love letters, and some of his own composition, but no cash. I began to cut off his clothes with my knife and examine them for his money. I found $4.50 in change in his pockets, and no more. And this is the amount for which 20 Negroes sold, thought I. I recollected his watch and jewelry, and gathered them in. His chain was rich and good, but it was swung to an old brass watch. He was a puff for true, and I thought all such fools ought to die as soon as possible. I took his horse and swapped him to an Indian native for 4 ponies, and sold them on the way home. I reached home and spent a few weeks among the girls of my acquaintance, in all the enjoyments that money could afford. My next trip was through Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, and Maryland, and then back to South Carolina, and from there round by Florida and Alabama. I began to conduct the progress of my operations and establish my emissaries over the country in every direction. I've been going ever since from one place to another, directing and managing, but I have others now as good as myself to manage. This fellow Phelps, that I was telling you of before, he is a noble chap among the Negroes, and he wants them all free. He knows how to excite them as well as any person, but he will not do for a robber, as he cannot kill a man unless he has received an injury from him first. He is now in jail at Vicksburg, and I fear will hang. I went to see him not long since, but he is so strictly watched that nothing can be done. He has been in the habit of stopping men on the highway and robbing them, and letting them go on. But that will never do for a robber. After I rob a man, he will never give evidence against me, and there is but one safe plan in the business, and that is to kill. If I could not afford to kill a man, I would not rob. The great object that we have in compilation is to excite a rebellion among the Negroes throughout the slave-holding states. Our plan is to manage so as to have it commence everywhere at the same hour. We have set on the 25th of December, 1835, for the time to commence our operations. We design having our companies so stationed over the country, in the vicinity of the banks and large cities, that when the Negroes commence their carnage and slaughter, we will have detachments to fire the towns and rob the banks, while all is confusion and dismay. The rebellion taking place everywhere at the same time, every part of the country will be engaged in its own defense, and one part of the country can afford no relief to another, until many places will be entirely overrun by the Negroes, and our pockets replenished from the banks and the desks of rich merchants' houses. It is true that in many places in the slave states, the Negro population is not strong and would be easily overpowered, but back them with a few resolute leaders from our clan, they will murder thousands and huddle the remainder into large bodies of stationary defense for their own preservation. And then, in many other places, the black population is much the strongest, and under a leader would overrun the country before any steps could be taken to suppress them. We do not go to every Negro we see and tell them that the Negroes intend to rebel on the night of 25th of December, 1835. We find the most vicious and wickedly disposed on large farms, and poison their minds by telling them how they are mistreated. When we are convinced that we have found a bloodthirsty devil, we swear him to secrecy and disclose him the secret, and convince him that every other state and section of country where there are any Negroes intend to rebel and slay all the whites, they can on the night of 25th of December, 1835, and assure him that there are thousands of white men engaged in trying to free them, who will die by their sides in battle. We have a long ceremony for the oath, which is administered in the presence of a terrific picture painted for that purpose, representing the monster who is to deal with him should he prove unfaithful in the engagements he has entered into. This picture is highly calculated to make a Negro true to his trust, for he is disposed to be superstitious at best. Our black emissaries have the promise of a share in the spoils we may gain, and we promise to conduct them to Texas should we be defeated, where they will be free. But we never talk of being defeated. We always talk of victory and wealth to them. There is no danger in any man if you can ever get him once implicated or engaged in a matter. That is the way we employ our strikers in all things. We have them implicated before we trust them from our sight. This may seem too bold, but that is what I glory in. All the crimes I've ever committed have been of the most daring, and I have been successful in all my attempts as yet, and I am confident that I will be victorious in this matter, as in the robberies which I have in contemplation, and I will have the pleasure and honor of seeing and knowing that by my management I have glutted the earth with more human gore and destroyed more property than any other robber who has ever lived in America or the known world. I look on the American people as my common enemy. My clan is strong, brave, and experienced, and rapidly increasing in strength every day. I should not be surprised if we were to be 2,000 strong by the 25th of December, 1835, and in addition to this, I have the advantage of any other leader of the banditti that has ever preceded me, for at least one half of my Grand Council are men of high standing, and many of them in honorable and lucrative offices. The number of men, more or less prominent, in the different states included 61 from Tennessee, 47 from Mississippi, 46 from Arkansas, 25 from Kentucky, 27 from Missouri, 28 from Alabama, 33 from Georgia, 35 from South Carolina, 32 from North Carolina, 21 from Virginia, 27 from Maryland, 16 from Florida, 32 from Louisiana. The transient members who made a habit of traveling from place to place number 22. Morrell said there was a total list of 2,000 men in his band, including all classes. To the foregoing sketch of Morrell's life, Mr. Alexander Hinds, historian of Tennessee, adds some facts and comments which will enable the reader more fully to make his own estimate as to this singular man. The central meeting place of Morrell's band was near an enormous cottonwood tree in Mississippi County, Arkansas. It was standing in 1890 and is perhaps still standing in the wilderness shortly above Memphis. His widely scattered bands had a system of signs and passwords. Morrell himself was married to the sister of one of his gang. He bought a good farm near Denmark, Madison County, Tennessee, where he lived as a plain farmer while he conducted the most fearful schemes of rapine and murder from New Orleans up to Memphis, St. Louis, and Cincinnati. Nature had done much for Morrell. He had a quick mind, a fine natural address, and great adaptability, and he was as much at ease among the refined and cultured as he was with his own gang. He made a special study of criminal law, and knew something of medicine. He often palmed himself off as a preacher, and preached in large camp meetings, and some were converted under his ministry. He often used his clerical garb in passing counterfeit money. With a clear head, cool fine judgment, and a nature utterly without fear, moral or physical, his power over his men never waned. To them he was just, fair, and amiable. He was a kind husband and brother, and a faithful friend. He took great pride in his position and in the operations of his gang. This conceit was the only weak spot in his nature, and led to his downfall. Stewart, who purports to be Morrell's biographer, made Morrell's acquaintance, pretended to join his gang, and playing on his vanity, attended a meeting of the gang at the rendezvous at the Big Cottonwood, and saw the meeting of the Grand Council. He had Morrell arrested, and he was tried, convicted, and sent to the Tennessee Penitentiary in 1834 for 10 years. There he worked in the blacksmith shops, but by the time he got out, was broken down in mind and body, emerging an imbecile and an invalid, to live less than a year. Stewart's account holds inconsistencies and inaccuracies, such as that many men high in social and official life belonged to Morrell's gang, which his published lists do not show. He had perhaps 440 to 450 men, scattered from New Orleans to Cincinnati, but his downfall spread fear and distrust among them. At Vicksburg on July 4, 1835, a drunken member of the gang threatened to attack the authorities and was tarred and feathered. Others of the gang, or at least several well-known gamblers, collected and defied the citizens and killed the good and brave Dr. Bodley. 5 men were hung: Hullums, Dutch Bill, North, Smith, and McCall. The news swept like wildfire through the Mississippi Valley and gave heart to the lovers of law and order. At 1 or 2 other places, some were shot, some were hanged, and now and then 1 or 2 were sent to prison, and thus an end was put to organized crime in the Southwest forever. And this closed out the reign of the river cutthroats, pirates, and gamblers as well. Thus, as in the case of Stuyvesant, lynch law put an effectual end to outlawry that the law itself could not control. End of Chapter 4, read by Wayne Robinson, June 19th, 2023. Chapter 5 of The Story of the Outlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Robinson. The Story of the Outlaw by Emerson Hough. Section 5. Chapter 5. The Vigilantes of California. The greatest vigilante movement of the world, history of the California Stranglers, and their methods. The world will never see another California. Great gold stampedes there may be, but under conditions far different from those of 1849. Transportation has been so developed, travel has become so swift and easy, that no section can now long remain segregated from the rest of the world. There is no corner of the earth which may not now be reached with a celerity impossible in the days of the great rush to the Pacific coast. The whole structure of civilization, itself based upon transportation, goes swiftly forward with that transportation, and the tent of the miner or adventurer finds immediately erected by its side the temple of the law. It was not thus in those early days of our Western history. The law was left far behind by reason of the exigencies of geography and of wilderness travel. Thousands of honest men pressed on across the plains and mountains inflamed, it is true, by the madness of the lust for gold, but carrying, at the outset, no wish to escape from the watch care of the law. With them went equal numbers of those eager to escape all restraints of society and law, men intending never to aid in the uprearing of the social system in new wild lands. Both these elements, the law-loving and the law-hating, as they advanced pari passu farther and farther from the staid world which they had known, noticed the development of a strange phenomenon. That law, which they had left behind them, waned in importance with each passing day. The standards of the old home changed, even as customs changed. A week's journey from the settlements showed the Argonaut a new world. A month hedged about itself, alone, apart, with ideas and values of its own and independent of all others. A year sufficed to leave that world as distinct as though it occupied a planet all its own. For that world, the divine fire of the law must be rediscovered, evolved, nay, evoked fresh from chaos, even as the savage calls forth fire from the dry and sapless twigs of the wilderness. In the gold country, all ideas and principles were based upon new conditions. Precedents did not exist. Man had gone savage again, and it was the beginning. Yet this savage, willing to live as a savage in a land which was one vast encampment, was the Anglo-Saxon savage, and therefore carried with him that chief trait of the American character, the principle that what a man earns, not what he steals, but what he earns, is his, and his alone. This principle, sowed in ground forbidding and unpromising, was the seed of the law out of which has sprung the growth of a mighty civilization fit to be called an empire of its own. The growth and development of law, under such conditions, offered phenomena not recorded in the history of any other land or time. In the first place, and even while in transit, men organized for the purpose of self-protection, and in this necessary act, law-abiding and criminal elements united. After arriving at the scenes of the gold fields, such organization was forgotten. Even the parties that had banded together in the eastern states as partners rarely kept together for a month after reaching the region where luck, hazard, and opportunity, inextricably blended, appealed to each man to act for himself and with small reference to others. The first organizations of the mining camps were those of the criminal element. They were presently met by the organization of the law and order men. Hard upon the miners' law came the regularly organized legal machinery of the older states, modified by local conditions, and irretrievably blended with a politics more corrupt than any known before or since. Men were busy in picking up raw gold from the earth, and they paid small attention to courts and government. The law became an unbridled instrument of evil. Judges of the courts openly confiscated the property of their enemies, or sentenced them with no reference to the principles of justice, with as great disregard for life and liberty as was ever known in the revolutionary days of France. Against this manner of government presently arose the organizations of the law-abiding, the justice-loving, and these took the law into their own stern hands. The executive officers of the law, the sheriffs and constables, were in league to kill and confiscate, and against these the new agency of the actual law made war, constituting themselves into an arm of essential government, and openly called themselves vigilantes. In turn, criminals used the cloak of the vigilantes to cover their own deeds of lawlessness and violence. The vigilantes purged themselves of the false members, and carried their own title of opprobrium, the stranglers, with unconcern or pride. They grew in numbers, the love of justice their lodestone, until at one time they numbered more than 5,000 in the city of San Francisco alone, and held that community in a grip of lawlessness or law, as you shall choose to term it. They set at defiance the chief executive of the state, erected an armed castle of their own, seized upon the arms of the militia, defied the government of the United States and even the United States Army. They were, as you shall choose to call them, criminals, or great and noble men. Seek as you may today, you will never know the full roster of their names, although they made no concealment of their identity, and no one, to this day, has ever been able to determine who took the first step in their organization. They began their labors in California at a time when there had been more than 2,000 murders, 500 in 1 year, and not 5 legal executions. Their task included the erection of a fit structure of the law, and, incidentally, the destruction of a corrupt and unworthy structure claiming the title of the law. In this strange, swift panorama, there is all the story of the social system, all the picture of the building of that temple of the law which, as Americans, we now revere, or, at times, still despise and desecrate. At first, The average gold seeker concerned himself little with law, because he intended to make his fortune quickly and then hasten back east to his former home. Yet, as early as the winter of 1849, there was elected a legislature which met at San Jose, a Senate of 16 members, and an Assembly of 36. In this election, the new American vote was in evidence. The miners had already tired of the semi-military phase of their government and had met and adopted a state constitution. The legislature enacted 140 new laws in 2 months and abolished all former laws. And then, satisfied with its labors, it left the enforcement of the laws, in the good old American fashion, to whomsoever might take an interest in the matter. This is our custom even today. Our great cities of the East are practically all governed, so far as they are governed at all, by civic leagues, civic federations, citizens' leagues, businessmen's associations, all protest at non-enforcement of the law. This protest in 49, and on the Pacific coast, took a sterner form. At one time, the city of San Francisco had 3 separate and distinct city councils, each claiming to be the only legal one. In spite of the new state organization, the law was much a matter of go as you please. Under such conditions, it was no wonder that outlawry began to show its head in bold and well-organized forms. A party of ruffians, who called themselves the Hounds, banded together to run all foreigners out of the rich camps and to take their diggings over for themselves. A number of Chileans were beaten or shot, and their property was confiscated or destroyed. This was not in accordance with the saving grace of American justice, which devoted to a man that which he had earned. A counter-organization was promptly formed, and the Hounds found themselves confronted with 200 special constables, each with a good rifle. A mass meeting sat as a court, and 20 of the Hounds were tried, 10 of them receiving sentences that were never enforced, but which had the desired effect. So now, while far to the eastward the Congress was hotly arguing the question of the admission of California as a state, she was beginning to show an interest in law and justice when aroused thereto. It was difficult material out of which to build a civilized community. The hardest population of the entire world was there, men savage or civilized by tradition, heathen or Christian once at least, but now all Californian. Wealth was the one common thing. The average daily return in the work of mining ranged from $20 to $30, and no man might tell when his fortune might be made by a blow of a pick. Some nuggets of gold weighing 25 pounds were discovered. In certain diggings, men picked pure gold from the rock crevices with a spoon or a knife point. As to values, they were guessed at, the only currency being gold dust or nuggets. Prodigality was universal. All the gamblers of the world met in vulture concourse. There was little in the way of home, of women, almost none. Life was as cheap as gold dust. Let those who liked bother about statehood and government and politics. The average man was too busy digging and spending gold to trouble over such matters. The most shameless men were those found in public office. Wealth and commerce waxed great, but law and civilization languished. The times were ripening for the growth of some system of law which would offer protection to life and property. The measure of this need be seen from the figures of the production of gold. From 1848 to 1856, California produced between $500 and $600 million in virgin gold. What wonder the courts were weak, and what wonder the vigilantes became strong. There were in California 3 distinct vigilante movements, those of 1849, 1851, and 1856, the earliest applying rather to the outlying mining camps than to the city of San Francisco. In 1851, seeing that the courts made no attempt to punish criminals, a committee was formed which did much toward enforcing respect for the principles of justice, if not of law. On June 11th, they hanged John Jenkins for robbing a store. A month later, they hanged James Stewart for murdering a sheriff. In August of the same summer, they took out of jail and hanged Whitaker and Mackenzie, Australian convicts who they had tried and sentenced but who had been rescued by the officers of the law. 2 weeks later, this committee disbanded. They paid no attention to the many killings that were going on over land titles and the like, but confined themselves to punishing men who had committed intolerable crimes. Theft was as serious as murder, perhaps more so, in the creed of the time and place. The list of murders reached appalling dimensions. The times were sadly out of joint. The legislature was corrupt, graft was rampant, though then unknown by that name, and the entire social body was restless, discontented, and uneasy. Politics had become a fine art. The judiciary, lazy and corrupt, was held in contempt. The dockets of the court were full, and little was done to clear them effectively. Criminals did as they liked, and went unwhipped of justice. It was truly a day of violence and license. Once more, the sober and law-loving men of California sent abroad word, and again the vigilantes assembled. In 1853, they hanged 2 Mexicans for horse stealing, and also a bartender who had shot a citizen near Shasta. At Jackson, they hanged another Mexican for horse stealing, and at Volcano, in 1854, they hanged a man named Macy for stabbing an old and helpless man. In this instance, vengeance was very swift, for the murderer was executed within half an hour after his deed. The haste caused certain criticism when, in the same month, one Johnson was hanged for stabbing a man named Montgomery at Iowa Hill, who later recovered. At Los Angeles, 3 men were sentenced to death by the local court, but the Supreme Court issued a stay for 2 of them, Brown and Lee. The people asserted that they all must die together, and the mayor of the city was of the same mind. The third man, Alvitri, was hanged legally on January 12, 1855. On that day, the mayor resigned his office to join the vigilantes. Brown was taken out of jail and hanged in spite of the decision of the Supreme Court. The people were outrunning the law. That same month, they hanged another murderer for killing the treasurer of Tuolumne County. In the following month, they hanged 3 more cattle thieves in Contra Costa County, and followed this by hanging a horse thief in Oakland. A larger affair threatened in the following summer, when 36 Mexicans were arrested for killing a party of Americans. For a time, it was proposed to hang all 36, but sober counsel prevailed, and only 3 were hanged, this after formal jury trial. Unknown bandits waylaid and killed Isaac B. Wall and T.S. Williamson of Monterey, and, that same month, U.S. Marshal William H. Richardson was shot by Charles Cora in the streets of San Francisco. The people grumbled. There was no certainty that justice would ever reach these offenders. The reputation of the state was ruined, not by the acts of the vigilantes, but by those of unscrupulous and unprincipled men in office and upon the bench. The government was run by gamblers, ruffians, and thugs. The good men of the state began to prepare for a general movement of purification and the installation of an actual law. The great vigilante movement of 1856 was the result. The immediate cause of this last organization was the murder of James King, editor of the Bulletin, by James P. Casey. Casey, after shooting King, was hurried off to jail by his friends, and there was protected by a display of military force. King lingered for 6 days after he was shot, and the state of public opinion was ominous. Cora, who had killed Marshal Richardson, had never been punished, and there seemed no likelihood that Casey would be. The local press was divided. The religious papers, the Pacific and the Christian Advocate, both openly declared that Casey ought to be hanged. The clergy took up the matter sternly, and one minister of the gospel, Reverend J. A. Benton of Sacramento, gave utterance to this remarkable but well-grounded statement. A people can be justified in recalling delegated power and resuming its exercise. Before we hasten to criticize sweepingly, under the term mob law, such work as this of the Vigilantes, it will be well for us to weigh that utterance and to apply it to conditions of our own times. Today is well nigh as dangerous to American liberties as were the wilder days of California. Now, summoned by some unknown command, armed men appeared in the streets of San Francisco, 24 companies in all, with perhaps 50 men in each company. The Vigilantes had organized again. They brought a cannon and placed it against the jail gate and demanded that Casey be surrendered to them. There was no help for it, and Casey went away handcuffed to face a court where political influence would mean nothing. An hour later, the murderer Cora was taken from his cell and was hastened away to join Casey in the headquarters building of the Vigilantes. A company of armed and silent men marched on each side of the carriage containing the prisoner. The two men were tried in formal session of the committee, each having counsel, and all evidence being carefully weighed. King died on May 20th, 1856, and on May 22nd was buried with popular honors, a long procession of citizens following the body to the cemetery. A popular subscription was started, and in a brief time over $30,000 was raised for the benefit of his widow and children. When the long procession filed back into the city, it was to witness, swinging from a beam projecting from a window of committee headquarters, the bodies of Casey and Cora. The committee now arrested two more men, not for a capital crime, but for one which lay back on a long series of capital crimes, the stuffing of ballot boxes and other election frauds. These men were Billy Mulligan and the prize fighter known as Yankee Sullivan. Although advised that he would have a fair trial and that the death penalty would not be passed upon him, Yankee Sullivan committed suicide in his cell. The entire party of lawyers and judges were arrayed against the committee, naturally enough. Judge Terry, of the Supreme Court, issued a writ of habeas corpus for Mulligan. The committee ignored the sheriff who was sent to serve the writ. They cleared the streets in front of headquarters, established 6 cannon in front of their rooms, put loaded swivels on top of the roof, and mounted a guard of 100 riflemen. They brought bedding and provisions to their quarters, mounted a huge triangle on the roof for a signal to their men all over the city, arranged the interior of their rooms in the form of a court, and, in short, set themselves up as the law, openly defying their own Supreme Court of the state. So far from being afraid of the vengeance of the law, they arrested 2 more men for election frauds, Cass B. Duane and Woolley Kearney. All their prisoners were guarded in cells within the headquarters building. The opposition to the committee now organized in turn under the name of the Law and Order Men and held a public meeting. This was numerously attended by members of the Vigilante Committee, whose books were now open for enrollment. Not even the criticism of their own friends stayed these men in their resolution. They went even further. Governor Johnson issued a proclamation to them to disband and disperse. They paid no attention to this than they had to Judge Terry's writ of habeas corpus. The governor threatened them with the militia, but it was not enough to frighten them. General Sherman resigned his command in the state militia and counseled moderation at so dangerous a time. Many of the militia turned in their rifles to the committee, which got other arms from vessels in the harbor and from carelessly guarded armories. Halting at no responsibility, a band of the committee even boarded a schooner which was carrying down a cargo of rifles from the governor to General Howard at San Francisco and seized the entire lot. Shortly after this, they confiscated a second shipment which the governor was sending down from Sacramento in the same way, thus seizing property of the federal government. If there was such a crime as high treason, they committed it, and did so openly and without hesitation. Governor Johnson contented himself with drawing up a statement of the situation, which was sent down to President Pierce at Washington with the request that he instruct naval officers on the Pacific Station to supply arms to the state of California, which had been despoiled by certain of its citizens. President Pierce turned over the matter to his Attorney General, Caleb Cushing, who rendered an opinion saying that Governor Johnson has not yet exhausted the state remedies and that the United States government could not interfere. Little remained for the committee to do to show its resolution to act as the state's pro tempore. That little it now proceeded to do by practically suspending the Supreme Court of California. In making an arrest of a witness wanted by the committee, Sterling A. Hopkins, one of the policemen retained for work by the committee, was stabbed in the throat by Judge Terry of the Supreme Bench, who was very bitter against all members of the committee. It was supposed that the wound would prove fatal, and at once the committee sounded the call for General Assembly. The city went into two hostile camps, Terry and his friend, Dr. Ashe, taking refuge in the armory where the Law and Order faction kept their arms. The members of the Vigilante Committee besieged this place and presently took charge of Terry and Ashe as prisoners. Then the scouts of the committee went out after the arms of all the armories belonging to the governor and the Law and Order men who supported him, the lawyers and politicians who felt their functions were being usurped. 2,000 rifles were taken, and the opposing party was left without arms. The entire state, so to speak, was now in the hands of the Committee of Vigilance, a body of men, quiet, law-loving, law-enforcing, but of course technically traitors and criminals. The parallel of this situation has never existed elsewhere in American history. Had Hopkins died, the probability is that Judge Terry would have been hanged by the committee, but fortunately, he did not die. Terry lay a prisoner in the cell assigned him at the committee's rooms for 7 weeks, by which time Hopkins had recovered from the wound given him by Terry. The case became one of national interest, and tirades against the Stranglers were not lacking, but the committee went on enrolling men, and it did not open its doors for its prisoners, although appeal was made to Congress in Terry's behalf, an appeal which was referred to the Committee on Judiciary and so buried. Terry was finally released, much to the regret of many of the committee, who sought he should have been punished. The Executive Committee called together the Board of Delegates and issued a statement showing that death and banishment were the only penalties optional with them. Death they could not inflict because Hopkins had recovered, and banishment they thought impractical at the time, as it might prolong discussion indefinitely and enforce a longer term in service than the committee cared for. It was the earnest wish of all to disband at the first moment that they considered their state and city fit to take care of themselves, and the sacredness of the ballot box again ensured. To assure this latter fact, they had arrayed themselves against the federal government, as certainly they had against the state government. The committee now hanged 2 more murderers, Hetherington and Brace, the former a gambler from St. Louis, the latter a youth of New York parentage, 21 years of age, but hardened enough to curse volubly upon the scaffold. By the middle of August, 1856, they had no more prisoners in charge and were ready to turn the city over to its own system of government. Their report, published in the following fall, showed that they had hanged 4 men and banished many others, besides frightening out of the country a large criminal population that did not tarry for arrest and trial. If opinion was divided, to some extent in San Francisco, where those stirring deeds occurred, the sentiment of the outlying communities of California was almost a unit in favor of the vigilantes, and their action received the sincere flattery of imitation as half a score of criminals learned to their sorrow on impromptu scaffolds. There was no large general organization in any other community, however. After a time, some of the banished men came back, and many damaged suits were argued later in the courts. But small satisfaction came to those claimants, and few men who knew of the deeds of the Committee of Vigilance ever cared to discuss them. Indeed, it was practically certain that any man who ever served on a Western Vigilance Committee finished his life with sealed lips. Had he ventured to talk of what he knew, he would have met contempt, or something harsher. A political capital was made out of the situation in San Francisco. The Committee of Vigilance felt that it had now concluded its work and was ready to go back to civil life. On August 18, 1856, the committee marched openly in review through the streets of the city, 5,137 men in line, with 3 companies of artillery, 18 cannon, a company of dragoons, and a medical staff of 40-odd physicians. They were in this body 150 men who had served in the old committee in 1851. After the parade, the men halted. The assemblage broke up into companies, the companies into groups, and thus, quietly, with no vaunting of themselves and no concealment of their acts, there passed away one of the most singular and significant organizations of American citizens ever known. They did this with the quiet assertion that if their services were again needed, they would again assemble, and they printed a statement covering their actions in detail, showing to any fair-minded man that what they had done was indeed for the good of the whole community, which had been wronged by those whom it had elected to power, those who had set themselves up as masters, where they had been chosen as servants. The Committee of Vigilance of San Francisco was made up of men from all walks of life and all political parties. It had any amount of money at its command that it required, for its members were of the best and most influential citizens. It maintained, during its existence, quarters unique in their way, serving as arms room, trial court, fortress, and prison. It was not a mob, but a grave and orderly band of men, and its deliberations were formal and exact, its labors being divided among proper subcommittees and boards. The quarters were kept open day and night, always ready for swift action if necessary. It had an executive committee, which upon occasion conferred with a board of delegates composed of 3 men from each subdivision of the general body. The executive committee consisted of 33 members, and its decision was final, but it could not enforce a death penalty except on a 2/3 vote of those present. It had a prosecuting attorney, and it tried no prisoner without assigning to him competent counsel. It had also a police force, with a chief of police and a sheriff with several deputies. In short, it took over the government, and was indeed the government, municipal and state in one. Recent as was its life, its deeds today are well nigh forgotten. Though opinion may be still divided in certain quarters, California need not be ashamed of this Committee of Vigilance. She should be proud of it, for it was largely through its unthanked and dangerous safeguarding of the public interests that California gained her social system of today. In all the history of American desperadism, and of the movements which have checked it, there is no page more worth study than this from the story of the great Golden State. The moral is a sane, clean, and strong one. The creed of the Committee of Vigilance is one which we might well learn today, and its practice would leave us with more dignity of character than we can claim, so long as we content ourselves merely with outcry and criticism, with sweeping accusation of our unfaithful public servants, and without seeing that they are punished. There is nothing but manhood and freedom and justice in the covenant of the committee. That covenant, all American citizens should be ready to sign up and live up to. We do bind ourselves each unto the other by a solemn oath to do and perform every just and lawful act for the maintenance of law and order, and to sustain the laws when faithfully and properly administered. But we are determined that no thief, burglar, incendiary, assassin, ballot box stuffer, or other disturber of the peace shall escape punishment, either by quibbles of the law, the carelessness of the police, or laxity of those who pretend to administer justice. What a man earns, that is his. Such was the lesson of California. Self-government is our right as a people. That is what the Vigilantes said. When the laws failed of execution, then it was the people's right to resume the power that they had delegated, or which had been usurped from them. That is their statement, as quoted by one of the ablest of many historians of this movement. The people might withdraw authority when faithless servants used it to thwart justice. That was what the Vigilantes preached. It is good doctrine today. End of Chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of The Story of the Outlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The Story of the Outlaw by Emerson Hough. Section 6. The Outlaw of the Mountains. The Gold Stampedes of the 60s. Armed Bandits of the Mountain Mining Camps. The greatest of American gold stampedes, and perhaps the greatest of the world, not even excepting that of Australia, was that following upon the discovery of gold in California. For 20 years all the West was mad for gold. No other way would serve but the digging of wealth directly from the soil. Agriculture was too slow, commerce too tame to satisfy the bold population of the frontier. The history of the first struggle for mining claims in California, one stampede after another, as this, that, and the other strike was reported in new localities, was repeated all over the vast region of the auriferous mountain lands lying between the plains and California, which were swiftly prospected by men who had now learned well the prospector's trade. The gold hunters lapped back on their own trails and, no longer content with California, began to prospect lower Oregon, upper Idaho, and western Montana. Walla Walla was a supply point for a time. Florence was a great mountain market, and Lewiston, one district after another, sprang into prominence, to fade away after a year or two of feverish life. The placers near Brannock caught a wild set of men, who surged back from California. Oro Fino was a temporary capital, then the fabulously rich placer which made Alder Gulch one of the quickly perished but still unforgotten diggings. The flat valley of this latter gulch housed several towns, but was really for a dozen miles a continuous string of miners' cabins. The city of Helena is built on the tailings of these placer washings, and its streets are literally paved with gold, even today. Here in 1863, while the great conflict between North and South was raging, a common community of wild men, not organized into anything fit to be called society, divided and fought bitterly for control of the apparently exhaustless wealth which came pouring from the virgin mines. These clashing factions repeated in intensified form the history of California. They were even more utterly cut off from all the world. Letters and papers from the States had to reach the mountains by way of California, via the Horn or the Isthmus. Touch with the older civilization was utterly lost. Of law, there was none. Upon the social horizon now appeared the sinister figure of the trained desperado, the professional bad man. The business of outlawry was turned into a profession, one highly organized, relatively safe, and extremely lucrative. There was wealth to be had for the asking or the taking. Each miner had his buckskin purse filled with native gold. This dust was like all other dust. It could not be traced nor identified, and the old saying, "'Twas mine, 'tis his," might here of all places in the world most easily become true. Checks, drafts, currency as we know it now, all the means by which civilized men keep record of their property transactions were unknown. The gold scales established the only currency, and each man was his own banker, obliged to be his own peace officer, and the defender of his own property. Now our desperado appeared, the man who had killed his man, or more likely several men, and who had not been held sternly to an accounting for his acts. The man with the six-shooter, and the skill to use it more swiftly and accurately than the average man. The man with the mind which did not scruple at murder. He found much to encourage him, little to oppose him. The crowd from both east and west had now arrived. The town was full of gold hunters. Expectation lighted up the countenance of every newcomer. Few had yet realized the utter despair of failure in a mining camp. In the presence of vice, in all its forms, men who were staid and exemplary at home laid aside their morality like a useless garment, and yielded to the seductive influences spread for their ruin. The gambling shops and hurdy-gurdy saloons, beheld for the first time by many of these fortune-seekers, lured them on step by step, until many of them abandoned all thoughts of the object they had in pursuit for lives of shameful and criminal indulgence. The condition of society thus produced was fatal to all attempts at organization, either for protection or good order. Henry Plummer, the most important captain of these cutthroats of the mountains, had 100 or more men in his widely scattered criminal confederacy. More than 100 murders were committed by these banditti in the space of 3 years. Many others were, without doubt, committed and never traced. Dead bodies were common in these hills, and often were unidentified. The wanderer from the States usually kept his own counsel. None knew who his family might be, and that family, missing a member who disappeared into the maw of the great West of that day of danger, might never know the fate of the one mysteriously vanished. These robbers had their confederates scattered in all ranks of life. Plummer himself was sheriff of his county, and had confederates in deputies or city marshals. This was a strange feature of this old desperadoism in the West. It paraded often in the guise of the law. We shall find further instances of this same phenomenon. Employees, friends, officials, there was none that one might trust. The organization of the robbers even extended to the stage lines, and a regular system of communication existed by which the allies advised each other when and where such and such a passenger was going with such and such an amount of gold upon him. The holding up of the stage was something regularly expected, and the traveler who had any money or valuables drew a long breath when he reached a region where there was really a protecting law. Men were shot down in the streets on little or no provocation, and the murderer boasted of his crime and defied punishment. The dance halls were run day and night. The drinking of whiskey, and moreover bad whiskey, was a thing universal. Vice was everywhere, and virtue was not. Those few who had an aim and an ambition in life were long in the minority, and in the welter of a general license they might not recognize each other and join hands. Murder and pillage ruled, until at length the spirit of law and order, born anew of necessity, grew and gained power, as it did in most early communities of the West. How these things in time took place may best be seen by reference to the bloody biographies of some of the most reckless desperadoes ever seen in any land. End of Chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of The Story of the Outlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dan McNellan. The Story of the Outlaw by Emerson Hough. Section 7. Henry Plummer. Henry Plummer was for several years in the early 60s the chief of the widely extended band of robbers and murderers who kept the placer mining fields of Montana and Idaho in a state of terror. Posing part of the time as an officer of the law, he was all the time the leader in the reign of lawlessness. He was always ready for combat, and he so relied upon his own skill that he would even give his antagonist the advantage, or just enough advantage, to leave himself sure to kill him. His victims in duels of this sort were many, and as to his victims in cold-blooded robbery, in which death wiped out the record, no one will ever know the list. Plummer was born in Connecticut in 1837, and until his departure as a young man for the West, he was all that might be expected of one brought up under the chastening influences of a New England home. He received a good education and became a polished, affable, and gentlemanly appearing man. He was about 5 feet 10, possibly 5 feet 11 inches in height, and weighed about 160 pounds, being rather slender in appearance. His face was handsome, and his demeanor always frank and open, although he was quiet and did not often talk unless accosted. His voice was low and pleasant, and he had no bravado or swagger about him. His eyes were light in color and singularly devoid of expression. Two features gave him a sinister look: his forehead, which was low and brutish, and his eye, which was cold and fish-like. His was a strong, well-keyed, nervous organization. He was quick as a cat when in action, though apparently suave and easy in disposition. He was a good pistol shot, perhaps the best of all the desperadoes who infested Idaho and Montana at that time. Not even in his cups did he lose control of voice and eye and weapon. He was always ready, a cool, quiet, self-possessed, well-regulated killing machine. At the date of Plummer's arrival in the mining country, the town of Lewiston, Idaho, was the emporium of a wide region then embraced under the name of Idaho Territory, the latter also including Montana at that time. Where his life had been spent previous to that is not known, but it is thought that he came over from California. Plummer set up as a gambler, and this gave him the key to the Brotherhood of the Bad. Gamblers usually stick together pretty closely and institute a sort of Freemasonry of their own, so that Plummer was not long in finding among men of his own profession and their associates a number of others whom he considered safe to take into his confidence. Every man accepted by Plummer was a murderer. He would have no weaklings. No one can tell how many victims his associates had had before they went into his alliance, but it is sure that novices in man-killing were not desired, nor any who had not been proved of nerve. Plummer soon had so many men that he set up a rendezvous at points on all the trails leading out from Lewiston to such mines as were producing any gold. One robbery followed another, until the band threw off all restraint and ran the towns as they liked, paying for what they took when they felt like it, and laughing at the protests of the minority of the population, which was placed in the hard strait of being in that country and unable to get out without being robbed. It was the intention to seize the property of every man who was there, and who was not accepted as a member of the gang. One killing after another occurred on the trails, and man after man was lost and never traced. Assaults were made upon many men who escaped, but no criminal could be located, and indeed there was no law by which any of them could be brought to book. The express riders were fired upon and robbed, and the pack trains looted. No man expected to cross the mountain trails without meeting some of the robbers, and when he did meet them, he expected to be killed if he made resistance, for they outnumbered the parties they attacked in nearly all instances, The outlaws were now indeed about 3 times as numerous as those not in sympathy with them. Rendered desperate by this state of affairs, a few resolute citizens who wanted law and order found each other out at last and organized into a vigilance committee, remembering the success of the Vigilantes of California, whose work was still recent history. Plummer himself was among the first to join this embryotic vigilante movement, as was the case in so many other similar movements in other parts of the West, where the criminal joined the law-loving in order to find out what the latter intended to do. His address was such as to disarm completely all suspicion, and he had full knowledge of facts which enabled him to murder for vengeance as well as for gain. After Oro Fino was worked out as a placer field, the prospectors located other grounds east of the Salmon River Range at Elk City and Florence, and soon Lewiston was forsaken, all the population trooping off over the mountains to the new fields. This broke up the vigilante movement in its infancy and gave Plummer a longer lease of life for his plans. All those who had joined the vigilante movement were marked men. One after another they were murdered. None knew by whom or why. Masked robbers were seen every day along the trails leading between one remote mining camp and another, but no one suspected Henry Plummer, who was serving well in his double role. Meanwhile, additional placer grounds had been discovered 150 miles south of Florence on the Boise River, and some valuable strikes were also made far to the north, at the upper waters of the Beaverhead. All the towns in the westward were now abandoned, and the miners left Florence as madly as they had rushed to it from Oro Fino and Elk City. West Bannock and East Bannock were now all the cry. To these new points, as may be supposed, the organized band of robbers fled with the others. Plummer, who had tried Elk City, Deer Lodge, and other points, now appeared at Bannock. One after another, reports continued to come of placers discovered here and there in the upper Rockies. Among all these, the strikes on Gold Creek proved to be the most extensive and valuable. A few Eastern men, almost by accident, had found fair pay there and returned to that locality when they found themselves unable to get across the snow-covered mountains to Florence. These few men at the Gold Creek diggings got large additions from expeditions made up in Denver and bound for Florence, who also were unable to get across the Salmon River Mountains. Yet others came out in the summer of 1862 by way of the upper plains and the Missouri River, so that the accident of the season, so to speak, turned aside the traffic intended to reach Florence into quite another region. This fact, as events proved, had much to do with the later fate of Henry Plummer and his associates. These Eastern men were different from those who had been schooled in the mines of the Pacific Slope. They still clung to law and order, and they did not propose to be robbed. The first news of the strikes brought over the advance guard of the roughs who had been running the other camps, and as soon as these were unmasked by acts of their own, the little advance guard of civilization shot one of them, Arnett, and hung 2 others, Jernigan and Spillman. This was the real beginning of a permanent vigilante force in Montana. It afforded perhaps the only known instance of a man being buried with a 6-shooter in one hand and a hand of cards in the other. Arnett was killed in a game of cards and died with his death grip thus fixed. The new jiggings did not at first prove themselves, and the camp at Bannock on Grasshopper Creek was more prosperous. Henry Plummer, therefore, elected Bannock as his headquarters. Others of the loosely connected banditti began to drop into Bannock from other districts, and Plummer was soon surrounded by his clan and kin in crime. George Ives, Bill Mitchell, Charlie Reeves, Cy Skinner, and others began operations on the same lines which had so distinguished them at the earlier diggings west of the range. In a few weeks, Bannock was as bad as Lewiston or Florence had ever been. In fact, it became so bad that the vigilantes began to show their teeth, although they confined their sentences to banishment. The black sheep and the white began now to be segregated. Plummer, shrewd to see the drift of opinion, saw that he must now play his hand out to the finish, that he could not now reform. He accordingly laid his plans to kill Jack Crawford, who was chosen as Miner's sheriff. Plummer undertook one expedient after another to draw Crawford into a quarrel in which he knew he could kill him, for Plummer's speed with the pistol had been proved when he killed Jack Cleveland, one of his own best gunfighters. Rumor ran that he was the best pistol shot in the Rockies, and as bad a man as the worst. Plummer thought that Crawford suspected him of belonging to the bandits, and so doomed him. Crawford was wary, and defeated 3 separate attempts to waylay and kill him, besides avoiding several quarrels that were thrust upon him by Plummer or his men. Dick Fledger, a friend of Crawford, was also marked by Plummer, who challenged him to fight with pistols, as he frequently had challenged Crawford. Fledger was a braver man than Crawford, but he declined the duel. Plummer would have killed them both. He only wanted the appearance of an even break, with the later plea of self-defense, which had shielded so many bad men from punishment for murder. Plummer now tried treachery and told Crawford they would be friends. All the time he was hunting a chance to kill him. At length he held Crawford up in a restaurant and stood waiting for him with a rifle. A friend handed Crawford a rifle, and the latter slipped up and took a shot from the corner of the house at Plummer, who was across the street. The ball struck Plummer's right arm and tore it to pieces. Crawford missed him with a second shot, and Plummer walked back to his own cabin. Here he had a long siege with his wound, refusing to allow his arm to be amputated, since he knew he might as well be dead as to be crippled. He finally recovered, although the ball was never removed and the bone never knit. The ball lodged in his wrist and was found there after his death, worn smooth as silver by the action of the bones. Crawford escaped down the Missouri River, to which he fled at Fort Benton. He never came back into the country. Plummer went out practicing with a 6-shooter with his left hand and became a very good left-hand shot. He knew that his only safety lay in his skill with weapons. Plummer's physician was Dr. Glick, who operated under cover of a shotgun, and with the cheerful assurance that if he killed Plummer by accident, he himself would be killed. After that, Glick dressed the wounds of more than one outlaw, but dared not tell of it. Plummer admitted to him at last that these were his men, and told Glick he would kill him if he ever breathed a word of this confidence. So the knowledge of the existence of the banditti was known to one man for a long time. As to Bannock, it was one of the wildest camps ever known in any land. Pistol fire was heard incessantly, and one victim after another was added to the list. George Ives, Johnny Cooper, George Carhart, Hayes Lyons, Cy Skinner, and others of the toughs were now open associates of the leading spirit, Plummer. The condition of lawlessness and terror was such that all the decent men would have gone back to the States, but the same difficulties that had kept them from getting across to Florence now kept them from getting back east. The winter held them prisoners. Henry Plummer was now elected sheriff for the Bannock mining district. to succeed Crawford, whom he had run out of the country. It seems very difficult to understand how this could have occurred, but it will serve to show the numerical strength of Plummer's party. The latter, now married, professed to have reformed. In reality, he was deeper in deviltry than ever in his life. The diggings at Gold Creek and Bannock were now eclipsed by the sensational discoveries of the famous Alder Gulch, one of the phenomenal places of the world and the most productive ever known in America. The stampede was fast and furious to these new diggings. In 10 days, the gulch was staked out for 12 miles, and the cabins of the miners were occupied for all of that distance and scattered over a long, low flat, whose vegetation was quickly swept away. The new camp that sprang up on one end of this bar was called Virginia City. It need not be said that among the first settlers there were the outlaws earlier mentioned, with several others, Jack Gallagher, Buck Stinson, Ned Ray, and others, these three named being deputies of Sheriff Plummer. A sort of court was formed for trying disputed mining claims. Charlie Forbes was clerk of this court, and incidentally one of Plummer's band. This clerk and these deputies killed one Dillingham, whom they suspected of informing a friend of a robbery planned to make away with him on the trail from Bannock to Virginia City. They were tried by the court and freed. Hayes Lyons admitted privately that Plummer had told him to kill the informer Dillingham. The invariable plan of the bloodthirsty man was to destroy unfavorable testimony by means of death. The unceasing flood of gold from the seemingly exhaustless gulch caused 3 or 4 more little camps or towns to spring up. But Virginia City now took the palm for frontier reputation in hardness. 10 millions in dust was washed out in 1 year. Everyone had gold, sacks, and cans of it. The wild license of the place was unspeakably vitiating. Fights with weapons were incessant. Rude dance halls and saloons were crowded with truculent armed men in search of trouble. Churches and schools were unknown. Tents, log cabins, and brush shanties made the residences. Hacks rattled to and fro between the several towns, freighted with drunken and rowdy humanity of both sexes. Citizens of acknowledged respectability often walked, more often perhaps rode, side by side on horseback with noted courtesans in open days through the crowded streets, and seemingly suffered no harm in reputation. Pistols flashed, bowie knives flourished, oaths filled the air. This was indeed the reign of unbridled license, and men who at first regarded it with disgust and terror, by constant exposure soon learned to become part of it, and to forget that they had ever aught else. Judges, lawyers, doctors, even clergymen could not claim exemption. This was in 1863. At that time, the nearest capitals were Olympia on Puget Sound, Yankton, 2,000 miles away, and Lewiston, 700 miles away. What machinery of the law was there to hinder Plummer and his men? What better field than this one, literally overflowing with gold, could they have asked for their operations? And what better chief than Plummer? His next effort was to be appointed Deputy United States Marshal, and he received the endorsement of the leading men of Bannock. Plummer afterward tried several times to kill Nathaniel P. Langford, who caused his defeat, but was unsuccessful in getting the opportunity he sought. From Bannock to Salt Lake City was about 500 miles. Mails by this time came in from Salt Lake City, which was the supply point. If a man wanted to send out gold to his people in the States, it had to go over this long trail across the wild regions. There was no mail service and no express office nearer than Salt Lake. Merchants sent out their funds by private messenger. Every such journey was a risk of death. Plummer had clerks in every institution that was making money, and these kept him posted as to the times when shipments of dust were about to be made. They also told him when any well-staked miner was going out to the States. Plummer's men were posted all along the mountain trails. No one will ever know how many men were killed in all on the Salt Lake Trail. There was a stage also between Bannock and Virginia City, and this was regarded as a legitimate and regular booty producer by the gang. Whenever a rich passenger took stage, a Confederate at the place put a mark on the vehicle so that it could be read at the next stop. At this point, there was sure to be others of the gang who attended for further details. Sometimes $2,000 or $3,000 would be taken from a single passenger. A stage often carried $15,000 or $20,000 in dust. Plummer knew when and where and how each stage was robbed, but in his capacity as sheriff, covered up the traces of all his associates. The robbers who did the work were usually masked, and although suspicions were rife and mutterings began to grow louder, there was no actual evidence against Plummer until one day he held up a young man by the name of Tilden, who voiced his belief that he knew the man who had held him up. Further evidence was soon to follow. A pack train bound for Salt Lake had no less than $8,000 in dust in its charge, and Plummer had sent out Dutch John and Steve Marshland to hold up the train. The freighters were too plucky, and both the bandits were wounded and so marked, although for the time they escaped. George Ives also was recognized by one or two victims, and began to be watched on account of his numerous open murders. At length, the dead body of a young man named Tybalt was found in a thicket near Alder Gulch, under circumstances showing a revolting murder. At last, the slumbering spirit of the vigilantes began to awaken. 24 men of the camp went out and arrested Long John, George Ives, Alex Carter, Whiskey Bill, Bob Zachary, and Johnny Cooper. These men were surprised in their camp, and among their long list of weapons were some that had been taken from men who had been robbed or murdered. These weapons were identified by friends. Old Tex was another man taken in charge, and George Hilderman yet another. All these men wanted a jury trial, and wanted it at Virginia City, where Plummer would have official influence enough to get his associates released. The captors, however, were men from Nevada, the other leading camp in Alder Gulch, and they took their prisoners there. At once, a Plummer man hastened out on horseback to get the chief on the ground, riding all night across the mountains to Bannock to carry the news that the citizens had at last rebelled against anarchy, robbery, and murder. On the following morning, 2,000 men had gathered at Nevada City and had resolved to try the outlaws. As there was rivalry between Virginia and Nevada camps, a jury was made up of 24 men, 12 from each camp. The miners' court, most dreaded of all tribunals, was in session. Some forms of the law were observed. Long John was allowed to turn state's evidence. He swore that George Ives had killed Tybalt, and declared that he shot him while Tybalt was on his knees praying, after he had been told that he must die. Then a rope was put around his neck, and he was dragged to a place of concealment in the thicket where the body was found. Tybalt was not dead while so dragged. for his hands were found full of grass and twigs which he had clutched. Ives was condemned to death, and the law and order men were strong enough to suppress the armed disturbance at once started by his friends, none of whom could realize that the patient citizens were at last taking the law into their own hands. A scaffold was improvised, and Ives was hung, the first of the Plummer gang to meet retribution. The others, then in custody, were allowed to go under milder sentences. The vigilantes now organized with vigor and determination. One bit of testimony was added to another, and one man now dared to voice his suspicions to another. 25 determined men set out to secure others of the gang now known to have been united in this long brotherhood. Some of these men were now fleeing the country, warned by the fate of Ives, but the vigilantes took Red Yeager and Buck Stinson and Ned Ray, two of them Plummer's deputies, as well as another Confederate named Brown. The party stopped at the Lorraine Ranch near a cottonwood grove and tried their prisoners without going into town. Red Yeager confessed in full before he was hung, and it was on his testimony that the whole secret league of robbers was exposed and eventually brought to justice. He gave the following list. Henry Plummer was chief among the gang. Bill Bunton, stool pigeon and second in command. George Brown, secretary. Sam Bunton, roadster. Cyrus Skinner, fence, spy, and roadster. George Hughes, horse thief and roadster. Frank Parrish, horse thief and roadster. Bill Hunter, telegraph man and roadster. Ned Ray, council room keeper at Bannock City. George Ives, Stephen Marshland, Dutch John Wagner, Alex Carter, Whiskey Bill Graves, Johnny Cooper, Buck Stinson, Mexican Frank, Bob Zachary, Boone Helm, Clubfoot George Lane, Billy Terwilliger, Gad Moore were roadsters. The noose was now tightening around the neck of the outlaw Henry Plummer, whose adroitness had so long stood him in good stead. The honest miners found that their sheriff was the leader of the outlaws. His doom was said then and there, with that of all these others. A party of the Virginia City Law and Order men slipped over to Bannock, Henry Plummer's home. In a few hours the news had spread of what had happened at the other camps, and a branch organization of the vigilantes was formed for Bannock. Stinson and Ray were now arrested, and then Plummer himself, the chief, the brains of all this long secret band of marauders. He was surprised with his coat and arms off and taken prisoner. A few moments later he was facing a scaffold where, as sheriff, he had lately hung a man. The law had no delays. No court could quibble here. Not all Plummer's wealth could save him now, nor all his intellect and cool audacity. An agony of remorse and fear now came upon the outlaw chief. He fell upon his knees, called upon God to save him, begged, pleaded, wept like a child, declared that he was too wicked to die thus soon and unprepared. It was useless. The full proof of all his many crimes was laid before him. Ray, writhing and cursing, was the first to be hanged. He got his finger under the rope around his neck and died hard, but died. Stinson, also cursing, went next. It was then time for Plummer, and those who had this work in hand felt compunction at hanging a man so able, so urbane, and so commanding. Nonetheless, he was told to prepare. He asked for time to pray, and was told to pray from the crossbeam. He said goodbye to a friend or two, and asked his executioners to give him a good drop. He seemed to fear suffering, he who had caused so much suffering. To oblige him, The men lifted his body high up and let it fall, and he died with little struggle. To cut short a long history of bloody justice, it may be added that of the men named as guilty by Jaeger, every one was arrested, tried, and hung by the vigilantes. Plummer for some time must have dreaded detection, for he tried to cover up his guilt by writing back home to the States that he was in danger of being hanged on account of his Union sympathies. His family would not believe his guilt and looked on him as a martyr. They sent out a brother and a sister to look into the matter, but these two found proof which left them no chance to doubt. The whole ghastly revelation of a misspent life lay before them. Even Plummer's wife, whom he loved very much and who was a good woman, was at last convinced of what at first she could not believe. Plummer had been able to conceal from even his wife the least suspicion that he was not an honorable man. His wife was East in the States at the time of his death. Plummer went under his true name. George Ives was a Wisconsin boy from near Racine. Both he and Plummer were 27 years of age when killed, but they had compressed much evil into so short a span. Plummer himself was a master of men, a brave and cool spirit, an expert with weapons, and in all not a bad specimen of the bad man at his worst. He was a murderer, but after all was not enough a murderer. No outlaw of later years so clearly resembled the great outlaw John A. Murrell as did Henry Plummer, but the latter differed in one regard. He spared victims who later arose to accuse him. The frontier has produced few bloodier records than Plummer's. He was principal or accessory, as has been stated, in more than 100 murders, not to mention innumerable robberies and thefts. His life was lived out in scenes typical of the early Western frontier. The madness of adventure in new wild fields, the lust of gold, and its unparalleled abundance, drove to crime men who might have been respected and of note in proper ranks of life and in other surroundings. End of chapter 7.
Section 8 of The Story of the Outlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The Story of the Outlaw by Emerson Hough. Boone Helm. Boone Helm, a murderer, cannibal, and robber, a typical specimen of absolute human depravity. Henry Plummer was what might be called a good instance of the gentleman desperado, if such a thing be possible, a man of at least a certain amount of refinement, and certainly one who, under different surroundings, might have led a different life. For the sake of contrast, if for nothing else, we may take the case of Boone Helm, one of Plummer's gang, who was the opposite of Plummer in every way except the readiness to rob and kill. Boone Helm was bad, and nothing in the world could ever have made him anything but bad. He was, by birth and breeding, low, coarse, cruel, animal-like, and utterly depraved, and for him no name but ruffian can fitly apply. Helm was born in Kentucky, but his family moved to Missouri during his early youth, so that the boy was brought up on the borderland between civilization and the savage frontier, for this was about the time of the closing days of the old Santa Fe Trail, and the towns of Independence and Westport were still sending out their wagon trains to the far mountain regions. By the time Boone Helm was grown, and soon after his marriage, the great gold craze of California broke out, and he joined the rush westward. Already he was a murderer, and already he had a reputation as a quarrelsome and dangerous man. He was of powerful build and turbulent temper, delighting in nothing so much as feats of strength, skill, and hardihood. His community was glad to be rid of him, as was, indeed, any community in which he ever lived. In the California diggings, Helm continued the line of life mapped out for him from birth. He met men of his own kidney there, and was ever ready for a duel with weapons. In this way he killed several men, no one knows how many, but this sort of thing was so common in the case of so many men in those days that little attention was paid to it. It must have been a very brutal murder which at length caused him to flee the coast to escape the vengeance of the miners. He headed north and east after a fashion of the times, following the California boom, and was bound for the mountain placers in 1853, when he is recorded as appearing at the Dalles, Oregon. He and a half-dozen companions whom he had picked up on the way, and most of whom were strangers to each other, now started out for Fort Hall, Idaho, intending to go from there to a point below Salt Lake City. The beginning of the terrible mountain winter season caught these men somewhere west of the main range in eastern Oregon, in the depths of as rugged a mountain region as any of the West. They were on horseback, and so could carry small provisions, but in some way they pushed on deeper and deeper into the mountains, until they got to the Bannock River, where they were attacked by Indians, and chased into a country none of them knew. At last they got over east as far as the Soda Springs on the Bear River, where they were on well-known ground. By this time, however, their horses had given out, and their food was exhausted. They killed their horses, made snowshoes with the hides, and sought to reach Fort Hall. The party was now reduced to one of those awful starving marches of the wilderness, which are now and then chronicled in Western life. This meant that the weak must perish where they fell. The strength of Helm and one of the others, Burton, enabled them to push on ahead, leaving their companions behind in the mountains. Almost within reach of Fort Hall, Burton gave out and was left behind in an abandoned cabin. Helm pushed on into the old stockade, but found it also abandoned for the winter season, and he could get no food there. He then went back to where he had left Burton, and, according to his own report, he was trying to get wood for a fire when he heard a pistol shot, and returned to find that Burton had killed himself. He stayed on at this spot, and, like a hyena, preyed upon the dead body of his companion. He ate one leg of the body, and then, wrapping up the other in a piece of old shirt, threw it across his shoulder and started on further east. He had, before this on the march, declared to the party that he had practiced cannibalism at an earlier time, and proposed to do so again if it became necessary on this trip across the mountains. His calm threat was now verified. Helm was found at last at an Indian camp by John W. Powell, who learned that he was as hard a character as he had ever run across. Nonetheless, he took care of Helm, gave him food and clothes, and took him to the settlements around Salt Lake. Powell found that Helm had a bag containing over $1,400 in coin, which he had carried across the divide with him through all his hardships. He would take no pay from Helm, and the latter never even thanked him for his kindness, but left him as soon as he reached the Mormon settlements. Here the abandoned ruffian boasted of what he had done, and settled down for a brief time to the customary enjoyments of the rough when in town. He spent his money, hired out as a day-night, killed a couple of men whom the Mormons wanted removed, and soon got so bad that he had to leave. Once more he headed west to California, and once more he started back north from San Francisco for reasons satisfactory to himself. While in California, as was later learned, he undertook to rob and kill a man at an outlying ranch who had taken him in and befriended him when he was in need and in flight from vengeance. He showed no understanding of the feeling of gratitude, no matter what was done for him or how great was his own extremity. In Oregon, Helm went back to robbery as his customary means of support, and he killed several men at this time of his life. How many will never be known. In 1862, as the mountain placers were now beginning to draw the crowds of mining men, it was natural that Boone Helm would show up at Florence. Here he killed a man in cold blood, in treachery, while his enemy was not armed, and after their quarrel had been compromised. This victim was Dutch Fred, a man of reputation as a fighter, but he had never offended Helm, who killed him at the instigation of an enemy of his victim and possibly for hire. He shot Fred while the latter stood looking him in the face, unarmed, and, missing him with the first shot, took deliberate aim with the second, and murdered his man in cold blood. This was pretty bad even for Florence, and he had to leave. That fall he turned up far to the north, on the Fraser River in British Columbia. Here he was once more reduced to danger on a starving foot march in the wilderness, and here once more he was guilty of eating the body of his companion, whom he is supposed to have slain. He was sent back by the British authorities and for a time was held at Portland, Oregon for safekeeping. Later he was tried at Florence for killing Dutch Fred, but the witnesses had disappeared, and people had long ago lost interest in the crime by reason of others more recent. Helm escaped justice and was supposed to have gone to Texas, but he soon appeared in the several settlements which have been mentioned in the foregoing pages, and moved from one to the other. He killed many more men. How many in all was never known. The courage and hardihood of Boone Helm were in evidence to the close of his life. 3 men of the vigilantes did the dangerous work of arresting him, and took him by closing in on him as he stood in the street talking. "If I'd had a chance," said he, "or if I had guessed what you all were up to, you'd never have taken me." He claimed not to know what was wanted of him when brought before the judges of the vigilante court, and solemnly declared that he had never killed a man in all his life. They made him kiss the Bible and swear to this over again, just to see to what lengths his perjured and depraved soul would go. He swore on the Bible with perfect calmness. His captors were not moved by this, and indeed Helm was little expectant that they would be. He called aside one of them whom he knew, declined a clergyman, and confessed to a murder or so in Missouri and in California, admitted that he had been imprisoned once or twice, but denied that he had been a road agent. He accused some of his warmest friends of the latter crime. Jack Gallagher, also under arrest, heard him thus incriminate himself and others of the gang, and called him all the names in the calendar, telling him he ought to die. "I have looked at death in all forms," said Helm, coolly, "and I am not afraid to die." He then asked for a glass of whiskey, as did a good many of these murderers when they were brought to the gallows. From that time on he was cool and unconcerned, and showed a finish worthy of one ambitious to be thought wholly bad. There were 6,000 men assembled in Virginia City to see the executions of these criminals, who were fast being rounded up and hung by the citizens. The place of execution was in a half-finished log building. The ropes were passed over the ridgepole, and, as the front of the building was open, a full view was offered of the murderers as they stood on the boxes arranged for the drops. Boone Helm looked around at his friends placed for death, and told Jack Gallagher to "stop making such a fuss." "There's no use being afraid to die," said he, and indeed there probably never lived a man more actually devoid of all sense of fear. He valued neither the life of others nor his own. He saw that the end had come, and was careless about the rest. He had a sore finger, which was tied up, and this seemed to trouble him more than anything else. There was some delay about the confessions, and the last offices of those who prayed for the condemned, and this seemed to irritate Boone Helm. "For God's sake," said he, "if you're going to hang me, I want you to do it and get through with it. If not, I want you to tie up my finger for me." "Give me that overcoat of yours, Jack," he said to Gallagher as the latter was stripped for the noose. "You won't need it now," replied Gallagher, who was dying blasphemous. About then, George Lane, one of the line of men about to be hanged, jumped off his box on his own account. "There's one gone to hell," remarked Boone Helm philosophically. Gallagher was hanged next, and as he struggled, his former friend watched him calmly. "Kick away, old fellow," said Boone Helm. Then, as though suddenly resolved to end it, he commented, "My turn next. I'll be in hell with you in a minute." Boone Helm was a Confederate, and a bitter one, and this seems to have remained with him to the last. "Every man for his principles," he shouted. "Hurrah for Jeff Davis! Let her rip!" He sprang off the box, and so he finished, utterly hard and reckless to the last. End of section 8.
Section 9 of The Story of the Outlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The Story of the Outlaw by Emerson Hough. Section 9. Death Scenes of Desperadoes. How Bad Men Died. The Last Moment of Desperadoes Who Finished on the Scaffold. Utterances of terror, of defiance, and of cowardice. There is always a grim sort of curiosity regarding the way in which notoriously desperate men meet their end, and perhaps this is as natural as is the curiosity regarding the manner in which they lived. Did he die game, is one of the questions asked by bad men among themselves. Did he die with his boots on, is another. The last was the test of actual, or as it were, of professional badness. One who admitted himself bad was willing to die with his boots on. Honest men were not, and more than one early Western man, fatally shot, had his friends take off his boots before he died, so that he might not go with the stain of desperadoism attached to his name. Some bad men died unrepentant and defiant. Others broke down and wept and begged. A great oblivion enshrouds most of these utterances, for few vigilante movements ever reached importance enough to permit those who participated to make publicly known their own participation in them. Indeed, no man ever concerned in a law and order execution ever liked to talk about it. Tradition, however, has preserved the exact utterances of many bad men. Report is preserved, in a general way, of many of the rustlers hung by the cattlemen in the Regulator movement in Montana, Wyoming, and Nebraska in the late 70s. "Give me a chew of tobacco, folks," said one. "Meet you in hell, fellows," remarked others of these rustlers when the last moment arrived. "So long, boys," was not an infrequent remark as the noose tightened. Many of these men were brave, and some of them were hung for what they considered no crime. Henry Plummer, whose fate has been described in a previous chapter, was one of those who died in a sense of guilt and terror. He was a nature of some sensitiveness, not callous like that of Boone Helm. Plummer begged for his life in any terms, asked the vigilantes to cut off his ears and hands and tongue, anything to mark him and leave him helpless, but to leave him alive. He protested that he was too wicked to die, fell on his knees, cried aloud, promised, besought. On the whole, his end hardly left him enshrouded with much glamour of courage, although the latter term is relative in the bad man, who might be brave at one time and cowardly at another, as was often proved. Ned Ray and Buck Stinson died full of profanity and curses, heaping upon their executioners all manner of abuse. They seemed to be animated by no understanding of a life hereafter, and were concerned only in their animal instinct to hold on to this one as long as they might. Yet Stinson, of a good Indiana family, was a bright and studious and well-read boy, of whom many good things had been predicted. Dutch John, when faced with death, acted much as his chief, Henry Plummer, had done. He begged and pleaded and asked for mutilation, disfigurement, anything, if only he might still live. But like Plummer, the very last moment he pulled together and died calmly. "How long will it take me to die?" he asked. "I have never seen anyone hanged." They told him it would be very short, and that he would not suffer much, and this seemed to please him. Nearly all these desperadoes seemed to dread death by hanging. The territory of Utah allowed a felon convicted under death penalty to choose the manner of his death, whether by hanging, beheading, or shooting. But no record remains of any prisoner who did not choose death by shooting. A curiosity as to the sensation of hanging was evinced in the words of several who were hung by vigilantes. In the largest hanging made in this Montana work, there were 5 men executed one after the other: Clubfoot George, Hayes Lyons, Jack Gallagher, Boone Helm, and Frank Parrish, all known to be members of the Plummer gang. George and Parrish had first declared that they were innocent, the first word of most of these men when they were apprehended. Parrish died silent. George had spent several hours with a clergyman, and was apparently repentant. Just as he reached the box, he saw a friend peering through a crack in the wall. "Good-bye, old fellow," he called out, and sprang to his own death without waiting for the box to be pulled from under his feet. Hayes Lyons asked to see his mistress to say good-bye to her before he died, but was refused. He kept on pleading for his life to the very last instant, after he had told the men to take his body to his mistress for burial. This woman was really the cause of Lyons' undoing. He had been warned, and would have left the country but for her. A woman was very often the cause of a desperado's apprehension. Jack Gallagher, in his last moments, was, if possible, more repulsive even than Boone Helm. The latter was brave, but Gallagher was a coward, and spent his time in cursing his captors and pitying himself. He tried to be merry. "How do I look with a halter around my neck?" he asked facetiously of a bystander. He asked often for whiskey, and this was given him. A moment later he said, "I want one more drink of whiskey before I die." This was when the noose was tight around his neck, and the men were disgusted with him for the remark. One remarked, "Give him the whiskey." So the rope, which was passed over the beam above him and fastened to a side log of the building, was loosened to oblige him. "Slack off the rope, can't you?" cried Gallagher, "and let a man have a parting drink." He bent his head down against the rope and drank a tumbler full of whiskey at a gulp. Then he called down curses on the men who were about him, and kept it up until they cut him short by jerking away the box from under his feet. A peculiar instance of unconsciousness but grim humor was afforded at Gallagher's execution. Just as he was led to the box in order to climb up, he drew a pocket-knife and declared he would kill himself and not be hanged in public. A vigilante covered him with a 6-shooter. "Drop that, Jack," he exclaimed, "or I'll blow your head off." So Gallagher, having the choice of death between shooting, hanging, or beheading, chose hanging after all. He was a coward. Cy Skinner, when on the way to the scaffold, broke and ran, calling on his captors to shoot. They declined and hanged him. Alex Carter, who was on the fatal line with Skinner in that lot, was disgusted with him for running. He asked for a smoke while the men were waiting, and died with a lie on his lips. "I am innocent." That is not an infrequent declaration of criminals at the last. The lie is only a blind clinging to the last possible means of escape, and is the same as the instinct for self-preservation, a crime swallowed up in guilt. Johnny Cooper wanted a good smoke before he died, and was given it. Bob Zachary died without fear, and praying forgiveness on his executioners. Steve Marshland asked to be pardoned because of his youth. "You should have thought of that before," was the grim reply. He was adjudged old enough to die, as he had been old enough to kill. George Shears was one of the gamest of the lot. He seemed indifferent about it all after his capture, and when he was told that he was to be hanged, he remarked that he ought to be glad it was no worse. He was executed in the barn at the ranch where he was caught, and conveniences being few, a ladder was used instead of a box or other drop. He was told to ascend the ladder, and do so without the least hesitation or evidence of concern. "Gentlemen," said he, "I am not used to this business, never having been hung before. Shall I jump off or slide off?" They told him to jump, of course, and he took this advice. "All right, good-bye," he said, and sprang off with unconcern. Whiskey Bill was not given much chance for last words. He was hung from horseback, the noose being dropped down from a tree to his neck, as he sat on a horse behind one of the vigilantes. "Good-bye, Bill," was the remark of the latter, as he spurred his horse and left Bill hanging. One of the most singular phenomena of these executions was that of Bill Hunter, who, while hanging by the neck, went through all the motions of drawing and firing his six-shooter 6 times. Whether the action was conscious or unconscious, it is impossible to tell. Bill Bunton resisted arrest and was pugnacious, of course declaring his innocence. At the last, he showed great gameness. He was particular about the manner in which the knot of the rope was adjusted to his neck, seeming, as did many of these men, to dread any suffering while hanging. He asked if he might jump off the platform himself, and was told he might if he liked. "I care no more for hanging," he explained, "than I do for taking a drink of water. But I'd like to have my neck broken. I'd like to have a mountain 300 feet high to jump off from. Now I'll give you the time. 1, 2, 3. Here goes." End of chapter 9.
Section 10 of The Story of the Outlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by KenK. The Story of the Outlaw by Emerson Hough. Joseph A. Slade. Joseph A. Slade. A man with a newspaper reputation, bad but not as bad as painted. Hero of the Overland Express route. A product of courage plus whiskey, and the end of the product. One of the best-known desperadoes the West ever produced was Joseph A. Slade, agent of the Overland Stage Line on the Central or Mountain Division, about 1860, and hence in charge of large responsibilities in a strip of country more than 600 miles in extent, which possessed all the ingredients for trouble in plenty. Slade lived in the heyday of his career, just about the time when men from the East were beginning to write about the newly discovered life of the West. Bret Harte had left his indelible stamp upon the literature of the land, and Mark Twain was soon to spread widely his impressions of life as seen in Roughing It, while countless newspaper men and book writers were edging out and getting hearsay stories of things known at first hand by a very few careful and conscientious writers. The hearsay man engaged in discovering the West always clung to the regular lines of travel, and almost everyone who passed across the mountains on the overland stage line would hear stories about the desperate character of Slade. These stories grew by newspaper multiplication, until at length the man was owner of the reputation of a fiend, a ghoul, and a murderer. There was a wide difference between this and the truth. As a matter of fact, there were many worse desperadoes on the border. Slade was born at Carlisle, Illinois, and served in the Mexican War in 1848. He appears to have gone into the overland service in 1859. At once he plunged into the business of the stage line, and soon became a terror to the thieves and outlaws. several of whom he was the means of having shot or hung, although he himself was nothing of a manhunter at the time. And indeed, in all his life he killed but one man, a case of a reputation beyond desert, and an instance of a reputation fostered by admiring but ignorant writers. Slade was reported to have tied one of his enemies, Jules Rennie, more commonly called Jules, to the stake and to have tortured him for a day, shooting him to pieces bit by bit, and cutting off his ears, one of which he always afterward wore in his pocket as a souvenir. There was little foundation for this reputation beyond the fact that he did kill Jules, and did it after Jules had been captured and disarmed by other men. But he had been threatened time and again by Jules, and was once shot and left for dead by the latter, who emptied a pistol and a shotgun at Slade, and left him lying with 13 bullets and buckshot in his body. Jules thought he did not need to shoot Slade any more after that, and gave directions for his burial as soon as he should have died. At that, Slade rose on his elbow and promised Jules he would live and would wear one of his, Jules's, ears on his watch chain, a threat which no doubt gave rise to a certain part of his ghastly reputation. Jules was hung for a while by the stage people, but was let down and released on promise of leaving the country, never to return. He did not keep his promise, and it had been better for him if he had. Jules Rennie was a big Frenchman, one of that sort of early ranchers who were owners of small ranches and a limited number of cattle and horses, just enough to act as a shield for thefts of livestock, and to offer encouragement to such thefts. Before long, Jules was back at his old stamping grounds, where he was looked on as something of a bully, and at once he renewed his threats against Slade. Slade went to the officers of the military post at Laramie, the only kind of authority then in the land, which had no sort of courts or officers, and asked them what he should do. They told him to have Jules captured and then to kill him, else Jules would do the same for him. Slade sent 4 men out to the ranch where Jules was stopping, about 12 miles from Laramie, while he followed in the stagecoach. These men captured Jules at a ranch a little farther down the line, and left him unarmed and at his mercy, and without hesitation he shot him, the ball striking him in the mouth. His victim fell and feigned death, but Slade, who was always described as a good pistol shot, saw that he was not killed, and told him he should have time to make his will if he desired. There is color in the charge of deliberate cruelty, but perhaps rude warrant for the cruelty, under the circumstances of treachery in which Jules had pursued Slade. At least, some time elapsed, while a man was running back and forth from the house to the corral with pen and ink and paper. Jules never signed his will. When the last penful of ink came out to the corral, Jules was dead, shot through the head by Slade. This looks like cruelty of an unnecessary sort, and like taunting a helpless victim. But here the warrant for all the Slade sort of story seemed to end. There is no evidence of his mutilating his victim, as often described. Slade went back to the officers of Fort Laramie, and they said he had done right and did not detain him. Nor did any of Jules' friends ever molest him. He returned to his work on the overland. After this he grew more turbulent, and was guilty of high-handed outrages and of a general disposition to run things wherever he went. The officers at Fort Halleck arrested him and refused to turn him over to the stage line, unless the latter agreed to discharge him. This was done, and now Slade, out of work, began to be bad at heart. He took to drink and drifting, and so at last turned up at the Beaver Head diggings in 1863, not much different from many others of the bad folk to be found there. Quiet enough when sober, Slade was a maniac in drink, and this latter became his habitual condition. Now and again he sobered up, and he always was a businessman and animated by an ambition to get out in the world. He worked here and there in different capacities, and at last settled on a ranch a dozen miles or so from Virginia City, where he lived with his wife, a robust, fine-looking woman of great courage and very considerable beauty, of whom he was passionately fond. although she lived almost alone in the remote cabin in the mountains, while Slade pursued his avocations, such as they were, in the settlements along Alder Gulch. Slade now began to grow ugly and hard, and to exult in terrorizing the hard men of those hard towns. He would strike a man in the face while drinking with him, would rob his friends while playing cards, would ride into the saloons and break up the furniture, and destroy property with seeming exultation at his own maliciousness. He was often arrested, warned, and fined, and sometimes he defied such officers as went after him and refused to be arrested. His whole conduct made him a menace to the peace of this little community, which was now endeavoring to become more decent, and he fell under the fatal scrutiny of the vigilantes, who concluded that the best thing to do was to hang Slade. He had never killed anyone as yet, although he had abused many, but it was sure that he would kill someone if allowed to run on, and moreover, it was humiliating to have one man trying to run the town and doing as he pleased. Slade was to learn what society means, and what the social compact means, as did many of these wild men who had been running as savages outside of and independent of the law. Slade got wind of the deliberations of the committee, as well he might when 600 men came down from Nevada camp to Virginia City to help in the court of the miners, before which Slade was now to come. It was the Nevada vigilantes who were most strongly of the belief that death and not banishment was the proper punishment for Slade. The leader of the marching men calmly told Slade that the committee had decided to hang him, and, once the news was sure, Slade broke out into lamentations. This was often the case with men who had been bullies and terrors. They weakened when in the hands of a stronger power. Slade crept about on his hands and knees, begging like a baby. My God, he cried. Must I die? Oh, my poor wife, my poor wife. My God, man, you can't mean that I'm to die. They did mean it, and neither his importunities nor those of his friends had avail. His life had been too rough and too violent, and was too full of menace to others. He had had his fair frontier chance, and had misused it. Some wept at his prayers, but none relented. In broad daylight, the procession moved down the street, and soon Slade was swinging from the beam of a corral gate. One more example of the truth that when man belongs to society, he owes duty to society, and else must suffer at its hands. This was the law. Slade's wife was sent for and reached town soon after Slade's body was cut down and laid out. She loaded the vigilantes with imprecations and showed the most heartbroken grief. The two had been very deeply attached. She was especially regretful that Slade had been hanged and not shot. He was worth a better death than that, she protested. Slade's body was preserved in alcohol and kept out at the Lone Ranch cabin all that winter. In the spring, it was sent down to Salt Lake City and buried there. As that was a prominent point on the Overland Trail, the tourists did the rest. The saga of Slade as a bad man was widely disseminated. End of section 10. Read by KenK, July 8th, 2023. Reddit, Ontario, Canada.
Section 11 of The Story of the Outlaw by Emerson Hough. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Stephen Seitel. The Story of the Outlaw by Emerson Hough. Chapter 11. The Desperado of the Plains. Lawlessness founded on loose methods, the rustlers of the cow country, excuses for their acts, the approach of the commercial West. One pronounced feature of early Western life will have been remarked in the story of the mountain settlements with which we have been concerned, and that is the transient and migratory character of the population. It is astonishing what distances were traveled by the bold men who followed the mining stampedes all over the wilderness of the Upper Rockies, in spite of the unspeakable hardships of a region where travel at its best was rude, and travel at its worst well nigh an impossibility. The West was first peopled by wanderers, nomads, even in the mountain regions, which usually attached their population to themselves and cut off the disposition to roam. This nomad nature of the adventurers made law almost an impossible thing. A town was organized and then abandoned on the spur of necessity or rumor. Property was unstable, taxes impossible, and any corps of executive officers difficult of maintenance. Before there can be law, there must be an attached population. The lawlessness of the real West was therefore much a matter of conditions, after all, rather than of morals. It proved above all things that human nature is very much akin, and that good men may go wrong when sufficiently tempted by great wealth left unguarded. The first and second decades after the close of the Civil War found the great placers of the Rockies and Sierras exhausted, and quartz mines taking their place. The same period, as has been shown, marked the advent of the great cattle herds from the south upon the upper ranges of the territories beyond the Missouri River. By this time, the plains began to call to the adventurers as the mines recently had called. Here then was wealth, loose, unattached, apparently almost unowned, nomad wealth, and waiting for a nomad population to share in it one way or another. Once more the home was lacking, the permanent abode. Wherefore once more the law was also lacking, and man ruled himself after the ancient savage ways. By this time frontiersmen were well armed with repeating weapons, which now used fixed ammunition. There appeared on the plains more and better armed men than were ever known, unorganized, in any land at any period of the earth's history, and the plains took up what the mountains had begun in wild and desperate deeds. The only property on the arid plains at that time was that of livestock. Agriculture had not come, and it was supposed could never come. The vast herds of cattle from the lower ranges, Texas and Mexico, pushed north to meet the railroads now springing westward across the plains. But a large proportion of these cattle were used as breeding stock to furnish the upper cow range with horned population. Colorado, Wyoming, Montana, western Nebraska, the Dakotas discovered that they could raise range cattle as well as the southern ranges and fatten them far better. So presently thousands upon thousands of cattle were turned loose without a fence in those thousands of miles to exist as best they might, and guarded as best might be by a class of men as nomadic as their herds. These cattle were cheap at that time, and they made a general source of food supply much appreciated in a land but just depopulated of its buffalo. For a long time it was but a venial crime to kill a cow and eat it if one were hungry. A man's horse was sacred, but his cow was not, because there were so many cows, and they were shifting and changing about so much at best. The ownership of these herds was widely scattered and difficult to trace. A man might live in Texas and have herds in Montana, and vice versa. His property right was known only by the brand upon the animal, his being but the tenure of a sign. The respect for this sign was the whole creed of the cattle trade. Without a fence, without an atom of actual control, the cattleman held his property absolutely. It mingled with the property of others, but it was never confused therewith. It wandered 100 miles from him, and he knew not where it was, but it was surely his and sure to find him. To touch it was a crime. To appropriate it meant punishment. Common necessity made common custom made common law, and common law made statutory law. The old fierro or iron mark of the Spanish cattle owner and his venta or sale brand to another had become common law all over the Southwest when the Anglo-Saxon first struck that region. The Saxon accepted these customs as wise and rational, and soon they were the American law all over the American plains. The great bands of cattle ran almost free in the Southwest for many years, each carrying the brand of the owner, if the latter had ever seen it or cared to brand it. Many cattle roamed free without any brand whatever, and no one could tell who owned them. When the northern ranges opened, this question of unbranded cattle still remained, and the maverick industry was still held matter of sanction, there seeming to be enough for all, and the day being one of glorious freedom and plenty, the baronial day of the great and once unexhausted West. Now, the venta, or brand, indicating the sale of an animal to another owner, began to complicate matters to a certain extent. A purchaser could put his own fierro brand on a cow, and that meant that he now owned it. But then some suspicious soul asked, "How shall we know whence such and such cows came, and tell whether or not this man did not steal them outright from his neighbor's herd and put his own brand on them?" Here was the origin of the bill of sale, and also of the counterbrand or vint brand, as it is known upon the upper ranges. The owner duplicated his recorded brand upon another recorded part of the animal, and this meant his deed of conveyance when taken together with the bill of sale over his commercial signature. Of course, several conveyances would leave the hide much scarred and hard to read, and as there were road brands also used to protect the property while in transit from the south to the north or from the range to the market, the reading of the brands and the determination of ownership of the animal might be, and very often was, a nice matter, and not one always settled without argument. And argument in the West often meant bloodshed in those days. Some hard men started up in trade near the old cattle trails and made a business of disputing brands with the trail drivers. Sometimes they made good their claims, and sometimes they did not. There were graves almost in line from Texas to Montana. It is now perfectly easy to see what a wide and fertile field was here offered to men who did not want to observe the law. Here was the property to be had without work, and property whose title could easily be called into question, whose ownership was a matter of testimony and record to be sure, but testimony which could be erased or altered by the same means which once constituted a record and a sign. The brand was made with an iron, and it could be changed with an iron. A large and profitable industry arose in changing these brands. The rustler, brand burner, or brand blotcher now became one of the new Western characters, and a new sort of bad manism had its birth. It is very easy to see how temptation was offered to the cow thief and brand blotter. Here were all these wild cattle running loose over the country. The imprint of a hot iron on a hide made the creature a property of the brander, provided no one else had branded it before. The time of priority was a matter of proof. With a handy running iron or straight rod, which was always attached to his saddle when he rode out, could not the cow thief erase a former brand and put over it one of his own? Could he not, for instance, change a U into an O, or a V into a diamond, or a half circle into a circle? Could he not, moreover, kill and skin an animal and sell the beef as his own? Between him and the owner was only this little mark. Between him and changing this mark was nothing but his moral principles. The range was very wide. Hardly a figure would show on that unwinking horizon all day long. And what was a heifer here and there? Such was the temptation and opportunity which led many a man to step over the line between right and wrong. Their excuse lies in the fact that the line was newly drawn, and that it was often vague and inexact. It was easy, from killing or rebranding an occasional cow, to see the profits of larger operation. The faithful cowboys who cared for these herds and protected them, even with their lives, in the interest of absent owners, began in time to tire of working on a salary and settle down into little ranches of their own, starting with a herd of cattle lawfully purchased and branded. An occasional maverick came across their range, and they branded it. A brand was faint and not legible, and they put their own iron over it. They learned that pyrography with a hot poker was very profitable. The rest was easy. The first step was the one that counted, but who could tell where that first step was taken? At any rate, cattle owners began to take notice of their cows as the prices went up, and they had laws made to protect property rapidly enhancing in value. Cow owners were required to have fixed or stencil irons and were forbidden to trace a pattern with a straight iron or a running iron. Each ranch must have its own iron or stencil. Texas, as early as the 60s and 70s, passed laws forbidding the use of the running iron altogether, so that after that it was not safe to be caught riding the range with a straight iron under the saddle flap. Any man so discovered had to do some quick explaining. The next step after this was the organization of the cattle associations in the several territories and states which made the home of cattle trade. These associations banded together in a national association. Detectives were placed at the stockyards in Chicago and Kansas City, charged with finding of cattle stolen on the range and shipped with or without clean brands. In short, there had now grown up an armed and legal warfare between the cowmen themselves, in the first place very large-handed thieves, and the rustlers and little fellows who were accused of being too liberal with their branded blotching. The prosecution of these men was undertaken with something of the old vigor that characterized the pursuit of horse thieves, with this difference that, whereas all the world hated a horse thief as a common enemy, very much of the world found excuse for the so-called rustler, who was known to be doing only what his accusers had done before him. There may be a certain interest attaching to the methods of the range riders of this day, and those who care to go into the history of the cattle trade in its early days are referred to the work earlier quoted, where the matter is more fully covered. Brief reference will suffice here. The rustler might brand with his own straight running iron, as it were, writing over again the brand he wished to change. But this was clumsy and apt to be detected, for the new wound would slough and look suspicious. A piece of red-hot hay wire or telegraph wire was a better tool, for this could be twisted into the shape of almost any registered brand, and it would so cunningly connect the edges of both that the whole mark would seem to be one scar of the same date. The fresh burn fitted in with the older one, so that it was impossible to swear that it was not a part of the first brand mark. Yet another way of softening a fresh and fraudulent brand was to brand through wet blanket with a heavy iron, which thus left a wound deep enough but not apt to slough, and so betray a brand done long after the roundup, and hence subject to scrutiny. As to the ways in which brands were altered in their lines, these were many and most ingenious. A sample page will be sufficient to show the possibilities of the art by which the rustler set over to his own herds on the free range the cows of his faraway neighbor, whom perhaps he did not love as himself. The list on the opposite page is taken from The Story of the Cowboy. Such then was the burglar of the range, the rustler to whom most of the mysterious and untraceable crimes were ascribed. Such also were the excuses to be offered for some of the men who did what to them did not seem wrong acts. The sudden hostility of the newly come cowmen embittered and inflamed them, and from this it was easy and natural to the arbitrament of arms. The bad man of the plains dates to this era, and his acts may be attributed to these causes. There were to be found among these men many refugees and outlaws, as well as many better men gone wrong through point of view. Fierce and far were the battles between the rustlers and the cow barons. Commerce had its way at last. The lawless man had to go, and he had to go even before the law had come. The Vigilantes of the cattle range, organizing first in Montana and working southward, made a clean sweep in their work. In one campaign, they killed somewhere between 60 and 80 men accused of cattle rustling. They hung 13 men on one railroad bridge one morning in northwestern Nebraska. The statement is believed to be correct that, in the 10 years from 1876 to 1886, they executed more men without process of law than have been executed under the law in all the United States since then. These lynchings also were against the law. In short, it may perhaps begin to appear to those who study into the history of our earlier civilization that the term law is a very wide and lax and relative one, and one extremely difficult of exact application. End of chapter 11.
Section 12, The Story of the Outlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rob Young, Florenceville, New Brunswick, May 26, 2023. The Story of the Outlaw by Emerson Hough, Wild Bill Hickok. Chapter 12. Wild Bill Hickok, the beau ideal of the Western bad man, chivalric, daring, generous, and game, a type of the early Western frontier officer. As has been shown in previous chapters, the Western Plains were passed over and left unsettled until the advent of the railroads, which began to cross the plains, coincident with the arrival of the great cattle herds which came up from the south after a market. This market did not wait for the completion of the railroads, but met the railroads more than halfway, indeed followed them quite across the plains. The frontier sheriff now came upon the western stage as he had never done before. The bad man also sprang into sudden popular recognition, the more so because he was now accessible to view and within reach of the tourist and tenderfoot investigator of the western fauna. These were the palmy days for the Wild West. Unless it be a placer camp in the mountains, there is no harder collection of human beings to be found than that which gathers in tents and shanties at a temporary railway terminus of the frontier. Yet such were all the capitals of civilization in the earliest days. One town was like another. The history of Wichita and Newton and Fort Dodge was the history of Abilene and Ellsworth and Hays City, and all the towns at the head of the advancing rails. The bad men and women of one moved on to the next, just as they did in the stampedes of placer days. To recount the history of one after another of these wild towns would be endless and perhaps wearisome. But this history has one peculiar feature not yet noted in our investigations. All these cow camps meant to be real towns someday. They meant to take the social compact. There came to each of these camps men bent upon making homes, and these men began to establish a law and order spirit and to set up a government. Indeed, the regular system of American government was there as soon as the railroad was there, and this law was strong on its legislative and executive sides. Frontier sheriff or town marshal was there, the man for the place. As bold and hardy as the bold and hardy men he was to meet and subdue, as skilled with weapons, as willing to die, and upheld, moreover, with that sense of duty and of moral courage which is granted even to the most courageous of men when he feels that he has the sentiment of the majority of good people at his back. To describe the life of one Western town marshal, himself the best and most picturesque of them all, is to cover all this field sufficiently. There is but one man who can thus be chosen, and that is Wild Bill Hickok. Better known for a generation as Wild Bill, and properly accorded an honorable place in American history. The real name of Wild Bill was James Butler Hickok, and he was born in May 1837 in LaSalle County, Illinois. This brought his youth into the days of Western exploration and conquest, and the boy read of Carson and Fremont, then popular idols, with the result that he proposed a life of adventure for himself. He was 18 years of age when he first saw the West as a fighting man under Jim Lane of Free Soil fame in the guerrilla days of Kansas before the Civil War. He made his mark and was elected a constable in that dangerous country before he was 20 years of age. He was then a tall, gangling youth, 6'1" in height, with yellow hair and blue eyes. He later developed into as splendid-looking a man as ever trod on leather, muscular and agile as he was powerful and enduring. His features were clean-cut and expressive, his carriage erect and dignified, and no one ever looked less the conventional part of the bad man assigned in popular imagination. He was not a quarrelsome man, although a dangerous one, and his voice was low and even, showing a nervous system like that of Daniel Boone, not agitated. It might have been supposed that he would be a natural master of weapons, and such was the case. The use of rifle and revolver was born in him, and perhaps no man of the frontier ever surpassed him in quick and accurate use of the heavy six-shooter. The religion of the frontier was not to miss, and rarely ever did he shoot, except he knew that he would not miss. The tale of his killings in single combat is the longest authentically assigned to any man in American history. After many experiences with the pro-slavery folk from the border, Bill, or Shanghai Bill as he was then known, a nickname which clung for years, went stage driving for the overland, and incidentally did some effective Indian fighting for his employers, finally in the year 1861 settling down as station agent for the overland at Rock Creek Station, about 50 miles west of Topeka. He was really there as guard for the horse pen, for all that region was full of horse thieves, and cutthroats and robberies and killings were common enough. It was here that there occurred his greatest fight, the greatest fight of one man against odds at close range that is mentioned in any history of any part of the world. There was never a battle like it known, nor is the West apt to again produce one matching it. The borderland of Kansas was at that time, as may be remembered, ground debated by the anti-slavery and pro-slavery factions, who still waged bitter war against one another, killing, burning, and pillaging without mercy. The Civil War was then raging, and Confederates from Missouri were frequent visitors in eastern Kansas under one pretext or another, of which horse-lifting was the one most common, it being held legitimate to prey upon the enemy as opportunity offered. Two border outlaws by the name of the McCandless boys led a gang of hard men in enterprises of this nature, and these intended to run off the stage company's horses when they found they could not seduce Bill to join their number. He told them to come and take the horses, if they could, and on the afternoon of December 16, 1861, 10 of them, led by the McCandless brothers, rode up to his dugout to do so. Bill was alone, his stablemen being away hunting. He retreated to the dark interior of his dugout and got ready his weapons, a rifle, 2 six-shooters, and a knife. The assailants proceeded to batter in the door with a log, and as it fell in, Jim McCandless, who must have been a brave man to undertake so foolhardy a thing against a man already known as a killer, sprang in at the opening. He, of course, was killed at once. This exhausted the rifle, and Bill picked up the six-shooters from the table, and in 3 quick shots killed 3 more of the gang as they rushed in at the door. 4 men were dead in less than that many seconds, but there were still 6 others left, all inside the dugout now and all firing at him at a range of 3 feet. It was almost a miracle that under such surroundings the man was not killed. Bill now was crowded too much to use his firearms, and took to the bowie, thrusting at one man and another as best he might. It is known among knife fighters that a man will stand up under a lot of flesh-cutting and blood-letting until the blade strikes a bone. Then he seems to drop quickly if it be a deep and severe thrust. In this chance medley, the knife wounds inflicted on each other by Bill and his swarming foes did not at first drop their men. so that it must have been several minutes that all 7 of them were mixed in a mass of shooting, thrusting, panting, and gasping humanity. Then Jack McCandless swung his rifle barrel and struck Bill over the head, springing upon him with his knife as well. Bill got his hand on a 6-shooter and killed him just as he would have struck. After that, no one knows what happened, not even Bill himself, who got his name then and there. "I just got sort of wild," he said, describing it. "I thought my heart was on fire. I went out to the pump, then to get a drink, and I was all cut and shot to pieces." They called him Wild Bill after that, and he had earned the name. There were 6 dead men on the floor of the dugout. He had fairly whipped the 10 of them, and the 4 remaining had enough and fled from that awful hole in the ground. 2 of these were badly wounded. Bill followed them to the door. His own weapons were exhausted or not at hand by this time, but his stableman came up just then with a rifle in his hands. Bill caught it from him, and, cut up as he was, fired and killed one of the wounded Desperadoes as he tried to mount his horse. The other wounded man later died of his wounds. 8 men were killed by the one. The 2 who got to their horses and escaped were perhaps never in the dugout at all, for it was hardly large enough to hold another man had any wanted to get in. There is no record of any fighting man to equal this. It took Bill a year to recover from his wounds. The life of the open air and hard work brought many Western men through injuries which would be fatal in the States. The pure air of the plains had much to do with this. Bill now took service as wagon master under General Fremont and managed to get attacked by a force of Confederates while on his way to Sedalia, the war being now in full swing. He fled and was pursued, but shooting back with 6 shooters, killed 4 men. It will be seen that he had now in single fight killed 12 men, and he was very young. His tally did not cover Indians, of whom he had slain several. Although he did not enlist, he went into the army as an independent sharpshooter, just because the fighting was good, and his work at this was very deadly. In 4 hours, at the Pea Ridge battle, where he lay behind a log on a hill commanding the flat where the Confederates were formed, he is said to have killed 35 men, one of them the Confederate General McCulloch. It was like shooting buffalo for him. He was charged by a company of the enemy, but was rescued by his own men. Not yet enlisting, Bill went in as a spy for General Curtis and took the dangerous work of going into Pap Price's lines among the touch-and-go Missourians and Arkansans in search of information useful to the Union forces. Bill enlisted for business purposes in a company of Price's mounted rangers, got the knowledge desired, and fled, killing a Confederate sergeant by name of Lawson in his escape. Curtis sent him back again, this time into the forces of Kirby Smith and in Texas, but reported soon to move up into Arkansas. Bill enlisted again and again showed his skill in the saddle, killing 2 men as he fled. Count up all his known victims to this time, and the tally would be at least 62 men, and Bill was then but 25. A third time, Curtis sent Bill back into the Confederate lines, this time into another part of Price's army. Here he was detected and arrested as a spy. Bound hand and foot in his death watch, he killed his captor after he had torn his hands free and once more escaped. After that, he dared not go back again, for he was too well known and too difficult to disguise. He could not keep out of the fighting, however, and went as a scout and freelance with General Davis during Price's second invasion of Missouri. He was not an enlisted man and seems to have done pretty much as he liked. One day he rode out on his own hook and was stopped by 3 men who ordered him to halt and dismount. All 3 men had their hands on their revolvers, but to show the difference between average men and a specialist, Bill killed 2 of them and fatally shot the other before they could get into action. His tally was now 66 men, at least. Curtis now sent Bill out into Kansas to look into a report that some Indians were about to join the Confederate forces. Bill got the news and also engaged in a knife duel with the Sioux Conquering Bear, whom he accused of trying to ambush him. It was a fair and desperate fight with knives, and although Bill finally killed his man, he himself was so badly cut up that he came near dying, his arm being ripped from shoulder to elbow, a wound which took years to mend. It is doubtful if any man ever survived such injuries as he did, for by this time he was a mass of scars from pistol and knife wounds. He had probably been in danger of his life more than 100 times in personal difficulties, for the man with a reputation as a bad man has a reputation which needs continual defending. After the war, Bill lived from hand to mouth. Like most frontier dwellers, it was at Springfield, Missouri, that another duel of his long list occurred, in which he killed Dave Tutt, a fine pistol shot, and a man with social ambitions and badness. It was a fair fight in the town square by appointment. Bill killed his man and wheeled so quickly on Tutt's followers that Tutt had not time to fall before Bill's six-shooter was turned the opposite way, and he was asking Tutt's friends if they wanted any of it themselves. They did not. This fight was forced on Bill, and his quiet attempts to avoid it, and his stern way of accepting it when inevitable, won him high estimation on the border. Indeed, he was now known all over the country, and his like has not since been seen. He was still a splendid-looking man, and as cool and quiet and modest as ever he had been. Bill now went to trapping in the less settled parts of Nebraska, and for a while he lived in peace, until he fell into a saloon row over some trivial matter and invited 4 of his opponents outside to fight him with pistols. The 4 were to fire at the word, and Bill to do the same, his pistol against their 4. In this fight he killed 1 man at first fire, but he himself was shot through the shoulder and disabled in his right arm. He killed 2 more with his left hand and badly wounded the other. This was a fair fight also, and the only wonder is he was not killed. But he seemed never to consider odds, and literally he knew nothing but fight. His score was now 72 men, not counting Indians. He himself never reported how many Indians he and Buffalo Bill killed as scouts in the Black Kettle campaign under Carr and Primrose, but the killing of Black Kettle himself was sometimes attributed to Wild Bill. The latter was badly wounded in the thigh with a lance, and it took a long time for this wound to heal. To give this hurt and others better opportunity for mending, Bill now took a trip back east to his home in Illinois. While east, he found that he had a reputation, and he undertook to use it. He found no way of making a living, however, and he returned to the west, where he could better market his qualifications. At that time, Hays City, Kansas, was one of the hardest towns on the frontier. It had more than 100 gambling dives and saloons to its 2,000 population, and murder was an ordinary thing. Hays needed a town marshal and one who could shoot. Wild Bill was unanimously selected, and in 6 weeks he was obliged to kill Jack Strawhan for trying to shoot him. This he did by reason of his superior quickness with the six-shooter, for Strawhan was drawing first. Another bad man, Mulvey, started to run Hays, in whose peace and dignity Bill now felt a personal ownership. Covered by Mulvey's revolvers, Bill found room for the lightning flash of time, which is all that is needed by the revolver genius, and killed Mulvey on the spot. His tally was now 75 men. He made it 78 in a fight with a bunch of private soldiers who called him a long hair. A term very accurate, by the way, for Bill was proud of his long blonde hair, as was General Custer and many another man of the West at that time. In this fight, Bill was struck by 7 pistol balls and barely escaped alive by flight to a ranch on the prairie nearby. He lay there 3 weeks while General Phil Sheridan had details out with orders to get him, dead or alive. He later escaped in a boxcar to another town, and his days as Marshal of Hays were over. Bill now tried his hand at Wild West theatricals, seeing that already many Easterners were daffy, as he called it, about the West. But he failed at this and went back once more to the plains where he belonged. He was chosen Marshal of Abilene, then the cow camp par excellence, of the Middle Plains, and as tough a community as Hayes had been. The wild men from the lower plains, fighting men mad from whiskey and contact with the settlement's possibilities of long-denied indulgence, swarmed in the streets and dives, mingling with desperadoes and toughs from all parts of the frontier. Those who have never lived in such a community will never be able by any description to understand its phenomena. It seems almost unbelievable that sober, steady-going America ever knew such days, but there they were, and not so long ago, for this was only 1870. 2 days after Bill was elected Marshal of Abilene, he killed a desperado who was whooping up the town in customary fashion. That same night he was on the street in a dim light when all at once he saw a man whisk around a corner and saw something shine, as he thought with the gleam of a weapon. As showing how quick were the hand and eye of the typical gunman of the day, it may be stated that Bill killed this man in a flash, only to find out later that it was a friend and one of his own deputies. The man was only pulling a handkerchief from his pocket. Bill knew that he was watched every moment by men who wanted to kill him. He had his own life in his hands all the time. For instance, he had next to kill the friend of the desperado whom he had shot. By this time, Abilene respected its new marshal, indeed was rather proud of him. The reign of the bad man of the plains was at its height, and the professional man-killer, the specialist with firearms, was a figure here and there over wide regions. Among all these none compared with this unique specimen. He was generous, too, as he was deadly, for even yet he was supporting a McCandless widow, and he always furnished funerals for his corpses. He had one more to furnish soon. Enemies down the range among the cowmen made up a purse of $5,000 and hired 8 men to kill the town marshal and bring his heart back south. Bill heard of it and literally made all of them jump off the railroad train where he met them. One was killed in the jump. His list of homicides was now 81. He had never yet been arrested for murder, and his killing was in fair open fight, his life usually against large odds. He was a strange favorite of fortune who seemed certainly to shield him round about. Bill now went east for another try at theatricals, in which happily he was unsuccessful, and for which he felt a strong distaste. He was scared on the stage, and when he saw what was expected of him, he quit and went back once more to the west. He appeared at Cheyenne in the Black Hills, wandering thus from one point to another after the fashion of the frontier, where a man did many things and in many places. He had a little brush with a band of Indians and killed 4 of them with 4 shots from his 6-shooter, bringing his list in red and white to 85 men. He got away alive from the Black Hills with difficulty, but in 1876 he was back again at Deadwood, married now, and one would have thought ready to settle down. But the life of turbulence ends in turbulence. He who lives by the sword dies by the sword. Deadwood was as bad a place as any that could be found in the mining region, and Bill was not an officer here, as he had been in Kansas towns. As Marshal of Hays and Abilene and United States Marshal later at Hays City, he had been a national character. He was at Deadwood for the time only plain Wild Bill, handsome, quiet, but ready for anything. Ready for anything but treachery. He himself had always fought fair and in the open. His men were shot in front. Not such was to be his fate. On the day of August 2nd, 1876, while he was sitting at a game of cards in a saloon, a hard citizen by name of Jack McCall slipped up behind him, placed a pistol to the back of his head, and shot him dead before he knew he had an enemy near. The ball passed through Bill's head and out at the cheek, lodging in the arm of the man across the table. Bill had won a little money from McCall earlier in the day, and won it fairly, but the latter had a grudge and was no doubt one of those disgruntled souls who had it in for all the rest of the world. He got away with the killing at the time, for a miner's court let him go. A few days later he began to boast about his act, seeing what fame was his for ending so famous a life. but at Yankton they arrested him, tried him before a real court, convicted him, and hanged him promptly. Wild Bill's body was buried at Deadwood, and his grave surrounded by a neat railing and marked by a monument, long remained one of the features of Deadwood. The monument and fence were disfigured by vandals who sought some memento of the greatest bad man ever in all likelihood seen upon the earth. His tally of 85 men seems large, but in fair probability it is not large enough. His main encounters are known historically. He killed a great many Indians at different times, but of these no accurate estimate can be claimed. Nor is his list of victims as a sharpshooter in the army legitimately to be added to his record. Cutting out all doubtful instances, however, there remains no doubt that he killed between 20 and 30 men in personal combat in the open, and that never once was he tried in any court on a charge even of manslaughter. This record is not approached by that of any other known bad man. Many of them are credited with 20 men, a dozen men, and so forth, but when the records are sifted, the list dwindles. It is doubted whether any other bad men in America ever actually killed 20 men in fair personal combat. Bill was not killed in fair fight, nor could McCall have hurt him had Bill suspected his intent. Hickok was about 39 years old when killed, and he had averaged a little more than 2 men for each year of his entire life. He was well known among army officers and esteemed as a scout and a man, never regarded as a tough in any sense. He was a man of singular personal beauty. Of him, General Custer, soon thereafter to fall a victim himself upon the plains, said, "He was a plainsman in every sense of the word, yet unlike any other of his class. Whether on foot or on horseback, he was one of the most perfect types of physical manhood I ever saw." His manner was entirely free from all bluster and bravado. He never spoke of himself unless requested to do so. His influence among the frontiersmen was unbounded. His word was law. Wild Bill was anything but a quarrelsome man, yet none but himself could enumerate the many conflicts in which he had been engaged. These are the words of one fighting man about another, and both men are entitled to good rank in the annals of the West. The praise of an army general for a man of no rank or wealth leaves us feeling that, after all, it was a possible thing for a bad man to be a good man and worthy of respect and admiration, utterly unmingled with maudlin sentiment or weak love for the melodramatic. End of section 12.
Section 13 of The Story of the Outlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The Story of the Outlaw by Emerson Hough. Frontier Wars. Armed conflicts of bodies of men on the frontiers. Political wars. Townsite wars. Cattle wars. Factional fights. The history of the border wars on the American frontier, where the fighting was more like battle than murder, and where the extent of the crimes against law became too large for the law ever to undertake any settlement, would make a long series of bloody volumes. These wars of the frontier were sometimes political, as the Kansas anti-slavery warfare, or again they were fights over town sites, one armed band against another, and both against the law. Wars over cows, as of the cattlemen against the rustlers and little fellows, often took on the phase of large armed bodies of men meeting in bloody encounter, though the bloodiest of these wars are those least known, and the opera bouffe wars, those most widely advertised. The state of Kansas, now so calm and peaceful, is difficult to picture as the scene of a general bloodshed. Yet wherever you scratch Kansas history, you find a fight. No territory of equal size has had so much war over so many different causes. Her story in Indian fighting, gambler fighting, Outlaw fighting, town site fighting, and political fighting is one not approached by any other portion of the West, and if at times it was marked with fanaticism or with sordidness, it was none the less bitter and notable. The border wars of Kansas and Missouri at the time immediately preceding the Civil War would be famed in song and story, had not the greater conflict between North and South wiped all that out of memory. Even the North was divided over the great question of the repeal of the Missouri Compromise. Alabama, Arkansas, California, Delaware, Florida, Georgia, Indiana, Iowa, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maryland, Michigan, Missouri, New Hampshire, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, and Virginia gave a whole or a majority vote for this repeal of the compromise. Against the repeal were Connecticut, Maine, Massachusetts, New York, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Vermont, and Wisconsin, Illinois, and New Jersey voted a tie vote. Ohio cast 4 votes for the repeal measure, 17 against it. This vote brought the territories of Kansas and Nebraska into the Union with the option open on whether or not they should have slavery, it being the true intent and meaning of this act not to legislate slavery into any territory, nor to exclude it therefrom, but to leave the people thereof perfectly free to form and regulate their own domestic institutions in their own way. This was very well, but who were the people of these debated grounds? Hundreds of abolitionists of the North thought it their duty to flock to Kansas and take up arms. Hundreds of the inhabitants of Missouri thought it incumbent upon them to run across the line and vote in Kansas on the domestic institutions, and to shoot in Kansas and to burn and ravage in Kansas. They were met by the anti-slavery legions along the wide frontier, and brother slew brother for years. One series of more or less ignoble and dastardly outrages, following another in big or little, murders and arson in big or little, until the whole country at last was drawn into this matter of the domestic institutions of bleeding Kansas. The animosities formed in those days were bitter and enduring ones, and the more prominent figures on both sides were men marked for later slaughter. The Civil War and the slavery question were fought out over all the West for 10 years. Even 20 years after the war was over, some large figures came up out of this internecine strife, and there were many deeds of courage and many romantic adventures. But on the whole, although the result of all this was for the best, and added another state to the list unalterably opposed to human slavery, the story in detail is not a pleasant one, and adds no great glory to either side. It is a chapter of American history which is very well let alone. When the railroads came across the western plains, they brought a man who has been present on the American frontier ever since the Revolutionary War, the land boomer. He was in Kentucky in time to rob poor old Daniel Boone of all the lands he thought he owned. He founded Marietta on the Ohio River on a land steal, and thence westward laid out one town after another. The early settler who came down the Ohio Valley in the first and second decades of the past century passed the ruins of abandoned towns far back to the east, even in that day. The townside shark passed across the Mississippi River and the Missouri, and everywhere his record was the same. He was the pioneer of avarice in very many cases, and often he inaugurated strife, where he purported to be establishing law. Each town thought itself the garden spot and center of the universe. One knows not how many Kansas towns, for instance, contended over the absurd honor of being exactly at the center of the United States. And local pride was such that each citizen must unite with others, even in arms, if need be, to uphold the merits of his own city. This peculiar phase of frontier nature usually came most in evidence over the questions of county seats. Hardly a frontier county seat was ever established without a fight of some kind, and often a bloody one, It was chance that the author has been in and around a few of these clashes between rival towns, and he may say that the vehemence of the antagonism of such encounters would have been humorous had it not been so deadly. Two cities composed each of a few frame shanties and a set of blueprint maps, one just as barren of delight as the other, and neither worth fighting over at the time, do not seem typical of any great moral purpose. Yet at times their citizens fought as stubbornly as did the men who fought for and against slavery in Kansas. One instance of this sort of thing will do, and it is covered in the chapter describing the Stevens County War, one of the most desperate and bloody, as well as one of the most recent feuds of local politicians. For some reason, perhaps that of remoteness of time, the wars of the cowmen of the range seem to have had a bolder, a less sordid and more romantic interest, if these terms be allowable. When the cowmen began to fence up the free range, to shut up gods out of doors, he entrenched upon more than a local or a political pride. He was now infringing upon the great principle of personal freedom. He was throttling the West itself, which had always been a land of freedom. One does not know whether all one's readers have known it, that unspeakable feeling of freedom, of independence, of rebellion at restraint, which came when one could ride or drive for days across the empire of the plains, and never meet a fence to hinder, nor need a road to show the way. To meet one of these new far-flung fences of the rich men who began to take up the West was at that time only to cut it and ride on. The free men of the West would not be fenced in. The range was theirs, so they blindly and lovingly thought. Let those blame them who love this day more than that. But the fence was the sign of the property-owning man, and the property-owning man has always beaten the nomad and the restless man at last, and set metes and bounds for him to observe. The nesters and rustlers fought out the battle for the free range more fiercely than was ever known. One of the most widely known of these cow wars was the absurd Johnson County War of Wyoming, which got much newspaper advertising at the time, the summer of 1892, and which was always referred to with a certain contempt among old-timers as the Dude War. Only 2 men were killed in this war, and the non-resident cattlemen who undertook to be ultra-Western and do a little vigilante work for themselves among the rustlers found that they were not fit for the task. They were very glad indeed to get themselves arrested and under cover, and more especially in the protection of the military. They found that they had not lost any rustlers when they stirred up a whole valley full, and were themselves besieged, surrounded, and well-nigh ready for a general wiping out. They killed a couple of little fellows, or rather some of their hired Texas cowboys did it for them. But that was all they accomplished, except well-nigh to bankrupt Wyoming in the legal muddle, out of which, of course, nothing came. There was in this party of cattlemen a member of the legislature, a member of the stock commission, some 24 wealthy cattlemen, 2 Harvard graduates, and a young Englishman in search of adventure. They made, on the whole, about the most contemptible and inefficient band of vigilantes that ever went out to regulate things, although their deeds were reported by wire to many journals, and for a time, perhaps, they felt that they were cutting quite a figure. They had very large property losses to incite them to their action, for the rustlers were then pretty much running things in that part of Wyoming, and the local courts would not convict them. This fiasco scarcely hastened the advent of the day, which came soon enough after the railroads and the farmers, under which the home-dweller outweighed the nomad. Wars between sheepmen and cattlemen sometimes took on the phase of armed bodies of men meeting in bloody encounter. The sheep were always unwelcome on the range, and are so today, although the courts now adjust such matters better than they formerly did. The cow baron and his men often took revenge upon the woolly nuisances themselves and killed them in numbers. The author knows of one instance where 5,000 sheep were killed in one box canyon by irate cowmen whose range had been invaded. The sheep eat the grass down to the point of killing it, and cattle will not feed on a country where sheep have crossed. Many wars of this kind have been known all the way from Montana to Mexico. Again, factional fights might arise over some trivial matter as an immediate cause. In a community or a region where numbers of men fairly equal were separated in self-interest. In a day when life was still wild and free, and when the law was still unknown, these differences of opinion sometimes led to bitter and bloody conflicts between factions. End of Chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of The Story of the Outlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of the Outlaw by Emerson Hough. Chapter 14, The Lincoln County War. The entire history of the American frontier is one of rebellion against the law, if indeed that may be called rebellion whose apostles have not yet recognized any authority of the law. The frontier antedated anarchy. It broke no social compact, for it had never made one. Its population asked no protection, save that afforded under the stern suzerainty of the six-shooter. The anarchy of the frontier, if we may call it such, was sometimes little more than self-interest against self-interest. This was the true description of the border conflict now in question. The Lincoln County War, fully speaking, embraced three wars: the Pecos War of the early 70s, the Herald War of 1874, and the Lincoln County War proper, which may be said to have begun in 1874 and to have ended in 1879. The actors in these different conflicts were all intermingled. There was no blood feud at the bottom of this fighting. It was a war of self-interest against self-interest, each side supported by numbers of fighting men. At that time, Lincoln County, New Mexico was about as large as the state of Pennsylvania. For judicial purposes, it was annexed to Doña County, and its territories included both the present counties of Eddy and Chavez and part of what is now Doña. It extended west, practically as far as the Rio Grande River, and embraced a tract of mountains and high tableland nearly 200 miles square. Out of this mountain chain, to the east and southeast, ran two beautiful mountain streams, the Bonito and Ruidoso, flowing into the Hondo, which continues on to the flat valley of the Pecos River, once the natural pathway of the Texas cattle herds bound north to Utah and the Mountain Territories, and hence the natural pathway also for many lawful or lawless citizens from Texas. At the close of the Civil War, Texas was full of unbranded and unowned cattle. Out of the town of Paris, Texas, which was founded by his father, came one John Chisholm, one of the most typical cowmen that ever lived. Bold, fearless, shrewd, unscrupulous, genial, magnetic. He was the man of all others to occupy a kingdom which had heretofore had no ruler. John Chisholm drove the first herds up the Pecos Trail to the territorial market. He held at one time perhaps 80,000 head of cattle under his brand of the Long Eye and Jingle Bob. Moreover, he had powers of attorney from a great many cowmen in Texas and lower New Mexico, authorizing him to take up any trail cattle which he found under their respective brands. He carried a tin cylinder, large as a waterspout, that contained, some said, more than 1,000 of these powers of attorney. At least it is certain he had papers enough to give him a wide authority. Chisholm riders combed every northbound herd. If they found the cattle of any of his friends, they were cut out and turned on the Chisholm Range. There were many little fellows, small cattlemen nested here and there on the flanks of the Chisholm herds. What more natural than that they should steal from him, in case they found a market of their own? That was much easier than raising cows of their own. Now there was a market up this winding Bonito Valley at Lincoln and Fort Stanton. The soldiers of the latter post and the Indians of the Mescalero Reservation nearby needed supplies. There were others besides John Chisholm who might need a beef contract now and then and cattle to fill it. At the end of the Civil War, there was in New Mexico, with what was known as the California Column, which joined the forces of New Mexican volunteers, an officer known as Major L.G. Murphy. After the war, a great many men settled near the points where they were mustered out in the South and West. It was thus with Major Murphy, who located as post trader in the little frontier post known as Fort Stanton, which was founded by Captain Frank Stanton in 1854 in the Indian days. John Chisholm located his Bosque Grande ranch about 1865, and Murphy came to Fort Stanton about 1866. In 1875, Chisholm dropped down to his South Spring River ranch, and by that time Murphy had been thrown out of the post tradership by Major Clendenning, commanding officer, who did not like his methods. He had dropped 9 miles down the Bonito from Fort Stanton, with 2 young associates under the firm name of Murphy, Riley, and Dolan, sometimes spoken of as L.G. Murphy & Co. Murphy was a hard-drinking man, yet withal something of a student. He was intelligent, generous, bold, and shrewd. He staked every little cowman in Lincoln County, including a great many who had hung on the flanks of John Chisholm's herds. These men, in turn, were in their ethics bound to support him and his methods. Murphy was king of the Bonito country. Chisholm was king of the Pecos, not merchant but cowman, and caring for nothing which had not grass and water on it. Here, then, were 2 rival kings. Each at times had occasion for a beef contract. The result is obvious to anyone who knows the ways of the remoter West in earlier days. The times were ripe for trouble. Murphy bought stolen beef and furnished bran instead of flour on his Indian contracts, as the government records show. His henchmen held the Chisholm herds as their legitimate prey. Thus, we now have our stage set and peopled for the grim drama of a bitter border war. The Pecos War was mostly an indiscriminate killing among cowmen and cattle thieves, and it cost many lives, though it had no beginning and no end. The Texas men, hard riders and cheerful shooters for the most part, came pushing up the Pecos and into the Bonita Canyon. Among these, in 1874, were 4 brothers known as the Herald Boys, Bill, Jack, Tom, and Bob, who had come from Texas in 1872. 2 of them located ranches on the Ruidoso, being staked therein by Major Murphy, king for that part of the countryside. The Herald Boys once undertook to run the town of Lincoln, and a foolish justice ordered a constable to arrest them. One Gilliam, an ex-sheriff, told the boys to put on their guns. On that night, there were killed Gilliam, Bill Herald, Dave Warner, and Martinez, the Mexican constable. The dead body of Martinez was lying in the street the next morning, with a deep cross cut on the forehead. From that time on, for the next 5 years, it was no uncommon thing to see a dead man lying in the streets of Lincoln. The Herald Boys had sworn revenge. There was a little dance in an adobe one night at Lincoln, when Ben Herald and some Texas men from the Seven Rivers country rode up. They killed 4 men and 1 woman that night before they started back to Seven Rivers. From that time on, it was Texas against the law, such as the latter was. No resident places the number of the victims of the Herald War at less than 40 or 50, and it is believed that at least 75 would be more correct. These killings proved the weakness of the law, for none of the Herald gang was ever punished. As for the Lincoln County War proper, the magazine was now handsomely laid, only the spark was needed. What would that naturally be? Either an actual law court, or else a woman. In due time, both were forthcoming. The woman in the case still lives today in New Mexico, sometimes spoken of as the Cattle Queen of New Mexico. She bears now the name of Mrs. Susan E. Barber. Her maiden name was Susan E. Hummer, the name sometimes spelled Homer, and she was born in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Susan Hummer was a granddaughter of Anna Maria Spangler Stauffer. The Spangler family is a noble one of Germany and very old. George Spangler was cupbearer to Godfrey, Chancellor of Frederick Barbarossa, and was with the latter on the Crusade when Barbarossa was drowned in the Syrian river Kalakadmus in 1190. The American seat of this old family was in York County, Pennsylvania, where the first Spanglers settled in 1731. It was from this tenacious and courageous ancestry that there sprang this figure of a border warfare in a region wild as Barbarossa's realm centuries ago. On August 23, 1873, in Atchison, Kansas, Susan Hummer was married to Alexander A. McSween, a young lawyer fresh from the Washington University Law School of St. Louis. McSween was born in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island, and was educated in the first place as a Presbyterian minister. He was a man of good appearance, of intelligence and address, and of rather more polish than the average man. He was an orator, a dreamer, and a visionary, a strange, complex character. He was not a fighting man, and belonged anywhere in the world rather than on the frontier of the bloody Southwest. His health was not good, and he resolved to journey to New Mexico. He and his young bride started overland with a good team and conveyance and reached the little placita of Lincoln in the Bonito Canyon March 15, 1875. Outside of the firm of Murphy, Riley, and Dolan, there were at that time but one or two other American families. McSween started up the practice of law. There appeared in northern New Mexico at about this time an Englishman by the name of J.H. Tunstall, newly arrived in the West in search of investment. Tunstall was told that there was good open cattle range to be had in Lincoln County. He came to Lincoln, met McSween, formed a partnership with him in the banking and mercantile business, and moreover started for himself, and altogether independently, a horse and cattle ranch in the Rio Feliz, a day's journey below Lincoln. Now King Murphy of Lincoln County found a rival business growing up directly under his eyes. He liked this no better than King Chisholm liked the little cowman on his flanks in the Seven Rivers country. Things were ripening still more rapidly for trouble. Presently, the immediate cause made its appearance. There had been a former partner and friend of Major Murphy in the post-tradership at Fort Stanton, Colonel Emil Fritz, who established the Fritz Ranch a few miles below Lincoln. Colonel Fritz, having amassed a considerable fortune, concluded to return to Germany. He had insured his life in the American Insurance Company for $10,000 and had made a will leaving this policy, or the greater part of it, to his sister. The latter had married a clerk at Fort Stanton by the name of Scholand, but did not get along well with her husband. Heretofore no such thing as divorce had been known in that part of the world, but courts and lawyers were now present, and it occurred to Mrs. Scholand to have a divorce. She sent to Mr. McSween for legal counsel, and for a time lived in the McSween house. Now came news of the death in Germany of Colonel Emil Fritz. His brother, Charlie Fritz, undertook to look up the estate. He found the will and insurance policy had been left with Major Murphy, but Major Murphy, accustomed to running affairs in his own way, refused to give up the Emil Fritz will and forced McSween to get a court order appointing Mrs. Scholand administratrix of the Fritz estate. Not even in that capacity would Major Murphy deliver to her the will and insurance policy when they were demanded, and it is claimed that he destroyed the will. Certainly it was never probated. Murphy was accustomed to keep this will in a tin can, hid in a hole in the adobe wall of his store building. There were no safes at that time in place. The policy had been left as security for a loan of $900, advanced by a firm known as Spiegelberg Brothers. Few ingredients were now lacking for a typical melodrama. Meantime, the plot thickened by the failure of the insurance company. McSween, in the interest of Mrs. Scholand, now went east to see what could be done in the collection of the insurance policy. He was able, finally, in 1876, to collect the full amount of $10,000, and this he deposited in his own name in a St. Louis bank then owned by Colonel Hunter. He had been obliged to pay the Spiegelbergs the face of their loan before he could get the policy to take east with him. He wished to be secured against this advancement and reimbursed as well for his expenses, which, together with his fee, amounted to a considerable sum. Moreover, the German minister enjoined McSween from turning over any of this money, as there were other heirs in Germany. Major Murphy owed McSween some money. Colonel Fritz also died owing McSween $3,300, fees due on legal work. Yet Murphy demanded the full amount of the insurance policy from McSween again and again. Murphy, Riley, and Dolan now sued out an attachment on McSween's property and levied on the goods in the Tunstall-McSween store. The law was now doing its work, but there was a very liberal interpretation put upon the law's intent. As construed by Sheriff William Brady, the writ applied also to the Englishman Tunstall's property in cattle and horses on the Rio Feliz ranch, which of course was high-handed illegality. McSween's statement that he had no interest in the Feliz Ranch served no purpose. Brady and Murphy were warm friends. The lawyer McSween had accused them of being something more than that, allies and conspirators. McSween and Tunstall bought Lincoln County scrip cheap, and when they presented it to the county treasurer Murphy, it was not paid, and it was charged that he and Brady had made away with the county funds. That was never proved, for as a matter of fact, no county books were ever kept. McSween started the first set ever known there. At this time, there was working for Tunstall on the Feliz Ranch the noted desperado Billy the Kid, who a short time formerly had worked for John Chisholm. The latter, at this stage of the advancing troubles, appears rather as a third party, or as holding one point of a triangle, whose other two corners were occupied by the Murphy and McSween factions. Whether or not it was a legal posse which went out to serve the attachment on the Tunstall cattle, or whether or not a posse was necessary for that purpose, the truth is that a band of men on February 13th, 1878, did go out under some semblance of the law and in the interests of the Murphy people's claim. Some state that William S. Morton, or Billy Morton, was chosen by Sheriff Brady as his deputy and as leader of this posse. Others named different men as leaders. Certainly the band was suited for any desperate occasion. With it was one Tom Hill, who had killed several men at different times, and who had been heard to say that he intended to kill Tunstall. There was also Jesse Evans, just in from the Rio Grande country, and, unless that were Billy the Kid, the most redoubtable fighter in all that country. Evans had formerly worked for John Chisholm and had been the friend of Billy the Kid, but these two had now become enemies. Others of the party were William M. Johnson, Ham Mills, Johnny Hurley, Frank Baker, several ranchers still living in that country, and 2 or 3 Mexicans. All these rode across the mountains to the Ruidoso Valley on their way to the Rio Feliz. They met, coming from the Tunstall Ranch, Tunstall himself, in company with his foreman Dick Brewer, John Middleton, and Billy the Kid. When the Murphy posse came up with Tunstall, he was alone. His men were at the time chasing a flock of wild turkeys along a distant hillside. When called upon to halt, Tunstall did so, and then came up toward the posse. "You wouldn't hurt me, boys, would you?" he said, as he approached leading his horse. When within a few yards, Tom Hill said to him, "Why, hello, Tunstall, is that you?" and almost with the words, fired upon him with his 6-shooter and shot him down. Some say that Hill shot Tunstall again, and a young Mexican boy called Pantalon beat in his skull with a rock. They put Tunstall's hat under his head and left him lying there beside his horse, which was also killed. His folded coat was found under the horse's head. His body, lashed on a burro's back, was brought over the mountains by his friends that night into Lincoln, 20 miles distant. 50 men took up the McSween fight that night, for in truth the killing of Tunstall was murder and without justification. That was the beginning of the actual Lincoln County War. Dick Brewer, Tunstall's foreman, was now leader of the McSween fighting men. McSween, of course, supplied him with color of legal authority. He was appointed special constable. Neither party had difficulty in obtaining all the legal papers required. Each party was presently to have a sheriff of its own. Meantime, there was at Lincoln an accommodating justice of the peace, John P. Wilson, who was ready to give either faction any sort of legal paper it demanded. Dick Brewer, Billy the Kid, and nearly a dozen others of the first McSween posse started to the lower country, where lived a good many of Murphy's friends, small cowmen, and others. On the Rio Penasco, about 6 miles from the Pecos, they came across a party of 5 men, 2 of whom, Billy Morton and Frank Baker, had been present at the killing of Tunstall. Baker and Morton surrendered under promise of safekeeping and were held for a time at Roswell. On the trail from Roswell to Lincoln, at a point near the Agua Negra, both these men, while kneeling and pleading for their lives, were deliberately shot and killed by Billy the Kid. There was in the Brewer posse a buffalo hunter by the name of McCloskey, who had promised to take care of these prisoners. Joe McNabb of the posse shot and killed McCloskey in cold blood. In this McSween posse were Doc Scurlock, Charlie Beaudre, Billy the Kid, Hendry Brown, Jim French, John Middleton, with McNabb, Waite, and Smith, besides McCloskey, who seems not to have been loyal enough to them to sanction cold-blooded murder. These victims were killed March 7, 1878. There had now been deliberate murder committed upon the one side and upon the other. There were many men implicated on each side. These men in self-interest now drew apart together. The factions of necessity became more firmly established. It may be seen that there was very little principle at stake on either side. The country was now simply going wild again. It meant to take the law into its own hands, and the population was divided into these two factions, to one or the other of which every resident must perforce belong. A choice, and sometimes a quick one, was an imperative necessity. The next killing was that of Buckshot Roberts at Blazer's Mill near the Mescalero Reservation buildings, an affair described in a later chapter. 13 men, later of the Kids gang, led by Dick Brewer, attacked Roberts, who killed Dick Brewer before he himself died. The death of the latter left the Kid chief of the McSween forces. A great bloodlust now possessed all the population. It wanted no law. There was no doubt about the intention to make away with Judge Warren Bristol of the Circuit Court. The latter, knowing of these turbulent times in Lincoln, decided not to hold court. He sent word to Sheriff William Brady to open court and then at once adjourn it. This was on April 1, 1878. Sheriff Brady, in walking down the street toward the dwelling house in which the court sessions were then held, was obliged to pass the McSween store and residence. Behind the corral wall, there lay ambushed Billy the Kid and at least 5 others of his gang. Brady was accompanied by Billy Matthews, J.B. Matthews, now dead, postmaster of Roswell, New Mexico in 1904, by George Hindman, his deputy, and Dad Pepin, later sheriff of Lincoln County. The Kid and his men waited until the victims had gone by. Then a volley was fired. Sheriff Brady, shot in the back, slowly sank down, his knees weakening under him. "My God, my God, my God," he exclaimed, as he gradually dropped. He had been struck in the back by 5 balls. As he sank down, he turned his head to see his murderers, and as he did so, received a ball in the eye, and so fell dead. George Hindman, the deputy, also shot in the back, ran down the street about 150 yards before he fell. He lay in the street, and few dared to go out to him. A saloon keeper, Ike Stockton, himself a bad man, and later killed at Durango, Colorado, offered him a drink of water, which he brought in his hat, and Hindman, accepting it, fell back dead. The murder of Sheriff Brady left the country without even the semblance of law. But each party now took steps to set up a legal machinery of its own, to cover for its own acts. The old Justice of the Peace, John P. Wilson, would issue a warrant on any pretext for any person, but there must be someone with authority to serve the process. In a quasi-election, the McSween faction instituted John Copeland as their sheriff. The Murphy faction held that Copeland never qualified as sheriff. He lived with McSween part of the time. It was understood that he was sheriff for the purpose of bothering nobody but the Murphy people. Meantime, the other party were not thus to be surpassed. In June 1878, Governor Axtell appointed George W. Pepin as sheriff of Lincoln County. Pepin, qualified at Mesilla, came back to Lincoln and demanded of Copeland the warrants in his possession. He had, on his part, 12 warrants for the arrest of members of the McSween gang. Little lacked now to add confusion to this bloody coil. The country was split into 2 factions. Each had a sheriff as a figurehead. What and where was the law? Pepin had to get fighting men to serve his warrants, and he could not always be particular about the social standing of his posses. He had a thankless and dangerous position as the Murphy sheriff. Most of his posses were recruited from among the small ranchers and cowboys of the lower Pecos. Pepin was sheriff only a few months and threw up the job $2,800 in debt. The men of both parties were now scouting about for each other here and there over a district more than 100 miles square. But presently the war was to take on the dignity of a pitched battle. Early in July 1878, the Kid and his gang rounded up at the McSween house. There were a dozen white desperadoes in their party. There were about 40 Mexicans, also identified with the McSween faction. These were quartered in the Montana and Ellis residences well down the street. The Murphy forces now surrounded the McSween house, and at once a pitched battle began. The McSween men started the firing from the windows and loopholes of their fortress. The Pepin men replied. The town, divided against itself, held under cover. For 3 days the 2 little armies lay here, separated by the distance of the street, perhaps 60 men in all on the McSween side, perhaps 30 or 40 in all on the Murphy-Pepin side, of whom 19 were Americans. To keep the McSween men inside their fortifications, Pepin had 3 men posted on the mountainside, whence they could look down directly on the top of the houses, as the mountain here rises up sharply back of the narrow line of adobe buildings. These pickets were Charlie Crawford, Lucilo Montoyo, and another Mexican, and with their long-range buffalo guns, they threw a good many heavy slugs of lead into the McSween house. At last, one Fernando Herrera, a McSween Mexican, standing in the back door of the Montana house, fired at a distance of about 900 yards at Charlie Crawford. The shot cut Crawford down, and he lay with his back broken behind a rock on the mountainside in the hot sun nearly all day. Crawford was later brought down to the street. Medical attendance there was none, and few dared offer sympathy, but Captain Saturnio Baca carried Crawford a drink of water. The death of Crawford ended the second day's fighting. Pepin's party now numbered 16 men from the Seven Rivers country, or 28 in all. The McSween men besieged in the adobe were Billy the Kid, Harvey Norris, killed, Tom O'Folliard, Eugenio Salazar, wounded and left for dead, Ignacio Gonzalez, Jose Zamora, killed, Francisco Romero, killed, and Alexander A. McSween, leader of the faction, killed. Doc Scurlock, Jack Middleton, and Charlie Beaudre were in the adjoining store building. At about noon on the third day, old Andy Boyle, ex-soldier of the British Army, said, "We'll have to get a cannon and blow in the doors. I'll go up to the fort and steal a cannon." Halfway up to the fort, he found his cannon, 2 Gatling guns and a troop of colored cavalry. Already on the road to stop would have been reported as firing on women and children. The detachment was under the charge of the commanding officer of Fort Stanton, Colonel Dudley, who marched his men past the beleaguered house and drew them up below the place. Colonel Dudley was besought by Mrs. McSween, who came out under fire to save her husband's life, but he refused to interfere or take side in the matter, saying that the sheriff of the county was there and in charge of his own posse. Mrs. McSween refused to accept protection and go up to the post, but returned to her husband for what she knew must soon be the end. McSween, ex-minister, lawyer, honest or dishonest instigator, innocent or malicious cause, and one may choose his adjectives in this matter, of all these bloody scenes, now sat in the house, his head bowed in his hands, the picture of foreboding despair. His nerve was absolutely gone. No one paid any attention to him. His wife, the actual leader, was far braver than he. The Kid was the commander. "They'll kill us all if we surrendered," he said. "We'll shoot it out." Old Andy Boyle got some sticks and some coal oil, and under the protection of rifles started a fire against the street door of the house. Jack Long and 2 others also fired the house in the rear. A keg of powder had been concealed under the floor. The flames reached this powder, and there was an explosion, which did more than anything else toward ending the siege. At about dusk, Bob Beckwith, Old Man Pierce, and 1 other man ran around toward the rear of the house. Beckwith called out to the inmates to surrender. They demanded that the sheriff come for a parley. "I'm a deputy sheriff," replied Beckwith. It was dark, or nearly so. Several figures burst out of the rear door of the burning house, among these the unfortunate McSween. Around him and ahead of him ran Billy the Kid, Scurlock, French, O'Folliard, Beaudre, and a few others. The flashing of 6-shooters at close range ended the 3 days' battle. McSween, still unarmed, dropped dead. He was found, half sitting, kneeling against the corral wall. Bob Beckwith, of the Pepin forces, fell almost at the same time, killed by Billy the Kid. Near McSween's body lay those of Romero and Zamora and of Harvey Norris. The latter was a young Kansan, newly arrived at that country, of whom little was known. With the McSween party there was one game Mexican, Eugenio Salazar, who is alive today by miracle. In the rush from the house, Salazar was shot down, being struck by 2 bullets. He feigned death. Old Andy Boyle stood over him with his gun cocked. "I guess he's dead," said Andy. "If I thought he wasn't, I'd shoot him some more." They then jumped on Salazar's body to assure themselves. In the darkness, Salazar rolled over into a ditch and made his escape, stopped his wounds with some corn husks, and found concealment in a Mexican house until he subsequently recovered. This fight cost McSween his life just at the point when he thought he had attained success. 4 days before he was killed, he had word from the United States Government Commissioner, Angell, that the President had deposed Governor Axtell of New Mexico on account of his appointment of Dad Papin as sheriff and on charges that Axtell was favoring the Murphy faction. General Lew Wallace was now sent out as governor of New Mexico, invested with extraordinary powers. He needed them. President Hayes had issued governmental proclamation calling upon these desperate fighting men to lay down their arms, but it was not certain they would easily be persuaded. It was a long way to Washington and a short way to a six-shooter. General Wallace assured Mrs. McSween of protection, but he found there was no such thing as getting to the bottom of the Lincoln County War. It would have been necessary to hang the entire population of the county to execute a formal justice. Almost none of the indictments stuck, and one by one the cases were dismissed. The thing was too big for the law. The only man ever actually indicted and brought to trial for a killing during the Lincoln County War was Billy the Kid. And there is many a resident of Lincoln today who declares that the Kid was made a scapegoat, and many a man even today charges Governor Wallace with bad faith. Governor Wallace met the Kid by appointment at the Ellis House in Lincoln. The Kid came in fully armed, and the old soldier was surprised to see in him a bright-faced and pleasant-talking boy. In the presence of two witnesses now living, Governor Wallace asked the Kid to come in and lay down his arms, and promised to pardon him if he would stand trial and if he should be convicted in the courts. The Kid declined. "There is no justice for me in the courts of this country now," said he. "I've gone too far." And so he went back with his little gang of outlaws to meet a dramatic end, after further incidents in a singular and blood-stained career. The Lincoln County War now spread wider than even the boundaries of the United States. A United States deputy, Wiedemann, had been employed by the father of the murdered J.H. Tunstall to take care of the Tunstall estates and to secure some kind of British revenge for his murder. Wiedemann falsely persuaded Tunstall père that he had helped kill Frank Baker and Billy Morton, and Tunstall père made him rich, Wiedemann going to England where it was safer. The British legation took up the matter of Tunstall's death, and the slow-moving governmental wheels in Washington began to revolve. A United States indemnity was paid for Tunstall's life. Mrs. McSween, meantime, kept up her work in the local courts. Sometime after her husband's death, she employed a lawyer by the name of Chapman of Las Vegas, a one-armed man, to undertake the dangerous task of aiding her in her work of revenge. By this time, most of the fighters were disposed to lay down their arms. The whole society of the country had been ruined by the war. Murphy and Co. had long ago mortgaged everything they had, and a good many things they did not have, e.g. some of John Chisholm's cattle, to Tom Catron of Santa Fe. A big peace talk was made in the town, and it was agreed that as there was no longer any advantage of a financial nature in keeping up the war, all parties concerned might as well quit organized fighting and engage in individual pillage instead. Murphy and Co. were ruined. Murphy and McSween were both dead. Chisholm could be depended upon to pay some of the debts of the warriors through stolen cattle, if not through signed checks. Why then should good, game men go on killing each other for nothing? This was the argument used. In this conference there were, on the Murphy side, Jesse Evans, Jimmy Dolan, and Bill Campbell. On the other side were Billy the Kid, Tom O'Folliard, and the game Mexican Salazar. Each of these men had a .45 Colt at his belt and a cocked Winchester in his hand. At last, however, the six men shook hands. They agreed to end the war. Then, frontier fashion, they set off for the nearest saloon. The Las Vegas lawyer, Chapman, happened to cross the street as these desperate fighting men, used to killing, now well drunken, came out, all armed and all swearing friendship. "Halt you there!" cried Bill Campbell to Chapman, and the latter paused. "Damn you," said Campbell to Chapman, "you're the blank blank of a blank that has come down here to stir up trouble among us fellows. We're peaceful, it's all settled, and we're friends now. Now, damn you, just to show you're peaceable too, you dance." "I'm a gentleman," said Chapman, "and I'll dance for no ruffian." An instant later, shot through the heart by Campbell's six-shooter, as is alleged, he lay dead in the roadway. No one dared disturb his body. He was shot at such close range that some papers in his coat pocket took fire from the powder flash, and his body was partially consumed as it lay there in the road. For this killing, Jimmy Dolan, Billy Matthews, and Bill Campbell were indicted and tried. Dolan and Matthews were acquitted. Campbell, in default of a better jail, was kept in the guardhouse at Fort Stanton. One night he disappeared, in company with his guard and some United States cavalry horses. Since then, nothing has been heard of him. His real name was not Campbell, but Ed Richardson. Billy the Kid did not kill John Chisholm, though all the country wondered at that fact. There was a story that he forced Chisholm to sign a bill of sale for 800 head of cattle. He claimed that Chisholm owed money to the McSween fighting men, to whom he had promised salaries, which were never paid. But no evidence exists that Chisholm ever made such a promise, although he sometimes sent a wagon load of supplies to the McSween fighting men. John Chisholm died of cancer at Eureka Springs, Missouri, December 26, 1884. And his great holdings as a cattle king afterward became somewhat involved. He could once have sold out for $600,000, but later mortgaged his holdings for $250,000. He was concerned in a packing plant at Kansas City, a business into which he was drawn by others, and of which he knew nothing. Major Murphy died at Santa Fe before the big fight at Lincoln. Jimmy Dolan died a few years later and lies buried in the little graveyard near the Fritz Ranch. Riley, the other member of the firm, went to Colorado and was last heard of at Rocky Ford, where he was prosperous. The heritage of hatred was about all that McSween left to his widow, who presently married George L. Barber at Lincoln, and later proved herself to be a good businesswoman. Good enough to make a fortune in the cattle business from the 400 head of cattle John Chisholm gave her to settle a debt he had owed McSween. She afterwards established a fine ranch near Three Rivers, New Mexico. Dad Pepin, known as the Murphy Sheriff by the McSween faction, lived out his life on his little holding at the edge of Lincoln Placita. He died in 1905. His rival, John Copeland, died in 1902. The street of Lincoln, one of the bloodiest of its size in the world, is silent. Another generation is growing up. William Brady, Major Brady's eldest son, and Josefina Brady Chavez, a daughter, live in Lincoln, and Bob Brady, another son of the murdered sheriff, was long jailer at Lincoln Jail. The law has arisen over the ruin wrought by lawlessness. It is a noteworthy fact that although the law never punished the participants of this border conflict, the lawlessness was never ended by any vigilante movement. The fighting was so desperate and prolonged that it came to be held as warfare and not as murder. There is no doubt that barring the border fighting of Kansas and Missouri, this was the greatest of American border wars. End of Chapter 14. Read by Dave Campbell, Burnaby, British Columbia, October 2023.
Section 15 of The Story of the Outlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by robcyoung. The Story of the Outlaw by Emerson Hough. The Stevens County War. The Stevens County War, the bloodiest county seat war of the West. The personal narrative of a man who was shot and left for dead. The most expensive United States court case ever tried. In the month of May, 1886, the writer was one of a party of buffalo hunters bound for the Neutral Strip and the Panhandle of Texas, where a small number of buffalo still remained at that time. We traveled across the entire southwestern part of Kansas below the Santa Fe Railroad at a time when the great land boom of 1886 and 1887 was at its height. Town site schemes in western Kansas were at that time innumerable, and a steady stream of immigration was pouring westward by rail and wagon into the high and dry plains of the country, where at that time farming remained a doubtful experiment. In the course of our travels, we saw one morning, rising before us in the mirage of the plains, what seemed to be a series of crenellated turrets, castles peaked and bastioned. We knew this was but the mirage, and knew that it must have some physical cause. But what was a town doing in that part of the world? We drove on, and in a few hours found the town, a little raw boom town of unpainted boards and tents, which had sprung up almost overnight in that far-off region. The population was that of the typical frontier town, and the pronounced belief of all was that this settlement was to be the commercial metropolis of the Southwest. This little town was later known as Woodsdale, Kansas. It offered then no hint of the bloody scenes in which it was soon to figure, but within a few weeks it was so deeply embroiled in war with the rival town of Hugoton as to make history notable even on that turbulent frontier. Mr. Herbert Tawney, now a prosperous citizen of Flora, Illinois, was a resident of that portion of the country in the stirring days of the land boom, and became involved to an extent beyond his own seeking in this county seat fight. While serving as an officer of the peace, he was shot and left for dead. No story can serve so well as his personal narrative to convey a clear idea of the causes, methods, and results of a typical county seat war in the West. His recountal follows. I do not need to swear to the truthfulness of my story, for I have already done so in many courts and under the cross-examination of some of the ablest lawyers in the country. I have repeated the story on the stand in a criminal case which cost the United States government more money than it has ever expended in any similar trial, unless perhaps that having to do with the assassination of President Lincoln. I can say that I know what it is to be murdered. In March 1886, I moved out into southwestern Kansas in what was later to be known as Stevens County, then a remote and apparently unattractive region. In 1885, a syndicate of citizens of McPherson, Kansas, had been formed for the purpose of starting a new town in southwestern Kansas. The members were leading bankers, lawyers, and merchants. These sent out an exploration party, among which were such men as Colonel C.E. Cook, former postmaster of McPherson, his brother, Orrin Cook, a lawyer, John Pancoast, J.B. Chamberlain, J.W. Calvert, John Robertson, and others. They located a section of school lands in what was later known as Stevens County, as near the center of the proposed county as the range of sand dunes along the Cimarron River would permit. Others of the party located lands as close to the town site as possible. On August 3, 1886, Governor Martin issued a proclamation for the organization of Stevens County. It appeared upon the records of the state of Kansas that the new county had 2,662 bona fide inhabitants, of whom 868 were householders. These claimed a taxable property in excess of legal exemptions amounting to $313,035, including railroad property of $140,380. I need not state that the organization was wholly based upon fraud. An election was called for September 9th, and the town of Hugoton, at first called Hugo, was chosen. There can be competition in the town site business. However, at Meade Center, Kansas, there resided an old-time Kansas man, Colonel S.N. Wood, who also wanted a town site in the new county. Wood's partner, Captain I.C. Price, went down on July 3rd to look over the situation. He was not known to the Hugoton men, and he was invited by Calvert, the census taker, to register his name as a citizen. He protested that he was only a visitor, but was informed that this made no possible difference, whereupon Price proceeded to register his own name, that of his partner, those of many of his friends, and many purely imaginary persons. He also registered the families of these persons, and finally, in a burst of good American humor, went so far as to credit certain single men of his acquaintance with large families, including 20 or 30 pairs of twins. This cheerful imagination on his part caused trouble afterwards, but certain it is that these fictitious names, twins and all, went into the sworn records of Hugoton. an unborn population of a defunct town whose own conception was in iniquity. Price located a section of government land on the north side of the Sand Hills, 8 miles from Hugoton, and this was duly platted for a town site. Corner lots were selling at Hugoton for $1,000 apiece, and people were flocking to that town. The new town was called Woodsdale, and Colonel Wood offered lots free to any who would come and build upon them. Settlers now streamed to Woodsdale. Tents, white-top wagons, and frail shanties sprung up as though by magic. The Woodsdale boom attracted even homesteaders who had cast in their lot with Hugoton. Many of these forgot their oaths in the land office, pulled up and filed on new quarter sections nearer to Woodsdale. The latter town was jubilant. Colonel Wood and Captain Price, in the month of August, held a big ratification meeting, taunting the men of Hugoton with those 30 pairs of twins that never were on land or sea. A great deal of bad blood was endangered at this time. Soon after this, Wood and Price started together for Garden City. They were followed by a band of Hugoton men and captured in a dugout on the Cimarron River. Brought back to Hugoton, a mock trial was held upon them, and they were released on a mock bond, being later taken out of town under guard. A report was printed in the Hugoton paper that certain gentlemen of that town had gone south with Colonel Wood and Captain Price for the purpose of a friendly buffalo hunt. It was the intention to take these 2 prisoners into the wild and lawless region of no man's land, or the panhandle of Texas, there to kill them, and to bring back the report that they were accidentally killed in the buffalo chase. The strange hunting party did go south across no man's land and into the desert region lying around the headwaters of the Beaver. The prisoners knew what they were to expect, but as it chanced, their captors did not dare kill them. Meantime, Woodsdale had organized a posse of 24 men under Captain S.O. Aubrey, the noted frontier trailer, formerly an Indian scout. This band, taking up the trail below Hugoton, followed and rescued Wood and Price and took prisoners the entire Hugoton posse. The latter were taken to Garden City, and here the law was in turn set at defiance by the Woodsdale men, the horses, wagons, arms, etc. of the Hugoton party being put up and sold in the court to pay the board of teams, expenses of publication, etc. Colonel Wood bought these effects in at public auction. By this time, Stevens County had been organized, and the Hugoton pull was in the ascendancy. A continuance had been taken at Garden City by the Hugoton prisoners who were charged with kidnapping. The papers in this case were sent down from Finney County to the first session of the District Court of Stevens County. The result was foregone. Tried by their friends, the prisoners were promptly discharged. The feeling between the towns was all the time growing more bitter. Cases had been brought against Calvert, the census taker, for perjury, and action was taken looking toward the setting aside of the organization of the county. The Kansas legislature, however, now met, and the political pull of Hugoton was still strong enough to secure a special act legalizing the organization of Stevens County. It was now the legislature against the Supreme Court, for a little later the Supreme Court declared that the organization had been made through open fraud and by means of perjury. Naturally, trouble might have been expected at the fall election. There were 2 centers of population, 2 sets of leaders, 2 clans separated by only 8 miles of sand hills. There could be but 1 county seat and 1 set of officers. Here Woodsdale began to suffer, for her forces were divided among themselves. Colonel Wood, the leader of this community, had slated John M. Cross as his candidate for sheriff. A rival for the nomination was Sam Robinson, who owned the hotel at Woodsdale and had invested considerable money there. Robinson was about 40 years of age and was known to be a bad man, credited with 2 or 3 killings elsewhere. Wood had always been able to flatter him and handle him, but when Cross was declared as the nominee for sheriff, Robinson became so embittered that he moved over to Hugoton, where he was later chosen town marshal and township constable. Hugoton men bought his hotel, leaving Robinson in the position of holding real estate in Woodsdale without owning the improvements on it. Hence, when the townsite commissioners began to issue deeds, Robinson was debarred from claiming a deed by reason of the hotel property having been sold. Bert Nobel, a friend of Robinson, sold his drugstore and moved over with Robinson to Hugoton. Hugoton bought other property of Woodsdale malcontents, leaving the building standing at Woodsdale and taking the citizens to themselves. The Hugoton men put up as their candidate one Dalton and declared him elected. Wood contested the election and finally succeeded in getting his man cross-declared as sheriff of Stevens County. It was now proposed to issue bonds for a double line of railroad across this county, such bonds amounting to $8,000 per mile. At this time, the population was largely one of adventurers, and there was hardly a foot of deeded land in the entire county. In the discussion over this bond election, Robinson got into trouble with the new sheriff, in which Robinson was clearly in the wrong, as he had no county jurisdiction, being at the time of the altercation outside of his own township and town. Later on, a warrant for Robinson's arrest was issued and placed in the hands of Ed Short, town marshal of Woodsdale. Short was known as a killer, and hence as a fit man to go after Robinson. He went to Hugoton to arrest Robinson, and there was a shooting affair in which the citizens of Hugoton protected their man. The Woodsdale town marshal, however, still retained his warrant and cherished his purpose of arresting his man. On July 22nd of this year, 1888, Short learned that Sam Robinson, the two cooks, and a man by the name of Donald, together with some women and children, had gone on a picnic down in the neutral strip, south of the Stevens County line. Short raised a posse of 4 or 5 men and started after Robinson, who was surprised and camped near Goff Creek. There was a parley, which resulted in Robinson escaping on a fast horse, which was tied near the shack where he was stopping with his wife and children. Short, meantime, had sent back word to Woodsdale stating that he needed help to take Robinson. Meantime, also, the Hugoton men, learning that Short had started down after Robinson, had sent out 2 strong parties to rescue the latter. A battle was imminent. It was at this time that I myself appeared upon the scene of this turbulent and lawless drama, although in my own case I went as a somewhat unwilling participant and as a servant of the law, not anticipating consequences so grave as those which followed. The sheriff of the county, John M. Cross, on receiving the message from Short, called for volunteers, which was equivalent to summoning a posse. He knew there was going to be trouble and left his money and watch behind, stating that he feared for the result of his errand. His posse was made up of Ted Eaton, Bob Hubbard, Roland Wilcox, and myself. At that time, I was only a boy, about 19 years of age. We had a long and hard ride to Reed's camp on Goff Creek, whence Short had sent up his message. Arriving there, we found Reed, who was catching wild horses, together with a man by the name of Patterson and another man, but Short was not in sight. From Reed, we learned that Robinson had got away from Short, who had started back, leaving word for Cross, should he arrive, to return home. A band of men from Hugoton, we learned later, had overtaken Short and his men and chased them for 25 miles, but the latter reached Springfield, Seward County, unharmed. Robinson, who had made his escape to a cow camp and thence to Hugoton upon a fresh horse, now met and led down into the strip one of the first Hugoton posses. Among them were Orrin Cook, Charles Cook, J.W. Calvert, J.B. Chamberlain, John Jackson, John A. Rutter, Fred Brewer, William Clark, and a few others. Robinson was, of course, the leader of this band. After Sheriff Cross asked me to go down with him to see what had become of Ed Short, I went over and got Wilcox, and we rode down to the settlement of Voorhees. Thence we rode to Gough Creek, and all reached Reed's camp about 7 or 8 o'clock on Wednesday morning, July 25th, 1888. Here we remained until about 5 o'clock of that afternoon, when we started for home. Our horses gave out, and we got off and led them until well on into the night. At about moonrise, we came to a place in the neutral strip known as the Hay Meadows, where there was a sort of pool of standing water, at which time settlers cut a kind of coarse hay. There was in camp there, making hay, an old man by the name of A.B. Haas of Voorhees, and with him were his sons, C. and Keen Haas, as well as Dave Scott, a Huguenot partisan. When we met these people here, we concluded to stop for a while. Eaton and Wilcox got into the wagon box and lay down. My horse got loose, and I was a few minutes in repicketing him. I had not been lying down more than 20 minutes when we were surprised by the Huguenot posse under Robinson. The latter had left the trail, which came down from the northeast, and were close upon us. They had evidently been watching us during the evening with field glasses, as they seemed to know where we had stopped, and had completely surrounded us before we knew of their being near us. The first I heard was Cross exclaiming, "They have got us!" At that time there was shooting, and Robinson called out, "Boys, close in!" He called out to Cross, "Surrender, and hold up your hands." Our arms were mostly against the haystack. Not one of us fired a shot, or could have done so at that moment. Sheriff Cross, Hubbard, and myself got up and stood together. We held up our hands. They did not seem to notice Wilcox and Eaton, who were lying in the wagon. Robinson called out to Cross, "Give up your arms!" "I have no arms," replied Cross. He explained that his Winchester was on his saddle, and that he had no revolver. "I know better than that," said Robinson. "Search him." Someone of the Huguenot party then went over Cross after weapons, and told Robinson that he had no arms. "I know better," reiterated Robinson. The others stood free at that moment, and Robinson exclaimed, "Sheriff Cross, you are my first man." He raised his Winchester and fired at Cross, a distance of a few feet, and I saw Cross fall dead at my side. It was all sort of a trance or dream to me. I did not seem to realize what was going on, but knew that I could make no resistance. My gun was not within reach. I knew that I, too, would be shot down. Hubbard now had been disarmed. If indeed he had on any weapon, Robinson remarked to him, "I want you too." And as he spoke, he raised his Winchester and shot him dead, Hubbard also falling close to where I stood, his murderer being but a few feet from him. I knew that my turn must come pretty soon. It was Chamberlain who was to be my executioner. J.B. Chamberlain, chairman of the Board of County Commissioners of Stevens County, and always prominent in Huguenot matters. Chamberlain was about 8 feet from me, or perhaps less, when he raised his rifle deliberately to kill me. There were powder burns on my neck and face from the shot, as the woman who cared for me on the following day testified in court. I saw the rifle leveled and realized that I was going to be killed. Instinctively, I flinched to one side of the line of the rifle. That saved my life. The ball entered the left side of my neck, about 3/4 of an inch from the carotid artery and about 1/2 an inch above the left clavicle, coming out through the left shoulder. I felt no pain at the time, and indeed did not feel pain until the next day. The shock of the shot knocked me down and numbed me, and I suppose I lay a minute or two before I recovered sensation or knew anything about my condition. It was supposed by all that I was killed, and in a vague way I agreed that I must be killed, that my spirit was simply present, listening and seeing. Eaton had now got out of the wagon, and he started to run towards the horses. Robinson and 1 or 2 others now turned and pursued him, and I heard a shot or so. Robinson came back, and I heard him say, "I have shot the blankety-blank who drew a gun on me." Then I heard the Huguenot men talking and declaring that they must have the 5th man of our party, whom they had not yet found. At this time, old man Hass and his sons came and stood near where I was, and saw me looking up. The former, seeing that I was not dead, asked me where I had been shot. "They have shot my arm off," I answered. At this moment I heard the Huguenot men starting toward me, and I dropped back and feigned death. Hass did not betray me. The Huguenot men now lit matches and peered into the faces of their victims to see if they were dead. I kept my eyes shut when the matches were held to my face, and held my breath. They finally found Wilcox. I do not know just where, but they stood him up within 15 feet of where I was lying, feigning death. They asked Wilcox what he had been doing there, and he replied that he had just been down on the strip looking around. "That's a damn lie," replied Robinson, the head executioner. As he spoke, he raised his Winchester and fired. Wilcox fell, and as he lay, he moaned a little bit, as I heard. "Put the fellow out of his misery," remarked Robinson carelessly. Someone then apparently fired a revolver shot, and Wilcox became silent. Someone came to me, took hold of my foot, and began to pull me around to see whether I was dead. Robinson wanted it made sure. Chamberlain, my executioner, said, "He is dead. I gave him a center shot. I don't need shoot a man twice at that distance." Either Chamberlain or someone else took me by the legs, dragged me about, and kicked me in the side, leaving bruises, which were visible for many days afterwards. I feigned death so well that they did not shoot me again. They did shoot a second time each of the others who lay near me. We found 7 cartridges on the ground near where the killing was done. Eaton was shot at a little distance from us, and I do not know whether he was shot more than once or not. The haymakers were now in trouble, and said that they could not go on putting up their hay with the corpses lying around. Robinson told them to hitch up and follow the Huguenot party away. They did this, and after a while I was left lying there in the half-moonlight with the dead bodies of my friends for company. After the party had been gone about 20 minutes, I found I could get on my feet, although I was very weak. At first I went and examined Wilcox, Cross, and Hubbard, and found they were quite dead. Their belts and guns were gone. Then I went to get my horse. It was hard for me to get into the saddle, and it has always seemed to me providential that I could do so at all. My horse was very wild and difficult to mount under ordinary circumstances. Now it seemed to me that he knew my plight. It is certain that at that time and afterwards he was perfectly quiet and gentle, even when I laboriously tried to get into the saddle. At a little distance there was a buffalo wallow with some filthy water in it. I led my horse there, lay down in the water, and drank a little of it. After that I rode about 15 or 16 miles along a trail, not fully knowing where I was going. In the morning I met Constable Herman Can of Voorhees, who had been told by the house party of the foregoing facts. Of course we might expect a Huguenot posse at any time. As a matter of fact, the same crowd who did the killing, 15 of them as I afterwards learned, after taking the haymakers back toward the state of Kansas, returned on their hunt for one of Short's men, who they supposed was still in that locality. It was probably not later than 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning when they found me gone. Our butchers now again sat down on the ground near the bodies of their victims, and they seemed to have enjoyed themselves. There was talk that some beer bottles were emptied and left near the heads of their victim as markers, but whether this was deliberately done I cannot say. Constable Can later hid me in the middle of a cornfield. This, no doubt, saved my life, for the Huguenot scouts were soon down there the next morning, having discovered that one of the victims had come to life. Woodsdale had sent out 2 wagons with ice to bring in the bodies of the dead men, but these Huguenot scouts met them and made them ride through Huguenot so that the assembled citizens of that town might see the corpses. The county attorney, William O'Connor, made a speech demanding that Huguenot march on Woodsdale and kill Wood and Ed Short. By this time, of course, all Woodsdale was under arms. My friends gathered from all over the countryside, a large body of them heavily armed. Mr. Can, the constable, had tried to take me to Liberal, but I could not stand the ride. I was then taken to the house of a doctor in the settlement of Lafayette. On the second night after the massacre, I was taken to Woodsdale by about 20 of the Woodsdale boys who came after me. We arrived at Woodsdale about daybreak next morning. In our night trip, we could see the skyrocket signals used by the Robinson Cook gang. After my arrival at Woodsdale, it might have been supposed that all the country was in a state of war. Instead of living in a time of modern civilization, entrenchments were thrown up, rifle pits were dug, and stands established for sharpshooters. Guards were thrown out all around the town, and mounted scouts continued to scour the country. Hugoton, expecting that Woodsdale would make an organized attack in retaliation, was quite as fully fortified in every way. Had there been a determined leader, the bloodshed would have been much greater. Of course, the result of this state of hostilities was that the governor sent out the militia, and there were investigations and later on arrests and trials. The two towns literally fought each other to the death. The murder of Sheriff Cross occurred in 1888. The militia were withdrawn within about 30 days thereafter. Both towns continued to break the law. In short, agreed jointly to break the law. They drew up a stipulation, it is said, under which Colonel Wood was to have all the charges against the Hugoton men dismissed. In return, Wood was to have all the charges against him in Hugoton dismissed, and was to have safe conduct when he came up to court. Not even this compounding of felony was kept as a pact between these treacherous communities. The trial lagged. Wood was once more under bond to appear at Hugoton before the court of his enemy, Judge Botkin, and among many other of his Hugoton enemies. On the day that Colonel Wood was to go for his trial, June 23, 1891, he drove up in a buggy. In the vehicle with him were his wife and Mrs. Perry Carpenter. Court was held in the Methodist Church. At the time of Wood's arrival, the docket had been called and a number of cases set for trial, including one against Wood for arson. There was no crime in the calendar of which one town did not accuse the other, and indeed of which the citizens of either were not guilty. Wood left the two ladies sitting in the buggy near the door and stepped up to the clerk's desk to look over some papers. As he went in, he passed, leaning against the door, one Jim Brennan, a deputy of Hugoton, who did not seem to notice him. Brennan was a friend of C.E. Cook, then under conviction for the Hay Meadows massacre. Brennan stood talking to Mrs. Wood and Mrs. Carpenter, smiling and apparently pleasant. Colonel Wood turned and came down towards the door, again passing close to Brennan, but not speaking to him. He was almost upon the point of climbing to his seat in the buggy, when Brennan, without a word and without any sort of warning, drew a revolver and shot him in the back. Wood wheeled around, and Brennan shot him the second time through the right side. Not a word had been spoken by anyone. Wood now started to run around the corner of the house. His wife, realizing now what was happening, sprang from the buggy seat and followed to protect him. Brennan fired a third time, but missed. Mrs. Wood, reaching her husband's side, threw her arms around his neck. Brennan, coming close up, fired a fourth shot, this time through Wood's head. The murdered man fell heavily, literally in his wife's arms, and for the moment it was thought both were killed. Brennan drew a second revolver, and so stood over Wood's corpse, refusing to surrender to anyone but the sheriff of Morton County. The presiding judge at this trial was Theodosius Botkin, a figure of peculiar eminence in Kansas at that time. Botkin gave Brennan into the custody of the sheriff of Morton County. He was removed from the county, and it need hardly be stated that when he was at last brought back for trial, it was found impossible to impanel a jury, and he was set free. No one was ever punished for this cold-blooded murder. Colonel S.N. Wood was an Ohio man, but moved to Kansas in the early Free Soil days. He was a friend and champion of old John Brown and a colonel of volunteers in the Civil War. He had served in the legislature of Kansas and was a good type of the early and adventurous pioneer. Whether or not suspicion attached to Judge Botkin for his conduct in this matter, he himself seems to have feared revenge, for he held court with a Winchester at his hand and a brace of revolvers on the desk in front of him, his courthouse always surrounded with an armed guard. He offended men in Seward County, and there was a plot made to kill him. A party lay in wait along the road to intercept Botkin on his journey from his homestead. Everyone in Kansas at that time had a claim, but Botkin was warned by some friend. He sent out Sam Dunn, sheriff of Seward County, to discover the truth of the rumor. Dunn went on down the trail, and in a rough part of the country was fired upon and killed, instead of Botkin. Arrests were made in this matter also, but the sham trials resulted much as had that of Brennan. The records of these trials may be seen in Seward County. It was murder for murder, anarchy for anarchy, evasion for evasion. In this portion of the frontier, Judge Botkin soon after this resigned his seat upon the bench and went to lecturing upon the virtues of the Keeley cure. Afterwards he went to the legislature, the same legislature which had once tried him on charges of impeachment as a judge. These events all became known in time, and lawlessness proved its own inability to endure. The towns were abandoned, where in 1889 there were perhaps 4,000 people. There remained not 100. The best of the farms were abandoned or sold for taxes, the late inhabitants of the two warring settlements wandering out over the world. The legislature, hoodwinked or cajoled heretofore, at length disorganized the county, and anarchy gave back its own to the wilderness. I have indicated that the trial of the men guilty of assassinating my friends and of attempting to kill myself in the Hay Meadow butchery was one which reached a considerable importance at the time. The crimes were committed in that strange portion of the country called No Man's Land, or the Neutral Strip. The accused were tried in the United States Court at Paris, Texas. I myself drew the indictments against them. There were tried the Cooks, Chamberlain, Robinson, and others of the Huguenot party, and of these 6 were convicted and sentenced to be hung. These men were defended by Colonel George R. Peck, later chief counsel of the Chicago, Milwaukee, and St. Paul Railway. With him were associated Judge John F. Dillon of New York, W. H. Rossington of St. Louis, Senator Manderson of Nebraska, Colonel Robert G. Ingersoll, and others. The Knights of Pythias raised a fund to defend their prisoners and spent perhaps $100,000 in all in this undertaking. A vast political pull was exercised at Topeka and Washington. After the sentence had been passed, the case was taken up to the United States Supreme Court on the ground that the Texas court had no jurisdiction in the premises and on the further grounds of errors in the trial. The United States Supreme Court in 1891 reversed the Texas court on an error on the admission of evidence and remanded the cases. The men were never put on trial again, except that in 1898, Sam Robinson, meantime pardoned out of the penitentiary in Colorado, where he had been sent for robbing the United States mails at Florissant, Colorado, returned to Texas and was arrested on the old charge. The men convicted were C.E. Cook, Orrin Cook, Cyrus C. Freese, John Lawrence, and John Jackson. The Illinois legislature petitioned Congress to extend United States jurisdiction over No Man's Land, and so did the state of Indiana, and it was attached to the East District of Texas for the purpose of jurisdiction. Congressman Springer held up this bill for a time, using it as a club for the passage of a measure of his own upon which he was intent. Thus it may be seen that the tawdry little tragedy in that land, which indeed was no man's land, in time attained a national prominence. The collecting of the witnesses for this trial cost the United States government over $100,000. The trial was long and bitterly fought. It resulted, as did every attempt to convict those concerned in the bloody doings of Stevens County, in an absolute failure of the ends of justice. Of all the murders committed in that bitter fighting, not one murderer has ever been punished. Never was greater political or judicial mockery. I had the singular experience once in my life of eating dinner at the same table with the man who brutally shot me down and left me for dead. J.B. Chamberlain, the man who shot me and who thought he had killed me, came in with a friend and sat down at the same table in a Leavenworth, Kansas restaurant where I was eating. My opportunity for revenge was there. I did not take it. Chamberlain and his friend did not know who I was. I left the matter to the law, with what results the records of the law's failure in these matters has shown. Of those who were tried for these murders, J.B. Chamberlain is now dead. C.E. Cook, who was much alarmed lest the cases might be reinstated in the year 1898, claims Quincy, Illinois as his home, but has interests in Florida. O.J. Cook is dead. Jack Lawrence is dead. John Kelly is dead. Other actors in the drama, unconvicted, are also dead or nameless wanderers. As the indictments were all quashed in 1898, Sam Robinson, whose whereabouts is unknown, will never be brought to trial for his deeds in the Hay Meadow butchery. He was not tried at Paris, being then in the Colorado Penitentiary. His friend and partner, Bert Nobel, who was sent to the penitentiary for 7 years for participating in the post office robbery, was pardoned out and later killed a policeman at Trinidad, Colorado. He was tried there and hanged. So far as I know, this is the only legal punishment ever inflicted upon any of the Hugoton or Woodsdale men, who outvied each other in a lawlessness for which anarchy would be a mild name. End of section 15.
Chapter 16 of The Story of the Outlaw by Emerson Hough, read by NRThomas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Biographies of Bad Men, Desperadoes of the Deserts, Billy the Kid, Jesse Evans, Joe Fowler, and others skilled in the art of gunfighting. The desert regions of the West seemed always to breed truculence and touchiness. Some of the most desperate outlaws have been those of western Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona. These have sometimes been Mexicans, sometimes half-breed Indians, very rarely full-blood or half-blood Negroes. The latter race breeds criminals but lacks in the initiative required in the character of the desperado. Texas and the great arid regions west of Texas produced rather more than their full quota of bad white men who took naturally to the gun. By all means, the most prominent figure in the general fighting along the southwestern border, which found climax in the Lincoln County War, was that historic and somewhat romantic character known as Billy the Kid, who had more than a score of killings to his credit at the time of his death at the age of 21. His character may not be chosen as an exemplar for youth, but he affords an instance hardly to be surpassed of the typical bad man. The true name of Billy the Kid was William H. Bonney, and he was born in New York City, November 23, 1859. His father removed to Coffeyville, on the border of the Indian Nations, in 1862, where soon after he died, leaving a widow and 2 sons. Mrs. Bonney again moved, this time to Colorado, where she married again, her second husband being named Antrim. All the time clinging to what was the wild border, these two now moved down to Santa Fe, New Mexico, where they remained until Billy was 8 years of age. In 1868, the family made their home at Silver City, New Mexico, where they lived until 1871, when Billy was 12 years of age. His life until then had been one of shifting about in poverty or at best rude comfort. His mother seems to have been a wholesome Irish woman, of no great education, but of good instincts. Of the boy's father, nothing is known, and of his stepfather little more, except that he was abusive to the stepchildren. Antrim survived his wife, who died about 1870. The kid always said that his stepfather was the cause of his getting off wrong. The kid was only 12 years old when, in a saloon row in which a friend of his was being beaten, he killed with a pocket knife the man who had previously insulted him. Some say that this was an insult offered to his mother. Others deny it and say that the man had attempted to horsewhip Billy. The boy turned up with a companion at Fort Bowie, Pima County, Arizona, and was around the reservation for a while. At last he and his associate, who appears to have been as well saturated with border doctrine as himself at tender years, stole some horses from a band of Apaches and incidentally killed 3 of the latter in a night attack. They made their first step at easy living in this enterprise, and young as they were, got means in this way to travel about over Arizona. They presently turned up at Tucson, where Billy began to employ his precocious skill at cards, and where presently, in an inevitable gambler's quarrel, he killed another man. He fled across the line now into Old Mexico, where in the state of Sonora he set up as a youthful gambler. Here he killed a gambler, Jose Martinez, over a monte game on an even break, being the fraction of a second the quicker on the draw. He was already beginning to show his natural fitness as a handler of weapons. He kept up his record by appearing next at Chihuahua and robbing a few monte dealers there, killing one whom he waylaid with a new companion by the name of Segura. The kid was now old enough to be dangerous, and his life had been one of irresponsibility and lawlessness. He was nearly at his physical growth at this time, possibly 5 feet 7.5 inches in height, and weighing 135 pounds. He was always slight and lean, a hard rider all his life, and never old enough to begin to take on flesh. His hair was light or light brown, and his eyes blue or blue-gray, with curious red hazel spots in them. His face was rather long, his chin narrow but long, and his front teeth were a trifle prominent. He was always a pleasant-mannered youth, hopeful and buoyant, never glum or grim, and he nearly always smiled when talking. The southwestern border at this time offered but few opportunities for making an honest living. There were the mines, and there was the cow ranches. It was natural that the half-wild life of the cowpunchers would sooner or later appeal to the kid. He and Jesse Evans met somewhere along the lower border a party of punchers, among whom were Billy Morton and Frank Baker, as well as James McDaniels, the last named being the man who gave Billy his name of the Kid, which hung to him all his life. The Kid arrived in the Seven Rivers country on foot. In his course east over the mountains from Mesilla to the Pecos Valley, he had been mixed up with a companion, Tom O'Keefe, in a fight with some more Apaches, of whom the Kid is reported to have killed 1 or more. There is no doubt that the Guadalupe Mountains, which he crossed, were at that time a dangerous Indian country. That the Kid worked for a time for John Chisholm on his ranch near Roswell is well known, as is the fact that he cherished a grudge against Chisholm for years, and was more than once upon the point of killing him for a real or fancy grievance. He left Chisholm and took service with J.H. Tunstall on his Feliz Ranch late in the winter of 1877, animated by what reason we may not know. In doing this, he may have acted from pique or a spite or hatred. There was some quarrel between him and his late associates. Tunstall was killed by the Murphy faction on February 18, 1878. From that time, the path of the Kid is very plain and his acts well known and authenticated. He had by this time killed several men, certainly at least 2 white men, and how many Mexicans and Indians he had killed by fair means or foul will never be really known. His reputation as a gunfighter was well established. Dick Brewer, Tunstall's foreman, was now sworn in as a special deputy by McSween, and a war of reprisal was now on. The Kid was soon in the saddle with Brewer and after his former friends, all Murphy allies. There were about a dozen in this posse. On March 6, 1878, these men discovered and captured a band of 5 men including Frank Baker and Billy Morton, both old friends of the Kid, at the lower crossing of the Rio Penasco, some 6 miles from the Pecos. The prisoners were kept overnight at Chisholm's ranch, and then the posse started with them for Lincoln, not taking the Hondo Bonito trail, but one via the Agua Negra, on the east side of the Capitans. Proof enough that something bloody was in contemplation, for that was far from any settlements. Apologists of the Kid say that Morton and Baker tried to escape, and that the Kid followed and killed them. The truth, in all probability, is that the party, sullen and bloody-minded, rode on, waiting until wrath or whiskey should inflame them so as to give resolution for the act they all along intended. The Kid, youngest but most determined of the band, no doubt did the killing of Billy Morton and Frank Baker, and in all likelihood there's truth in the assertion that they were on their knees and begging for their lives when he shot them. McCloskey was killed by McNabb, on the principle that dead men tell no tales. This killing was on March the 9th, 1878. The murder of Sheriff William Brady and George Hinman by the Kid and his half-dozen companions occurred April 1st, 1878, and is another act which can have no palliation whatever. The Kid was now assuming prominence as a gunfighter and leader, young as he was. After the big fight in Lincoln was over and the McSween house in flames, the Kid was leader of the sortie which took him and a few of his companions to safety. The list of killings back of him was now steadily lengthening, and indeed one murder followed another so fast all over that country that it was hard to keep track of them all. The killing of the Indian Agency clerk Bernstein, August 5, 1878, on a horse-stealing expedition, was the next act of the Kid and his men, who thereafter fled northeast out through the Capitan Gap to certain old haunts around Fort Sumner, some 90 miles north of Roswell, up the Pecos Valley. Here a little band of outlaws, led by the Kid, lived for a time as they could by stealing horses along the Bonito and around the Capitans, and running them off north and east. There were in this band at the time the Kid, Charlie Beaudry, Doc Skurlock, Wyatt, Tom O'Phalliard, Hendry Brown, and Jack Middleton. Some or all of these were in the march with stolen horses which the Kid engineered that fall, going as far east as Atacasa on the Canadian before the stock was all gotten rid of. Middleton, Wyatt, and Hendry Brown there left the Kid's gang, telling him that he would get killed before long, but the latter laughed at them and returned to his old grounds, alternating between Lincoln and Fort Sumner, and now and then stealing some cows from the Chisholm herd. In January 1880, the Kid enlarged his list of victims by killing, in a very justifiable encounter, a bad man from the Panhandle by the name of Grant, who had been loafing around in his country, and who, no doubt, intended to kill the Kid for the glory of it. The Kid had, a few moments before he shot Grant, taken the precaution to set the hammer of the latter's revolver on an empty as he whirled it over in examination. They were apparently friends, but the Kid knew that Grant was drunk and bloodthirsty. He shot Grant twice through the throat as Grant snapped his pistol in his face. Nothing was done with the Kid for this, of course. Birds of a feather now began to appear in the neighborhood of Fort Sumner, and the Kid's gang was increased by the addition of Tom Pickett, and later by Billy Wilson, Dave Rudaball, Buck Edwards, and one or two others. These men stole cattle now from ranges as far east as the Canadian, and sold them to obliging butcher shops at the new mining camp of White Oaks, just coming into prominence. Or, again, they took cattle from the lower Pecos herds and sold them north at Las Vegas, or perhaps they stole horses at the Indian reservation and distributed them along the Pecos Valley. Their operations covered a country more than 200 miles across in either direction. They had accomplices and friends in nearly every little posita of the country. Sometimes they gave a man a horse as a present. If he took it, it meant that they could depend upon him to keep silent. Partly by friendliness, and partly by terrorizing, their influence was extended until they became a power in all that portion of the country, and their self-confidence had now risen to the point that they thought none dared to molest them, while in general they behaved in the high-handed fashion of true border bandits. This was the heyday of the kid's career. It was on November 27, 1880, that the kid next added to his list of killings. The men of White Oaks, headed by Deputy Sheriff William Hudgens, saloon-keeper of White Oaks, formed a posse after the fashion of the day and started out after the kid, who had passed all bounds in impudence of late. In this posse were Hudgens and his brother Johnny Hudgens, Jim Watts, John Mosby, Jim Brent, J.P. Langston, Ed Bunnell, W.G. Dorsey, J.W. Bell, J.P. Eaker, Charles Kelly, and Jimmy Carlisle. They bayed up the kid and his gang in the Great House Ranch, 40 miles from White Oaks, and laid siege, although the weather was bitterly cold and the party had not supplies or blankets for a long stay. Hudgens demanded the surrender of the kid, and the latter said he could not be taken alive. Hudgens then sent word for Billy Wilson to come out and have a talk. The latter refused, but said he would talk with Jimmy Carlisle if the latter would come into the house. Carlisle, against the advice of all, took off his pistol belt and stepped into the house. He was kept there for hours. About 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they heard the window glass crash and saw Carlisle break through the window and start to run. Several shots followed, and Carlisle fell dead, the bullets that killed him cutting dust in the faces of Hudgens' men as they lay across the road from the house. This murder was a nail in the kid's coffin, for Carlisle was well liked at White Oaks. By this time, the toils began to tighten in all directions. The United States government had a detective, Azariah F. Wild, in Lincoln County. Pat Garrett had now just been elected sheriff and was after the outlaws. Frank Stewart, a cattle detective with a party of several men, was also in from the Canadian country looking for the kid and his gang for thefts committed over to the east of Lincoln County, across the lines of Texas and the Neutral Strip. The kid at this time wrote to Captain J.C. Leah at Roswell that if the officers would leave him alone for a time until he could get his stuff together, he would pull up and leave the country, going to Old Mexico, but that if he was crowded by Garrett or anyone else, he surely would start in and do some more killing. This did not deter Garrett, who, with a posse made up of Chambers, Barney Mason, Frank Stewart, Juan Roybal, Lee Halls, Jim East, Poker Tom, Tenderfoot Bob, and the Animal, with others all more or less game, or at least game enough to go as far as Fort Sumner, at length rounded up the kid and took him, Billy Wilson, Tom Pickett, Dave Rudaball, Garrett Killing O'Fallard, and Beaudry. Pickett was left at Las Vegas as there was no United States warrant out against him. Rudaball was tried later for robbing the United States mails, later tried for killing his jailer, and was convicted and sentenced to be hung, but once more escaped from the Las Vegas jail and got away for good. The kid was not so fortunate. He was tried at Mesilla before Judge Warren H. Bristol, the same man whose life he was charged with attempting in 1879. Judge Bristol appointed Judge Ira E. Leonard of Lincoln to defend the prisoner, and Leonard got him acquitted of the charge of killing Bernstein on the reservation. He was next tried at the same term of court for the killing of Sheriff William Brady, and in March 1881 he was convicted under this charge and sentenced to be hanged at Lincoln on May 13, 1881. He was first placed under guard of deputies Bob Olinger and Dave Woods, and taken across the mountains in the custody of Sheriff Garrett, who received his prisoner at Fort Stanton on April 21st. Lincoln County was just beginning to emerge from savagery. There was no jail worth the name, and all the county could claim as a place for the House of Law and Order was the big store building lately owned by Murphy, Riley, and Dolan. It was necessary to keep the kid under guard for the 3 weeks or so before his execution, and Sheriff Garrett chose as the best available material Bob Olinger and J.W. Bell, a good, quiet man from White Oaks, to act as a death watch over this dangerous man who seemed now to be nearly at the end of his day. Against Bob Olinger, the kid cherished an undying hatred and longed to kill him. Olinger hated him as much and wanted nothing so much as to kill the kid. He was a friend of Bob Beckwith, whom the kid had killed, and the two had always been on the opposite sides of the Lincoln County fighting. Olinger taunted the kid with his deeds and showed his own hatred in every way. There are many stories about what now took place in this old building at the side of bloody Little Lincoln Street. A common report is that in the evening of April 28, 1881, the kid was left alone in the room with Bell, Olinger having gone across the street for supper, that the kid slipped his hands out of his irons, as he was able to do when he liked, his hands being very small, struck Bell over the head with his shackles while Bell was reading or was looking out of the window, later drawing Bell's revolver from its scabbard and killing him with it. This story is not correct. The truth is that Bell took the kid, at his request, into the yard back of the jail. Returning, the kid sprang quickly up the stairs to the guard room door as Bell turned to say something to old man Goss, a cook, who was standing in the yard. The kid pushed open the door, caught up a revolver from a table, and sprang to the head of the stairs just as Bell turned the angle and started up. He fired at Bell and missed him, the ball striking the left-hand side of the staircase. It glanced, however, and passed through Bell's body, lodging in the wall at the angle of the stair. Bell staggered out into the yard and fell dead. This story is borne out by the reports of Goss and the kid and by the bullet marks. The place is very familiar to the author, who at about that time practiced law in the same building when it was used as the courthouse, and who has also talked with many men about the circumstances. The kid now sprang into the next room, caught up Olinger's heavy shotgun, loaded with the very shells Olinger had charged for him. He saw Olinger coming across the street, and just as he got below the window at the corner of the building, the kid leaned over and said coolly and pleasantly, "Hello, old fellow." The next instant he fired and shot Olinger dead. He then walked around through the room and out onto the porch, which at that time extended the full length of the building, and coming again in view of Olinger's body, took a second deliberate shot at it. Then he broke the gun across the railing and threw the pieces down on Olinger's body. "Take that to hell with you," he said coolly. Then seeing himself free and once more king of Lincoln Street, he warned away all who would approach, and with a file which he compelled Goss to bring to him, started to file off one of his leg irons. He got one free, ordered a bystander to bring him a horse, and at length, mounting, rode away for the Capitans, and so to a country with which he had long been familiar. At Los Tablos, he forced a Mexican blacksmith to free him of his irons. He sent the horse, which belonged to Billy Burt, back by some unknown friend the following night. He was now again on his native heath, a desperado and an outlaw indeed, and obliged to fight for his life at every turn, for now he knew the country would turn against him, and, as he had been captured through information furnished through supposed friends, he knew that treachery was what he might expect. He knew also that Sheriff Garrett would never give him up now, and that one or the other of the two must die. Yet knowing all these things, the kid, by means of stolen horses, broke back once more to his old stamping grounds around Fort Sumner. Garrett again got on his trail, and as the kid, with incredible fatuity, still hung around his old haunts, he was at length able to close with him once more. With his deputies John Poe and Thomas P. McKinney, he located the kid in Sumner, although no one seemed to be explicit as to his whereabouts. He went to Pete Maxwell's house himself, and there, as his two deputies were sitting at the edge of the gallery in the moonlight, he killed the kid at Maxwell's bedside. Billy the Kid had very many actual friends, whom he won by his pleasant and cheerful manners and his liberality, when he had anything with which to be liberal, although that was not often. He was very popular among the Mexicans of the Pecos Valley. As to the men the kid killed in his short 21 years, that is a matter of disagreement. The usual story is 21, and the kid is said to have declared he wanted to kill 2 more, Bob Olinger, and Bonnie Bacca before he died to make it 23 in all. Pat Garrett says the kid had killed 11 men. Others say he had killed 9. A very few say that the kid never killed any man without full justification and in self-defense. They regard the kid as a scapegoat for the sins of others. Indeed, he was less fortunate than some others, but his deeds brought him his deserts at last, even as they left him an enduring reputation as one of the most desperate desperadoes ever known in the West. Central and eastern New Mexico from 1860 to 1880 probably held more desperate and dangerous men than any other corner of the West ever did. It was a region then more remote and less known than Africa is today, and no record exists of more than a small portion of its deeds of blood. Nowhere in the world was human life ever held cheaper, and never was any population more lawless. There were no courts and no officers, and most of the scattered inhabitants of that time had come thither to escape courts and officers. This environment, which produced Billy the Kid, brought out others scarcely less dangerous, and of a few of these there may be made passing mention. Joel Fowler was long considered a dangerous man. He was a ranch owner and a cowman, but he came into the settlements often and nearly always for the immediate purpose of getting drunk. In the latter condition he was always bloodthirsty and quarrelsome, and none could tell what or whom he might make the object of his attack. He was very insulting and overbearing, very noisy and obnoxious, the sort of desperado who makes unarmed men beg and compels tenderfeet to dance for his amusement. His birth and earlier life seem hidden by his later career, when at about middle life he lived in central New Mexico. He was accredited with killing about 20 men, but there may have been the usual exaggeration regarding this. His end came in 1884 at Socorro. He was arrested for killing his own ranch foreman, Jack Cale, a man who had befriended him and taken care of him in many a drunken orgy. He stabbed Cale as they stood at the bar in a saloon, and while everyone thought he was unarmed. The law against carrying arms while in the settlements was then just beginning to be enforced, and although it was recognized as necessary for men to go armed while journeying across those wild and little settled plains, the danger of allowing six-shooters and whiskey to operate at the same time was generally recognized as well. If a man did not lay aside his guns on reaching a town, he was apt to be invited to do so by the sheriff or town marshal, as Joel had already been asked that evening. Fowler's victim staggered to the door after he was stabbed and fell dead at the street, the act being seen by many. The law was allowed to take its course, and Fowler was tried and sentenced to be hanged. His lawyers took an appeal on a technicality and sent the case to the Supreme Court, where a long delay seemed inevitable. The jail was so bad that an expensive guard had to be maintained. At length, some of the citizens concluded that to hang Fowler was best for all concerned. They took him, mounted, to a spot some distance up the railroad, and there hanged him. Bill Howard, a Negro section hand, was permitted by his section boss to make a coffin and bury Fowler, a matter which the committee had neglected, and he says that he knows Fowler was buried there and left there for several years near the railway tracks. The usual story says that Fowler was hanged to a telegraph pole in town. At any rate, he was hanged, and a very wise and seemly thing it was. Jesse Evans was another bad man of this date, a young fellow in his early 20s when he first came to the Pecos country, but good enough at gun work to make his services desirable. He was one of the very few men who did not fear Billy the Kid. He always said that the Kid might beat him with a Winchester, but that he feared no man living with a six-shooter. Evans came very near meeting an inglorious death. He and the notorious Tom Hill once held up an old German in a sheep camp near what is now Alamogordo, New Mexico. The old man did not know that they were bad men, and while they were looting his wagon, looking for the money he had in a box under the wagon seat, he slipped up and killed Tom Hill with his own gun, which had been left resting against a bush nearby, nearly shooting Hill's spine out. Then he opened fire on Jesse, who was close by, shooting him twice, through the arm and through the lungs. The latter managed to get on his horse, bareback, and rode that night, wounded as he was, and partly trailed by the blood from his lungs, 60 miles or more to the San Augustine Mountains, where he holed up at a friendly ranch, later to be arrested by Constable Dave Wood from the railway settlements. In default of better jurisdiction, he was taken to Fort Stanton, where he lay in the hospital until he got ready to escape, when he seemed to have walked away. Evans and his brother, who was known as George Davis, the latter being the true name of both, then went down toward Pecos City and got into a fight with some Rangers, who killed his brother on the spot and captured Jesse, who was confined in the Texas penitentiary for 20 years. He escaped and was returned, yet in the year 1882, when he should have been in the Texas prison, he is said to have been seen and recognized on the streets of Lincoln. Evans, or Davis, is said to have been a Texarkana man and to have returned to his home soon after this, only to find his wife living with another man, and supposing her first husband dead. He did not tell the new husband of his presence, but took away with him his boy, whom he found now well grown. It was stated that he went to Arizona, and nothing more is known of him. Tom Hill, the man above mentioned as killed by the sheepman, was a typical rough, dark, swarthy, low-browed, as loud-mouthed as he was ignorant. He was a braggart, but none the less a killer. Charlie Beaudry is supposed to have been a Texas boy, as was Tom Hill. Beaudry had a little ranch on the Rio Reduso, 20 miles or so from Lincoln, but few of these restless characters did much farming. It was easier to steal cattle and to eat beef free if one were hungry. Beaudry joined Billy the Kid's gang and turned outlaw for a trade. It was all over with his chances of settling down after that. He was a man who liked to talk of what he could do, and a very steady practicer with a six-shooter, with which weapon he was a good shot, or just good enough to get himself killed by Sheriff Pat Garrett. Frank Baker, murdered by his former friend Billy the Kid at Agua Negra, near the Capitans, was part Cherokee in blood, a well-spoken and pleasant man, and a good cowhand. He was drawn into this fighting through his work for Chisholm as a hired man. Baker was said to be connected with a good family in Virginia, who looked up the facts of his death. Billy Morton, killed with Baker by the Kid, was a similar instance of a young man loving the saddle and six-shooter, and finally getting tangled up with matters outside his proper sphere as a cowhand. He had often ridden with the Kid on the cow range. He was said to have been with the posse that killed Tunstall. Hendry Brown was a crack gunfighter whose services were valued in the posse fighting. He went to Kansas and long served as Marshal of Caldwell. He could not stand it to be good and was killed after robbing the bank and killing the cashier. Johnny Hurley was a brave young man, as brave as a lion. Hurley was acting as deputy for Sheriff John Poe, together with Jim Brent, when the desperado Aragon was holed up in an adobe and refused to surrender. The Mexicans shot Hurley as he carelessly crossed an open space directly in front of the door. Hurley was brown-haired and blue-eyed, a very pleasant fellow. Andy Boyle, one of the rough and ruthless sort of warriors, was an ex-British soldier, a drunkard, and a good deal of a ruffian. He drank himself to death after a decidedly mixed record. John McKinney had a certain fame from the fact that in the fight at the McSween house the Kid shot off half his mustache for him at close range, when the latter broke out of cover and ran. The tough buffalo hunter, Bill Campbell, who figured largely in bloody deeds in New Mexico, was arrested but escaped from Fort Stanton and was never heard from afterward. He came from Texas, but little is known of him. His name, as earlier stated, is thought to have been Ed Richardson. Captain Joseph C. Leah, the staunch friend of Pat Garrett, and the man who first brought him forward as a candidate for sheriff of Lincoln County, died February 8, 1904, at Roswell, where he lived for a long time. Leah was said to have been a Quantrill man in the Lawrence Massacre. Much of the population of that region had a history that was never written. Leah was a good man and much respected, peaceable, courteous, and generous. One more southwestern bad man found Texas congenial after the close of his active fighting, and his is a striking story. Billy Wilson was a gentlemanly and good-looking young fellow who ran with Billy the Kid's gang. Wilson was arrested on a United States warrant, charged with passing counterfeit money, but he later escaped and disappeared. Several years after all of these events had happened, and after the country had settled down into quiet, a certain ex-sheriff of Lincoln County chanced to be near Uvalde, Texas, for several months. There came to him, without invitation, a former merchant of White Oaks, New Mexico, who told the officer that Billy Wilson, under another name, was living below Uvalde toward the Mexican frontier. He stated that Wilson had been a cowhand, a ranch foreman, and a cowman, was now doing well, had resigned all his bad habits, and was a good citizen. He stated that Wilson had heard of the officer's presence and asked whether the latter would not forego following up a reformed man on the old charges of another and different day. The officer replied at once that if Wilson was indeed leading a right life and did not intend to go bad again, he would not only leave him alone, but would endeavor to secure for him a pardon from the President of the United States. Less than 6 months from that time, this pardon, signed by President Grover Cleveland, was in the possession of this officer in his office in a Rio Grande town of New Mexico. A telegram was sent to Billy Wilson, and he was a brave man enough to come and take his chances. The officer, without much speech, went over to his safe, took out the signed pardon from the president, and handed it to Wilson. The latter trembled and broke into tears as he took the paper. "If you ever need my life," said he, "count on me, and I'll never go back on this," as he touched the executive pardon. He went back to Texas and is living there today, a good citizen. It would be wrong to mention names in an incident like this. Tom O'Phalliard was another noted character. He was something of a gun expert, in his own belief at least. He was a man of medium height and dark complexion, and of no very great amount of mental capacity. He came into the lower range from somewhere east, probably from Texas, and little is known of him except that he was in some fighting, and that he is buried at Sumner with Beaudry and the Kid. He got away with 1 or 2 bluffs and encounters, and came to think that he was as good as the best of men, or rather as bad as the worst, for he was one of those who wanted a reputation as a bad man. Tom Pickett was another not far from the O'Phalliard class, ambitious to be thought wild and woolly and hard to curry, which he was not when it came to the real currying, as events proved. He was a very pretty handler of a gun and took pride in his skill with it. He seems to have behaved well after the arrest of the Kids gang near Sumner, and is not known in connection with any further criminal acts, though he still for a long time wore 2 guns in the settlements. Once a well-known sheriff happened by mere chance to be in his town, not knowing Pickett was there. The latter literally took to the woods, thinking something was on foot in which he was concerned. Being reminded that he had lost an opportunity to show how bad he was, he explained, "I don't want anything to do with that long legs." Pickett, no doubt, settled down and became a useful man. Indeed, although it seems a strange thing to say, it is the truth that much of the old wilderness of that border was a matter of general custom. One might also say of habit. The surroundings were wild, and men got to running wild. When times changed, some of them also changed, and frequently showed that after all they could settle down to work and lead decent lives. Lawlessness is sometimes less a matter of temperament than of surroundings. End of chapter 16.
Section 17 of the Story of the Outlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. The Story of the Outlaw by Emerson Hough. The Fight of Buckshot Roberts. Encounter between a crippled ex-soldier and the band of Billy the Kid. 1 man against 13. Next to the fight of Wild Bill with the McCandless gang, the fight of Buckshot Roberts at Blazer's Mill on the Mescalero Indian Reservation is perhaps the most remarkable combat of 1 man against odds ever known in the West. The latter affair is little known, but deserves its record. Buckshot Roberts was one of those men who appeared on the frontier and gave little history of their past. He came west from Texas, but it is thought that he was born farther east than the Lone Star State. He was long in the United States Army, where he reached the rank of sergeant before his discharge, after which he lingered on the frontier, as did very many soldiers of that day. He was at one time a member of the famous Texas Rangers and had reputation as an Indian fighter. He had been badly shot by the Comanches. Again, he was on the other side against the Rangers, and once stood off 25 of them, although nearly killed in this encounter. From these wounds he was so badly crippled in his right arm that he could not lift a rifle to his shoulder. He was usually known as Buckshot Roberts because of the nature of his wounds. Roberts took up a little ranch in the beautiful Ruidoso Valley of central New Mexico, one of the most charming spots in the world, and all he asked was to be let alone, for he seemed able to get along and not afraid of work. When the Lincoln County War broke out, he was recognized as a friend of Major Murphy, one of the local faction leaders. But when the fighting men curtly told him it was about time for him to choose his side, he as curtly replied that he intended to take neither side, that he had seen fighting enough in his time and would fight no man's battle for him. This, for the time and place, was treason, and punishable with death. Robert's friends told him that Billy the Kid and Dick Brewer intended to kill him, and advised him to leave the country. It is said that Roberts had closed out his affairs and was preparing to leave the country when he heard that the gang was looking for him, and that he then gave them opportunity to find him. Others say that he went up to Blazer's Mill to meet there a friend of his by the name of Kitts, who he heard had been shot and badly wounded. There is another rumor that he went up to Blazer's Mill to have a personal encounter with Major Godfroy, with whom there had been some altercation. There is a further absurd story that he went up for the purpose of killing Billy the Kid and getting the reward that was offered for him. These latter things are unlikely. The probable truth is that he, being a brave man, though fully determined to leave the country, simply found it written in his creed to go up to Blazer's Creek to see his supposedly wounded friend, and also to see what there was in the threats which he had heard. There are 3 living eyewitnesses of what happened at that time: Frank and George Coe, ranchers on the Ruidoso today, and Johnny Patton, cook on Carrizo Ranch. Patton was an ex-soldier of H Troop, 3rd Cavalry, and was mustered out at Fort Stanton in 1869. At the time of the Roberts fight, he was running the sawmill for Dr. Blazer. Frank Coe says that he himself was attempting to act as peacemaker, and that he tried to get Roberts to give up his arms and not make any fight. Patton says that he himself, at the peril of his life, had warned Roberts that Dick Brewer, the Kid, and his gang intended to kill him. It is certain that when Roberts came riding up on a mule, still wet from the fording of the Tularosa River, he met there Dick Brewer, Billy the Kid, George Coe, Frank Coe, Charlie Beaudry, Doc Middleton, one Scroggins, and Dirty Steve, Stephen Stevens, with others, to the number of 13 in all. These men still claimed to be a posse and were under Dick Brewer, special constable. The Brewer party withdrew to the rear of the house. Frank Coe parleyed with Roberts at one side. Kate Godfroy, daughter of Major Godfroy, protested at what she knew was the purpose of Brewer and his gang. Dick Brewer said to his men, "Don't do anything to him now. Coax him up the road a way." Roberts declined to give up his weapons to Frank Coe. He stood near the door outside the house. Then, as it is told by Johnny Patton, who saw it all, there suddenly came around upon him from behind the house the gang of the Kid, all gunfighters, each opening fire as he came. The gritty little man gave back not a step toward the open door. Crippled by his old wounds so that he could not raise his rifle to his shoulder, he worked the lever from his hip. Here were a dozen men, the best fighting men of all the wild country, shooting at him at a distance of not a dozen feet. Yet he shot Jack Middleton through the lungs, though failing to kill him. He shot a finger off the hand of George Coe, who then left the fight. Roberts then half-stepped forward and pushed his gun against the stomach of Billy the Kid. For some reason the piece failed to fire, and the Kid was saved by the narrowest escape he ever had in his life. Charlie Beaudry now appeared around the corner of the house, and Roberts fired at him next. His bullet struck Beaudry in the belt and cut the belt off from him. Almost at the same time, Beaudry fired at him and shot him through the body. He did not drop, but staggered back against the wall, and so he stood there, crippled of old and now wounded to death, but so fierce a human tiger that his very looks struck dismay into the gang of professional fighters. They actually withdrew around the house and left him there. Each claimed the credit for having shot the victim. "No," said Charlie Beaudry, "I shot him myself. I dusted him on both sides. I saw the dust fly out of both sides of his coat, where my bullet went clean through him." They argued, but they did not go around the house again. Roberts now staggered back into the house. He threw down his own Winchester and picked up a heavy Sharps rifle which belonged to Dr. Apple, and which he found there in Dr. Blazer's room. Brewer told Dr. Blazer to bring Roberts out, but like a man Blazer refused. Roberts pulled a mattress off the bed to the floor and threw himself down upon it near an open window in the front of the house. The gang had scattered, surrounding the house. Dick Brewer had taken refuge behind a 30-inch saw log near the mill, just 140 steps from the window near which this fierce little fighting man was lying, wounded to death. Brewer raised his head just above the top of the saw log so that he could see what Roberts was doing. His eyes were barely visible above the top of the log, yet at that distance the heavy bullet from Roberts' buffalo gun struck him in the eye and blew off the top of his head. Billy the Kid was now leader of the posse. His first act was to call his men together and ride away from the spot, his whole outfit whipped by a single man. There was a corpse behind them and wounded men with them. 36 hours later, there was another corpse at Blazer's mill. The doctor brought over from Fort Stanton could do nothing for Roberts, and he died in agony. Johnny Patton, Sawyer, and Rough Carpenter made one big coffin, and in this the two, Brewer and Roberts, were buried side by side. "I couldn't make a very good coffin," says Patton, "so I built it in the shape of a big V, with no end piece at the foot. We just put them both in together, and there they lie today. Grim grave company, according to the report of this eyewitness, who would seem to be in a position indicating accuracy. Emil Blazer, a son of Dr. Blazer, still lives on the site of this fierce little battle, and he says that the two dead men were buried separately but side by side, Brewer to the right of Roberts. The little graveyard holds a few other graves, none with headboards or records, and grass now grows above them all. The building where Roberts stood at bay is now gone, and another adobe is erected a little farther back from the raceway that once fed the old mountain sawmill, but which now is not used as of yore. The old flume still exists where the water ran over onto the wheel, and the site of the old mill, which is now also torn down, is easily traceable. When the author visited the spot in the fall of 1905, all these points were verified and the distances measured. It was a long shot that Roberts made, and downhill. The vitality of the man who made it, his courage and his tenacity alike of life and of purpose, against such odds make Roberts a man remembered with admiration, even today, in that once bloody region. End of chapter 17.
Section 18 of The Story of the Outlaw by Emerson Hough. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Stephen Seitel. Chapter 18. The Manhunt. The Western peace officer, a quiet citizen who works for a salary and risks his life. The trade of manhunting. Biography of Pat Garrett, a typical frontier sheriff. The deeds of the Western sheriff have for the most part gone unchronicled, or have luridly been set forth in fiction as incidents of blood, interesting only because of their bloodiness. The frontier officer himself, usually not a man to boast of his own acts, has quietly stepped into the background of the past and has been replaced by others who more loudly proclaim their prominence in the advancement of civilization. Yet the typical frontier sheriff, the good man who went after bad men and made it safe for men to live and own property and establish homes and build up a society and a country and a government, is a historical character of great interest. Among very many good ones, we shall perhaps best get at the type of all by giving the story of one, and we shall also learn something of the dangerous business of man-hunting in a region filled with men who must be hunted down. Patrick Floyd Garrett, better known as Pat Garrett, was a Southerner by birth. He was born in Chambers County, Alabama, June 5, 1850. In 1856, his parents moved to Claiborne Parish, Louisiana, where his father was a large landowner, and of course at that time and place a slave owner, and among the bitter opponents of the new regime which followed the Civil War. When young Garrett's father died, the large estates dwindled under bad management, and when, within a short time, the mother followed her husband to the grave, the family resources affected by the war became involved, although the two Garrett plantations embraced nearly 3,000 acres of rich Louisiana soil. On January 25, 1869, Pat Garrett, a tall and slender youth of 18, set out to seek his fortunes in the Wild West, with no resources but such as lay in his brains and body. He went to Lancaster in Dallas County, Texas. A big ranch owner in southern Texas wanted men, and Pat Garrett packed up and went home with him. The world was new to him, however, and he went off with the northbound cows like many another youngster of the time. His herd was made up at Eagle Lake, and he only accompanied the drive as far north as Denison. There he began to get uneasy, hearing of the delights of the still wilder life of the buffalo hunters on the Great Plains, which lay to the west in the panhandle of Texas. For 3 winters, 1875 to 1877, he was in and out between the buffalo range and the settlements, by this time well wedded to frontier life. In the fall of 1877, he went west once more, and this time kept on going west. With 2 hardy companions, he pushed on entirely across the wild and unknown panhandle country, leaving the wagons near what was known as the Yellow Houses, and never returning to them. His blankets, personal belongings, and so forth he never saw again. He and his friends had their heavy Sharps rifles, plenty of powder and lead, and their reloading tools, and they had nothing else. Their beds they made of their saddle blankets, and their food they killed from the wild herds. For their love of adventure, they rode on across an unknown country until finally they arrived at the little Mexican settlement of Fort Sumner on the Pecos River in the mouth of February, 1878. Pat and his friends were hungry, but all the cash they could find was just $1.50 between them. They gave it to Pat and sent him over to the store to see about eating. He asked the price of meals, and they told him 50 cents per meal. They would permit them to eat but once. He concluded to buy $1.50's worth of flour and bacon, which would last for 2 or 3 meals. He joined his friends, and they went into camp on the riverbank, where they cooked and ate, perfectly happy and quite careless about the future. As they finished their breakfast, they saw up the river the dust of a cattle herd, and noted that a party were working a herd, cutting out cattle for some purpose or other. "Go up there and get a job," said Pat to one of the boys. The latter did go up, but came back reporting that the boss did not want any help. "Well, he's got to have help," said Pat. So saying, he arose and started upstream himself. Garrett was, at that time, as has been said, of very great height, 6 feet 4 1/2 inches, and very slender. Unable to get trousers long enough for his legs, he had pieced down his best pair with about 3 feet of buffalo leggins with the hair out. Gaunt, dusty, and unshaven, he looked hard, and when he approached the herd owner and asked for work, the other was as much alarmed as pleased. He declined again, but Pat firmly told him he had come to go to work, and was sorry, but it could not be helped. Something in the quiet voice of Garrett seemed to arrest the attention of the cowman. "What can you do, Lengthy?" he asked. "Ride anything with hair and rope better than any man you've got here," answered Garrett, casting a critical glance at the other men. The cowman hesitated a moment and then said, "Get in." Pat got in. He stayed in. 2 years later, he was still at Fort Sumner and married. Garrett moved down from Fort Sumner soon after his marriage and settled a mile east of what is now the flourishing city of Roswell, at a spring on the bank of the Hondo and in the middle of what was then the Virgin Plains. Here he picked up land until he had in all more than 1,250 acres. If he owned it now, he would be worth $500,000. He was not, however, to live the steady life of the frontier farmer. His friend, Captain J.C. Lee of Roswell, came to him and asked if he would run as sheriff of Lincoln County. Garrett consented and was elected. He was warned not to take this office, and word was sent to him by the bands of hard-riding outlaws of that region that if he attempted to serve any processes on them, he would be killed. He paid no attention to this, and, as he was still an unknown quantity in the country, which was new and thinly settled, he seemed sure to be killed. He won the absolute confidence of the governor, who told him to go ahead, not to stand on technicalities, but to break up the gang that had been rendering life and property unsafe for years and making the territory a mockery of civilization. If the truth were known, it might perhaps be found that sometimes Garrett arrested a bad man and got his warrant for it later, when he went to the settlements. He found a straight 6-shooter the best sort of warrant, and in effect he took the matter of establishing a government in the southwestern New Mexico into his own hands, and did it in his own way. He was the whole machinery of the law. Sometimes he boarded prisoners out of his own pocket. He himself was the state. His word was good even to the worst cutthroat that ever he captured. Often he had in his care prisoners whom, under the law, he could not legally have held, had they been demanded of him, but he held them in spite of any demand. And the worst prisoner on that border knew that he was safe in Pat Garrett's hands no matter what happened, and that if Pat said he would take him through to any given point, he would take him through. After he had finished his first season of work as sheriff and as United States Marshal, Garrett ranched it for a time. In 1884, his reputation as a criminal taker being now a wide one, he organized and took charge of a company of Texas Rangers in Wheeler County, Texas, and made Atascosa and thereabouts his headquarters for a year and a half. So great became his fame now as a man-taker that he was employed to manage the affairs of a cattle detective agency, it being now so far along in civilization that men were beginning to be careful about their cows. He was offered $10,000 to break up a certain band of raiders working in Upper Texas, and he did it. But he found that he was really being paid to kill 1 or 2 men and not capture them, and being unwilling to act as the agent of any man's revenge, he quit this work and went into the employment of the V Ranch in the White Mountains. He then moved down to Roswell again in the spring of 1887. Here he organized the Pecos Valley Irrigation Company. He was the first man to suspect the presence of artesian water in this country, where the great spring rivers push up from the ground, and through his efforts, wells were bored which revolutionized all that valley. He ran for sheriff of Chavez County and was defeated. Angry at his first reverse in politics, he pulled up at Roswell and sacrificed his land for what he could get for it. Today it is covered with crops and fruits and worth $60 to $100 an acre. Garrett now went back to Texas and settled near Uvalde, where he engaged once more in an irrigation enterprise. He was here 5 years, ranching and losing money. W.T. Thornton, the governor of New Mexico, sent for him and asked him if he would take the office of sheriff of Doña Ana County to fill the unexpired term of Numa Raymond. He was elected to serve 2 subsequent terms as sheriff of Doña Ana County, and no frontier officer has a better record for bravery. In the month of December 1901, President Theodore Roosevelt, who had heard of Garrett, met him and liked him, and without any ado or consultation, appointed him collector of customs at El Paso, Texas. Here, for the next 4 years, Garrett made a popular collector and an honest and fearless one. The main reputation gained by Garrett was through his killing of that desperado Billy the Kid. It is proper to set down here the chronicle of that undertaking, because that will best serve to show the manner in which a frontier sheriff gets a bad man. When the Kid and his gang killed the agency clerk, Bernstein, on the Mescalero Reservation, they committed a murder on United States government ground and an offense against the United States law. A United States warrant was placed in the hands of Pat Garrett, then Deputy United States Marshal and Sheriff-elect, and he took up the trail, locating the men near Fort Sumner at the ranch of Juan Brazil, about 9 miles east of the settlement. With the Kid were Charlie Bowdra, Tom O'Folliard, Tom Pickett, and Dave Rudabaugh, fellows of like kidney. Rudabaugh had just broken jail at Las Vegas and had killed his jailer. Not a man of the band had ever hesitated at murder. They were now eager to kill Garrett and kept watch as best they could on all his movements. One day, Garrett and some of his improvised posse were riding eastward of the town when they jumped Tom O'Folliard, who was mounted on a horse that proved too good for them in a chase of several miles. Garrett at last was left alone following O'Folliard and fired at him twice. The latter admitted that he fired 20 times at Garrett with his Winchester, but it was hard to do good shooting from the saddle at 200 or 300 yards range, so neither man was hit. O'Folliard did not learn his lesson. A few nights later, in company with Tom Pickett, he rode into town. Warned of his approach, Garrett, with another man, was waiting, hidden in the shadow of a building. As O'Folliard rode up, he was ordered to throw up his hands, but went after his gun instead, and on the instant Garrett shot him through the body. "You never heard a man scream the way he did," said Garrett. "He dropped his gun when he was hit, but we did not know that, and as we ran up to catch his horse, we ordered him again to throw up his hands. He said he couldn't, that he was killed. We helped him down then and took him in the house. He died about 45 minutes later. He said it was all his own fault and that he didn't blame anybody. I'd have killed Tom Pickett right there too," concluded Garrett, "but one of my men shot right past my face and blinded me for the moment, so Pickett got away." The remainder of the Kid's gang were now located in the stone house above mentioned, and their whereabouts reported by the ranchman whose house they had just vacated. The manhunt therefore proceeded methodically, and Garrett and his men, of whom he had only 2 or 3 upon whom he relied as thoroughly game, surrounded the house just before dawn. Garrett, with Jim East and Tom Emery, crept up to the head of the ravine which made up the ridge on which the fortress of the outlaws stood. The early morning is always the best time for a surprise of this sort. It was Charlie Beaudry who first came out in the morning, and as he stepped out of the door, his career as a bad man ended. 3 bullets passed through his body. He stepped back into the house, but only lived about 20 minutes. The kid said to him, "Charlie, you're killed anyhow. Take your gun and go out and kill that long-legged blank before you die." He pulled Beaudry's pistol around in front of him and pushed him out the door. Beaudry staggered feebly toward the spot where the sheriff was lying. I wish, he began, and motioned toward the house, but he could not tell what it was that he wished. He died on Garrett's blankets, which were laid down on the snow. Previous to this, Garrett had killed 1 horse at the door beam where it was tied, and with a remarkable shot had cut the other free, shooting off the rope that held it. These 2 shots he thought about the best he ever made, and this is saying much, for he was a phenomenal shot with rifle or revolver. There were 2 horses inside, but the dead horse blocked the door. Pickett now told the gang to surrender. "That fellow will kill every man that shows outside that door," said he. "That's all about it. He's killed old Folliard, and he's killed Charlie, and he'll kill us. Let's surrender and take a chance at getting out again." They listened to this, for the shooting they had seen had pretty well broken their hearts. Garrett now sent over to the ranch house for food for his men, and the cooking was too much for the hungry outlaws, who had had nothing to eat. They put up a dirty white rag on a gun barrel and offered to give up. One by one they came out and were disarmed. That night was spent at the Brazil Ranch, and the prisoners under guard and the body of Charlie Beaudry rolled in its blankets outside in the wagon. The next morning, Beaudry was buried in the little cemetery next to Tom O'Folliard. The kid did not know that he was to make the next in the row. These men surrendered on the condition that they should all be taken through to Santa Fe, and Garrett, at the risk of his life, took them through Las Vegas, where Rudabaugh was wanted. Half the town surrounded the train in the depot yards. Garrett told the kid that if the mob rushed in the door of the car, he would toss back a 6-shooter to him and ask him to help fight. "All right, Pat," said the kid cheerfully. "You and I can whip the whole gang of them, and after we've done, I'll go back to my seat and you can put the irons on again. You've kept your word." There is little doubt that he would have done this, but as it chanced, there was no need, since at the last moment Deputy Malloy of Las Vegas jumped on the engine and pulled the train out of the yard. Billy the Kid was tried and condemned to be executed. He had been promised pardon by Governor Lew Wallace, but the pardon did not come. A few days before the day set for his execution, the Kid, as elsewhere described, killed the 2 deputies who were guarding him and got back once more to his old stamping grounds around Fort Sumner. "I knew now that I would have to kill the Kid," said Garrett to the writer, speaking reminiscently of the bloody scenes as we lately visited that country together. "We both knew that it must be one or the other of us if we ever met. I followed him up here to Sumner, as you know, with 2 deputies, John Poe and Tip McKinney, and I killed him in a room up there at the edge of the old Cottonwood Avenue." He spoke of events now long gone by. It had been only with difficulty that we located the site of the building where the Kid's gang had been taken prisoners. The structure itself had been torn down and removed. As to the old military post, once a famous one, it offered now nothing better than a scene of desolation. There was no longer a single human inhabitant there. The old avenue of cottonwoods, once 4 miles long, was now ragged and unwatered, and the great parade ground had gone back to sand and sagebrush. We were obliged to search for some time before we could find the site of the old Maxwell house, in which was ended the long and dangerous manhunt of the frontier. Garrett finally located the place, now only a rough quadrangle of crumbled earthen walls. "This is the place," said he, pointing to one corner of the grass-grown oblong. "Pete Maxwell's bed was right in this corner of the room, and I was sitting in the dark and talking to Pete, who was in bed. The kid passed Poe and McKinney right over there on what was then the gallery and came through the door right here." We paused for a time and looked with a certain gravity at this windswept, desolate spot around which lay the wide, unwinking desert. About us were the ruins of what had been a notable settlement in its day, but which now had passed with the old frontier. "I got word of the kid up here in much the way I had once before," resumed Garrett at length, "and I followed him, resolved to get him or have him get me. I rode over into the edge of the town and learned that the kid was there, but of course we did not know which house he was in. Poe went in to inquire around, as he was not known there like myself. He did not know the kid when he saw him, nor did the kid know him. It was a glorious moonlit night. I can remember it perfectly well. Poe and McKinney and I all met a little way out from the edge of the place. We decided that the kid was not far away. We went down to the houses, and I put Poe and McKinney outside of Pete Maxwell's house, and I went inside. Right here was the door. We did not know it at that time, but just about then the kid was lying with his boots off in the house of an old Mexican just across there, not very far away from Maxwell's door. He told the Mexican, when he came in, to cook something for him to eat. Maxwell had killed a beef not long before, and there was a quarter hanging up under the porch out front. After a while the kid got up, got a butcher knife from the old Mexican, and concluded to go over and cut himself off a piece of meat from the quarter at Maxwell's house. This is how the story arose that he came into the house with his boots in his hand to keep an appointment with a Mexican girl. The usual story is that I was down close to the wall behind Maxwell's bed. This was not the case, for the bed was close against the wall. Pete Maxwell was lying in bed right here in this corner, as I said. I was sitting in a chair and leaning over toward him as I talked in a low tone. My right side was toward him, and my revolver was on that side. I did not know that the kid was so close at hand, or indeed know for sure that he was there in the settlement at all. Maxwell did not want to talk very much. He knew the kid was there, and he knew his own danger. I was talking to him in Spanish, in a low tone of voice, as I say, when the kid came over here just as I have told you. He saw Poe and McKinney sitting right out there in the moonlight, but did not suspect anything. "¿Quién es? Who is it?" he asked as he passed them. I heard him speak, and I saw him come backing into the room, facing toward Poe and McKinney. He could not see me, as it was dark in the room, but he came up to the bed where Maxwell was lying and where I was sitting. He seemed to think something might not be quite right. He had in his hand his revolver, a self-cocking .41. He could not see my face, and he had not heard my voice, or he would have known me. The kid stepped up to the bedside and laid his left hand on the bed and bent over Maxwell. He saw me sitting there in the half-darkness, but did not recognize me as I was sitting down. My height would have betrayed me if I had been standing. "Pete, ¿quién es?" he asked in a low tone of voice, and he half motioned toward me with his six-shooter. That was when I looked across into eternity. It wasn't far to go. That was exactly how the thing was. I gave neither Maxwell nor the kid time for anything further. There flashed over my mind at once one thought, and that it was that I had to shoot and shoot at once, and that my shot must go to the mark the first time. I knew the kid would kill me in a flash if I did not kill him. Just as he spoke and motioned toward me, I dropped over to the left and rather down, going after my gun with my right hand as I did so. As I fired, the kid dropped back. I had caught him just about the heart. His pistol, already pointed toward me, went off as he fell, but he fired high. As I sprang up, I fired once more, but did not hit him, and did not need to, for he was dead. I don't know that he ever knew who it was that killed him. He could not see me in the darkness. He may have seen me stoop over and pull. If he had had the least suspicion who it was, he would have shot as soon as he saw me. When he came to the bed, I knew who he was. The rest happened as I have told you. There is no other story about the killing of Billy the Kid which is the truth. It is also untrue that his body was ever removed from Fort Sumner. It lies there today, and I'll show you where we buried him. I laid him out myself in this house here, and I ought to know. 25 years of time had done their work in all that country, as we learned when we entered the little barbed wire enclosure of the cemetery where the Kid and his fellows were buried. There are no headstones in this cemetery, and no sacristan holds its records. Again, Garrett had to search in the salt grass and greasewood. "Here is the place," he said at length. "We buried them, all in a row. The first grave is the Kid's, and next to him is Beaudry, and then old Folliard." Here was the sole remaining record of the manhunt's end. So passes the glory of the world. In this desolate resting place, in a windswept and forgotten graveyard, rests all the remaining fame of certain bad men who in their time were bandit kings, who ruled by terror over half a western territory. Even the headboard which once stood at the Kid's grave, and which was once riddled with bullets by cowards who would not have dared to shoot that close to him had he been alive, was gone. It is not likely that the graves will be visited again by anyone who knows their locality. Garrett looked at them in silence for a time, then turning, went to the buckboard for a drink at the canteen. "Well," he said quietly, "here's to the boys anyway. If there is any other life, I hope they'll make better use of it than they did of the one I put them out of." End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of the Story of the Outlaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beth Fletcher. The Story of the Outlaw by Emerson Hough. Bad Men of Texas. A review of the story of the American desperado will show that he has always been most numerous at the edge of things, where there was a frontier, a debatable ground between civilization and lawlessness, or a border between opposing nations or sections. He does not wholly pass away with the coming of the law, but his home is essentially in a new and undeveloped condition of society. The edge between east and west, between north and south, made the territory of the bad man of the American interior. The far southwest was the oldest of all American frontiers, and the stubbornest. We have never, as a nation, been at war with any other nation whose territory has adjoined our own except in the case of Mexico, and long before we went to war as a people against Mexico, Texas had been at war with her as a state, or rather as a population, and a race against another race. The frontier of the Rio Grande is one of the bloodiest of the world, and was such long before Texas was finally admitted to the Union. There was never any new territory settled by so vigorous and belligerent a population as that which first found and defended the great empire of the Lone Star. Her early men were, without exception, fighters, and she has bred fighters ever since. The allurement which the unsettled lands of the Southwest had for the young men of the early part of the last century lay largely in the appeal of excitement and adventure, with a large possibility of worldly gain as well. The men of the South who drifted down the old river road across Mississippi and Louisiana were shrewd in their day and generation. They knew that eventually Texas would be taken away from Mexico and taken by force. Her vast riches would belong to those who had earned them. Men of the South were even then hunting for another West, and here was a mighty one. The call came back that the fighting was good all along the line, and the fighting men of all the South, from Virginia to Louisiana, fathers and sons of the boldest and bravest of Southern families, pressed on and out to take a hand. They were scattered and far from numerous when they united and demanded a government of their own, independent of the far-off and inefficient head of the Mexican law. They did not want Coahuila as their country, but Texas, and asked a government of their own. Lawless as they were, they wanted a real law, a law of Saxon right and justice. Men like Crockett, Fannin, Travers, and Bowie were influenced half by political ambition and half by love of adventure when they moved across the plains of eastern Texas and took up their abode on the firing line of the Mexican border. If you seek a historic band of bad men, fighting men of the bitterest Berserk type, look at the immortal defenders of the Alamo. Some of them were, in the light of calm analysis, little better than guerrillas, but every man was a hero. They all had a chance to escape, to go out and join Sam Houston farther to the east, but they refused to a man, and, plying the border weapons as none but such as themselves might, they died, full of the glory of battle, not in ranks and shoulder to shoulder, with banners and music to cheer them, but each for himself and hand to hand with his enemy, a desperate fighting man. The early men of Texas for generations fought Mexicans and Indians in turn. The country was too vast for any system of law. Each man had learned to depend upon himself. Each cabin kept a rifle and pistol for each male old enough to bear them, and each boy, as he grew up, was skilled in weapons and used to the thought that the only arbitrament among men was that of weapons. Part of the population, appreciating the exemptions here to be found, was, without doubt, criminal, made up of men who had fled, for reasons of their own, from older regions. These in time required the attention of the law, and the armed bodies of hard-riding Texas Rangers, a remedy born of necessity, appeared as the executives of the law. The cattle days saw the wild times of the border prolonged. The buffalo range caught its quota of hard riders and hard shooters, and always the apparently exhaustless empires of new and unsettled lands, an enormous untracked empire of the wild, beckoned on and on, so that men in the most densely settled sections were very far apart, and so that the law as a guardian could not be depended upon. It was not to be wondered at that the name of Texas became the synonym for savagery. That was for a long time the wildest region within our national confines. Many men who attained fame as fighters along the Pecos and Rio Grande and Gila and Colorado came across the borders from Texas. Others slipped north into the Indian nations and left their mark there. Some went to the mines of the Rockies or the cattle ranges from Montana to Arizona. Many stayed at home and finished their eventful lives there in the usual fashion, killing now and again, then oftener, until at length they killed once too often and got hanged, or not often enough once, and so got shot. To undertake to give even the most superficial study to a field so vast as this would require a dozen times the space we may afford, and would lead us far into matters of history other than those intended. We can only point out that the men of the Lone Star State left their stamp as horsemen and weapon-bearers clear on to the north, and as far as the foot of the Arctic Circle. Their language and their methods mark the entire cattle business of the plains from the Rio Grande to the Selkirks. Theirs was a great school for frontiersmen, and its graduates gave full account of themselves wherever they went. Among them were bad men, as bad as the worst of any land, and in numbers not capable of compass even in the broad estimate. Some citizens of Montgomery County, Texas, were not long ago sitting in a store of an evening, and they fell to counting up the homicides which had fallen under their notice in that county within recent memory. They counted up 75 authenticated cases and could not claim comprehensiveness for their tally. Many a county of Texas could do as well or better, and there are many counties. It takes you 2 days to ride across Texas by railway. A review of the Bad Man field of Texas pauses for obvious reasons. Many bad men of Texas have attained reputation far wider than their state, that it became a proverb upon the frontier that any man born on Texas soil would shoot, just as any horse born there would buck. There is truth back of most proverbs, although today both horses and men of Texas are losing something of their erstwhile bronco character. That out of such conditions, out of this hardy and indomitable population, the great state could bring order and quiet so soon and so permanently over vast unsettled regions is proof alike of the fundamental sternness and justness of the American character and the value of the American fighting man. Yet, though peace hath her victories not less than war, it is to be doubted whether in her own heart Texas is more proud of her statesmen and commercial kings than of her stalwart fighting men, bred to the use of arms. The beautiful city of San Antonio is today busy and prosperous, yet today you tread there ground which has been stained red over and over again. The names of Crockett, Milam, Travis, Bowie, Endure, where those of captains of industry are forgotten. Out of history such as this, covering a half-century of border fighting, of frontier travel and merchandising, of cattle trade and railroad building, it is impossible, in view of the many competitors of equal claims, to select an example of bad eminence fit to bear the title of the leading bad man of Texas. There was one somewhat noted Texas character, however, whose life comes down to modern times, and hence is susceptible of fairly accurate review, a thing always desirable, though not often practical, for no history is more distorted, not to say more garbled, than that dealing with the somewhat mythical exploits of noted gunfighters. Ben Thompson of Austin, killer of more than 20 men, and a very perfect exemplar of the creed of the six-shooter, will serve as instance good enough for a generic application. Thompson was not a hero. He did no deeds of war. He led no forlorn hope into the imminent deadly breach. His name is preserved in no history of his great commonwealth. He was, in the opinion of certain peace officers, all that a citizen should not be. Yet in his way he reached distinction, and so striking was his life that even today he does not lack apologists, even as he never lacked friends. Ben Thompson was of English descent and was born near Lockhart, Texas, according to general belief, though it is stated that he was born in Yorkshire, England. Later his home was in Austin, where he spent the greater part of his life, though roaming from place to place. Known as a bold and skillful gunman, he was looked on as good material for a hunter of bad men, and at the time of his death was Marshal of Police at Austin. In personal appearance, Thompson looked the part of the typical gambler and gunfighter. His height was about 5 feet 8 inches, and his figure was muscular and compact. His hair was dark and waving, his eyes gray. He was very neat in dress, and always took particular pains with his footwear, his small feet being always clad in well-fitting boots of light material, a common form of foppery in a land where other details of dress were apt to be carelessly regarded. He wore a dark mustache which, In his early years, he was wont to keep waxed to points. In speech, he was quiet and unobtrusive, unless excited by drink. With the six-shooter, he was a peerless shot, an absolute genius. None in all his wide surrounding claiming to be his superior, and he had a ferocity of disposition which grew with years until he had, as one of his friends put it, a craving to kill people. Each killing seemed to make him desirous of another. He thus came to exercise that curious fascination which such characters have always commanded. Fear he did not know, or at least no test arising in his somewhat varied life ever caused him to show fear. He passed through life as a wild animal, ungoverned by the law, rejoicing in blood. Yet withal he was held as a faithful friend and a good companion. To this day, many men repel the accusation that he was bad, and maintain that each of his 20 killings was done in self-defense. The brutal phase of his nature was no doubt dominant, even although it was not always in evidence. He was usually spoken of as a good fellow, and those who palliate or deny most of his wild deeds declare that local history has never been as fair to him as he deserved. Thompson's first killing was while he was a young man at New Orleans, and according to the story, arose out of his notions of chivalry. He was passing down the street in a public conveyance, in company of several young Creoles, who were going home from a dance in a somewhat exhilarated condition. One or two of the strangers made remarks to an unescorted girl, which Thompson construed to be offensive, and he took it upon himself to avenge the insult to womanhood. In the affray that followed, he killed one of the young men. For this he was obliged to flee to Old Mexico, taking one of the boats down the river. He returned presently to Galveston, where he set up as a gambler, and began to extend his reputation as a fighting man. Most of his encounters were over cards or drink or women, the history of many or most of the border killings. Thompson's list grew steadily, and by the time he was 40 years of age, he had a reputation far wider than his state. In all the main cities of Texas, he was a figure more or less familiar, and always dreaded. His skill with his favorite weapon was a proverb in a state full of men skilled with weapons. Moreover, his disposition now began to grow more ugly, sullen, and bloodthirsty. He needed small pretext to kill a man if, for the slightest cause, he took a dislike to him. To illustrate the ferocity of the man and his readiness to provoke a quarrel, the following story is told of him. A gambler by the name of Jim Burdett was badly whipped by the proprietor of a variety show, Mark Wilson, who, after the fight, told Burdett that he had enough of men like him, who only came to his theater to raise trouble and interfere with his business, and that if either he or any of his gang ever again attempted to disturb his audiences, that they would have him, Wilson, to deal with. The next day, Ben Thompson, seated in a barber shop, heard about the row and said to a Negro standing by, "Mac, blank your nigger soul, you go down to that place this evening, and when the house is full and everybody is seated, you just raise hell and we'll see what that blank is made of." The program was carried out. The Negro arose in the midst of the audience and delivered himself of a few blood-curdling yells. Instantly the proprietor came out of the place, but caught sight of Thompson, who had drawn a pair of guns and stood ready to kill Wilson. The latter was too quick for him, and quickly disappeared behind the scenery after his shotgun. There was too much excitement that night, and the matter passed off without a killing. A few nights thereafter, Thompson procured some lamp-black, which he gave the gambler Burdett, with instructions to go to the theater, watch his chance, and dash the stuff in Wilson's face. This was done, and when the ill-fated proprietor, who immediately went for his shotgun, came out with that weapon, Thompson fell to the ground, and the contents of the gun, badly fired at the hands of Wilson, his face full of lampblack, passed over Thompson's head. Thompson then arose and filled Wilson full of holes, killing him instantly. The bartender, seeing his employer's life in danger, fired at Thompson wildly, and as Thompson turned on him, he dodged behind the bar to receive his death wound through the counter and in his back. Thompson, at the court of last resort, managed to have a lot of testimony brought to bear, and, with a half-dozen gamblers to swear to anything he needed, he was admitted to bail and later freed. He is said to have killed these two men for no reason in the world except to show that he could run a place where others had failed. A variation of the story is that a saloon keeper fired at Thompson as he was walking down the street in Austin, and, missing him, sprang back behind the bar, Thompson shooting him through the head, through the bar front. Another man's life now meant little to him. He desired to be king, to be chief, just as the leaders of the Desperadoes in the mining regions of California and Montana sought to be chief. It meant recognition of their courage, their skill, their willingness to take human life easily and carelessly and quickly, a singular ambition which has been so evidenced in no other part of the world than the American West. It is certain that the worst bad men all over Texas were afraid of Ben Thompson. He was chief. Ben Thompson left the staid paths of life in civilized communities. He did not rob, and he did not commit theft or burglary or any highway crimes, yet toiling and spinning were not for him. He was, for the most part, a gambler, and after a while he ceased even to follow that calling as a means of livelihood. Forgetting the etiquette of his chosen profession, he insisted on winning no matter how and no matter what the game. He would go into a gambling resort in some town and sit in at a game. If he won, very well. If he lost, he would become enraged, and usually ended by reaching out and raking in the money on the table, no matter what the decision of the cards. He bought drinks for the crowd with the money he thus took, and scattered it right and left, so that his acts found a certain sanction among those who had not been despoiled. To know what nerve it required to perform these acts of audacity, one must know something of the frontier life, which at no corner of the world was wilder and touchier than in the very part of the country where Thompson held forth. There were hundreds of men quick with a gun all about him, men of nerve, but he did not hesitate to take all manner of chances in that sort of population. The madness of the bad man was upon him. He must have known what alone could be his fate at last, but he went on, defying and courting his own destruction, as the finished desperado always does, under the strange creed of self-reliance which he established as his code of life. Thus, at a banquet of stockmen in Austin, and while the dinner was in progress, Thompson, alone, stampeded every man of them, and at that time nearly all stockmen were game. The fear of Thompson's pistol was such that no one would stand for a fight with him. Once Thompson went to the worst place in Texas, the town of Luling, where Rowdy Joe was running the toughest dance house in America. He ran all the bad men out of the place, confiscated what cash he needed from the gaming tables, and raised trouble generally. He showed that he was chief. In the early 80s, in the quiet, sleepy, bloody old town of San Antonio, there was a dance hall, gambling resort, and vaudeville theater in which the main proprietor was one Jack Harris, commonly known as Pegleg Harris. Thompson frequently patronized this place on his visits to San Antonio and received treatment which left him with a grudge against Harris, whom he resolved to kill. He followed his man into the barroom one day and killed Harris as he stood in the semi-darkness. It was only another case of self-defense for Thompson, who was well used to being cleared of criminal charges or left unaccused altogether, and no doubt Harris would have killed him if he could. After killing Harris, Thompson declared that he proposed to kill Harris's partners, Foster and Sims. He had an especial grudge against Billy Sims, then a young man not yet 19 years of age, because, so it is stated, he fancied that Sims supplanted him in the affections of a woman in Austin. And he carried also his grudge against the gambling house, where Sims now was the manager. Every time Thompson got drunk, he declared his intention of killing Billy Sims, and as the latter was young and inexperienced, he trembled in his boots at this talk, which seemed surely to spell his doom. Sims, to escape Thompson's wrath, removed to Chicago and remained there for a time, but before long was summoned home to Austin, where his mother was very ill. Thompson knew of his presence in Austin, but with magnanimity declined to kill Sims while he was visiting his sick mother. "Wait till he goes over to Santoni," he said. "Then I'll step over and kill the little blank." Sims presently called to San Antonio to settle some debt of Jack Harris's estate, of which, as friend and partner of the widow, he had been appointed administrator, went to the latter city with a heavy heart, supposing that he would never leave it alive. He was told there that Thompson had been threatening him many times, and Sims received many telegrams to that effect. Some say that Thompson himself telegraphed Sims that he was coming down that day to kill him. Certainly a friend of Sims on the same day wired him warning, "Party who wants to destroy you on train this day, bound for San Antonio." Friends of Thompson deny that he made such threats and insist that he went to San Antonio on a wholly peaceful errand. In any case, this guarded but perfectly plain message set Sims half distracted. He went to the city marshal and showed his telegram, asking the marshal for protection, but the latter told him nothing could be done until Thompson had committed some overt act. The sheriff and all the other officers said the same thing, not caring to meet Thompson if they could avoid it. Sims later, in telling his story, would sob at the memory of his feeling of helplessness at that time. The law gave him no protection. He was obliged to take matters in his own hands. He went to a judge of the court and asked him what he should do. The judge pondered for a time and said, "Under the circumstances, I should advise a shotgun." Sims went to one of the faro dealers of the house, a man who was known as Bad, and who never sat down to deal faro without a brace of big revolvers on the table. But this dealer advised him to go and make friends with Thompson. He went to Foster, Harris's old partner, and laid the matter before him. Foster said slowly, "Well, Billy, when he comes, we'll do the best we can." Sims thought that he, too, was weakening. There was a big policeman, a Mexican by name of Coy, who was considered a brave man and a fighter, and Sims now went to him and asked for aid, saying that he expected trouble that night and wanted Coy to do his duty. Coy did not become enthusiastic, though, as a matter of fact, neither he nor Foster made any attempt to leave the place. Sims turned away, feeling that his end was near. In desperation, he got a shotgun, and for a time stationed himself near the top of the stair up which Thompson would probably come when entering the place. The theater was up one flight of stairs, and at the right was the customary bar, from which ladies in short skirts served drinks to the crowd during the variety performance, which was one of the attractions of the place. It was nervous work, waiting for the killer to come, and Sims could not stand it. He walked down the stairway and took a turn around the block before he again ascended the stairs to the hall. Meantime, Ben Thompson, accompanied by another character, King Fisher, a man with several notches on his gun, had ascended the stairs and had taken a seat on the right-hand side and beyond the bar, in the row nearest the door. When Sims stepped to the foot of the stairs on his return, he met the barkeeper, who was livid with terror. He pointed, trembling, up the stair and whispered, "He's there." Ben Thompson and King Fisher had as yet made no sort of demonstration. It is said that King Fisher had decoyed Thompson into the theater, knowing that a trap was laid to kill him. It is also declared that Thompson went in merely for amusement. A friend of the author, a New Mexican sheriff who happened to be in San Antonio, saw and talked with both men that afternoon. They were both quiet and sober then. Sims's heart was in his mouth, but he made up his mind to die game, if he had to die. Slowly he walked up the stairway. Such was Thompson's vigilance that he quickly arose and advanced toward Sims, who stood at the top of the stairs petrified and unable to move a muscle. Before Sims could think, his partner, Foster, appeared on the scene, and as he stood up, Thompson saw him and walked toward him and said, "Hello, Foster, how are you?" Slowly and deliberately Foster spoke. "Ben, this world is not big enough for us both. You killed poor Jack Harris like a dog, and you didn't as much as give him a chance for his life. You and I can never be friends anymore." Quick as a flash, and with a face like a demon, Thompson drew his pistol and jammed it into Foster's mouth, cruelly tearing his lips and sending him reeling backward. While this was going on, Sims had retreated to the next step and there drew his pistol, not having his shotgun in hand then. He stepped forward as he saw Foster reel from the blow Thompson gave him and with sudden courage opened fire. His first shot must have taken effect, and perhaps it decided the conflict. Thompson's gun did not get into action. Sims kept on firing. Thompson reeled back against King Fisher, and the two were unable to fire. Meantime, the big Mexican, Coy, showed up from somewhere, just as Foster had. Both Foster and Coy rushed in front of the line of fire of Sims's pistol, and then, without doubt, Sims killed his own friend and preserver. Foster got his death wound in such position that Sims admitted he must have shot him. Nonetheless, Foster ran into Thompson as the latter reeled backwards upon Fisher, and with the fury of a tiger, shoved his own pistol barrel into Thompson's mouth in turn and fired twice, completing the work Sims had begun. The giant Coy hurled his bulk into the struggling mass now crowded into the corner of the room, and some say he held Ben Thompson's arms, though in the melee it was hard to tell what happened. He called out to Sims, "Don't mind me," meaning that Sims should keep on firing. "Kill the blank of blank," he cried. Coy, no doubt, was a factor in saving Sims' life, for one or the other of these two worst men in the Southwest would have got a man before he fell, had he been able to get his hands free in the struggling. Coy was shot in the leg, possibly by Sims, but did not drop. Sims took care of Coy to the end of his life, Coy dying but recently. One of the men engaged in this desperate fight says that Coy did not hold Thompson, and that at first no one was shot to the floor. Thompson was staggered by Sims's first shot, which prevented a quick return of fire. It was Foster who killed Thompson, and very likely King Fisher, the latter being hemmed in the corner with Thompson in front of him. Coy rushed into the two and handled them so roughly that they never got their guns into action so far as known. Leaving the fallen men at the rear of the theater, Sims now went downstairs, carrying Foster's pistol, with 2 chambers empty, the shots that killed Thompson, and his own gun. He saw Thompson's brother Bill coming at him. He raised the gun to kill him when Phil Chardine, then city marshal, jumped on Thompson and shielded him with his body, calling out, "Don't shoot, Billy, I've got him." This saved Bill Thompson's life. Then several shots were heard upstairs, and upon investigation it was found that Coy had emptied his pistol into the dead body of Thompson. He also shot Fisher to make sure the blank were dead. Thus they died at last. 2 of the most notorious men of Texas, both with their boots on. There were no tears. Many told what they would or could have done had Ben Thompson threatened them. This closing act in the career of Ben Thompson came in the late spring of 1882. He was then about 43 years of age. King Fisher, who met death at the same time with Thompson, was a good disciple of Desperadoism. He was a dark-haired, slender young man from Goliad County, which county seems to have produced far more than its share of bad men. He had killed 6 men and stolen a great many horses in his time. Had he lived longer, he would have killed more. He was not of the caliber sufficient to undertake the running of a large city, but there was much relief felt over his death. He had many friends, of course, and some of these denied that he had any intention of making trouble when he went into the theater with Ben Thompson, just as friends of the latter accused King Fisher of treachery. There are never lacking men who regard dead desperadoes as martyrs, and indeed it is usually the case that there are mixed circumstances, and frequently extenuating ones, to be found in the history of any color's life. Another Goliad County man well known around San Antonio was Alfred E. Alley, who was a rancher a short distance back from the railway. Alley was decent when sober, but when drunk was very dangerous and was recognized as bad and well worth watching. Liquor seemed to transform him and to make him a bloodthirsty fiend. He had killed several men, 1 or 2 under no provocation whatever, and when they were defenseless, including a porter on a railway train. It was his habit to come to town and get drunk, then to invite everyone to drink with him and take offense at any refusal. He liked to be chief of the drinking place which he honored with his presence. He once ordered a peaceful citizen of San Antonio, a friend of the writer, up to drink with him, and when the latter declined, came near shooting him. The man took his drink, then slipped away and got a shotgun. Perhaps his second thought was wiser. What's the use, he argued with himself. Somebody'll kill Alley before long anyhow. This came quite true, for within the week Alley had run his course. He dropped down to Laredo and began to hurrah that town also. The town marshal, Joe Bartolo, was a Mexican, but something of a killer himself, and he resolved to end the Alley disturbances once for all. It is said that Ali was not armed when at length they met in a saloon, and it is said that Bartolo offered his hand in greeting. At once Bartolo threw his arm around Ali's neck, and with his free hand cut him to death with a knife. Whether justifiable or not, that was the fashion of the homicide. Any man who has killed more than 20 men is in most countries considered fit to qualify as bad. This test would include the little human tiger, Tomlinson, of South Texas, who was part of the time an officer of the law and part of the time an independent killer in Texas. He had many more than 20 men to his credit, it was said, and his Mexican wife, smilingly, always said that Tomlinson never counted Mexicans. He was a genius with a revolver, and as good a rifle shot as would often be found. It made no difference to him whether or not a man was running, for part of his pistol practice was in shooting at a bottle swinging in the wind from the bough of a tree. Legend goes that Tomlinson killed his wife and then shot himself dead, taking many secrets with him. He was bad. Sam Bass was a noted outlaw and killer in West Texas, accustomed to ride into town and to take charge of things when he pleased. He had many thefts and robberies to his credit, and not a few murders. His finish was one not infrequent in that country. The citizens got wind of his coming one day, just before he rode into Round Rock for a little raid. The city marshal and several others opened fire on Bass and his party, and killed them to a man. It was of such stuff as this that most of the bad men, and indeed many of the peace officers, were composed, along a wide frontier in the early troublous days following the Civil War, when all the border was a seething mass of armed men for whom the law had as yet gained no meaning. To tell the story of more individuals would be to depart from the purpose of this work. Were these men wrong? And were they wholly and unreservedly bad? Ignorance and bigotry will be the first to give the answer, the first to apply to them the standards of these later days. End of chapter 19.